guys, you can seriously do better than that. Are you excited to be here today? Trace and I do a little bit of a cheer. You ready, Trace?
No, I am always ready. Let's do it. Chew
All right.
you half and half. I have to say chew.
You ready? Here we go. I say Pika.
You say chew.
We're ready? Pika!
Chew.
Pika!
Chew.
Pika!
Chew.
Chew!
Chew. All right. I think they are sufficiently fired up and ready to cheer. We want to hear you with this because we've got a lot of excitement, a lot of nerves, and we want the audience to be around with us. This is really a celebration and a championship for all of us that are here today. So, are we ready?
All right, folks. The trainers are selecting their Pokemon. We'll be starting in just a moment. We're going to start this down in typical VGC fashion. So hang tight. We're going to count together and set this wheel in motion. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's battle! gentlemen, that was absolutely fantastic. Kazuyuki Tsuji and Tasuku Mano. What a wonderful, wonderful match. Kazuyuki, I only have one thing to say to you. That was absolutely fantastic.
Come on, everybody, let's do a Kazuyuki scream. I want to hear it. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for both of our competitors. They both did an awesome job. Tatsuko Mano.
Yosuke has substituted his movement for a delightful step down. And the trick room is involved.
Which one is the Japanese one? Is the top one or bottom one?
The slowest Pokemon will move first. And Ray sends a rock slide Yasuke's way. Yasuke's Lugia will now take the full brunt of that damage. A light streak over from Mr. Rizzo.
これでもね、逆に考えるんだ。ルキアが後出しで身代わりを残せる可能性がある。これ集中してる。
And it's a super effective hit.
ブリザード、おっしゃー、それ当てたね。氷はしないけど。
And a
落ちる
second
んじゃねこれ。
super effective hit can be raised around on hanging.
Oh, いいね、いいね、いいね。 相手側からしたらルギアが超鬱陶しいから、ルギアが普通に殴るだけでいいんじゃないかな。手助けな誰か。
Helping hand will power up the next move for red sector.
いる流れ流れルギアに守るのあるのがきついな。バイバイバイ。おしよしよしよし。まあそいつは普通にまあ。でこれで今のです。僕がやったらかなり難しい。ああ、デッキやからパルキア。どっちどっち？どっち？どっち？おっしゃおっしゃおっしゃおっしゃおっしゃ。オッケーオッケー。これうますぎ。バックワード。ローキック。ローキック。ローキック。よっしゃ。よしよしよしよしよし。よしよし。よしよし。オッケーオッケー。これでけえ。これでけえ。超でかい。縛ったね。最高やな。あれやったら多分トリル。これが超うまい。この宿りが入ってるのがうまい。左陣のダメージ軽減できるから。で、悪意の射程に入ったんじゃないかしたらまだか。残飯もこれで左陣で潰すし。そしたらそれいい。どうやろうな。一番最後の多分文化じゃねえか。文化やな。
It's a revolving door Pokémon.
お、出てきたね。
A helping hand with raised Pokémon.
よしよしよしよし。どっちを殴ってる。
And just his substitutes again.
守るしてない。 ルこの技ねえのか。
I hope there's
いやそっちはいい。今だけさ。一発で混ざってれば。エアロブラストでもよかったんじゃないかな。
This is a much different game than we saw last time. Another rock slide. I think the option is
よけろ。
at a double KO.
しかし攻撃は外れた。
That's two. Look at one out of the other. What will he do? It is crunch time for our Japanese player. And the player uses a light screen.
一発で混ざってる。ダメージですね。きついな。
These trainers need some encouragement. Once more, let me hear Ray Rizzo's fans make some noise. And let me hear Lovely's fans make some noise. Open his hand, used again by Ray Rizzo. And our brother's hands. Umayo Azadeus.
いやでも光の壁があるから。
Earthquake is rocking the foundations of the Colosseum. Captain Nelson's Pokemon Alle. Glucose taking a lot of damage.
グラスの。
Ooh, Ray's ground was seated. It needed that HP as much as possible. Velocity's Pokemon
変わりないな。ああでも出自はないかはない。
It's a revolving door Pokemon.
これを知らないことが結構アドバンテージ。こいつがいるっていう。
Yeah, see you project once again. He may need some enthusiasm. Folks, clap along once again with me.
このクラブ最長鉄球かまたいきなりかまたいきなりスペシャルラインド急所出たね急所急所来い急所急所に当たっなんでやねんなんでやねんとりあえずここは出たくなっちゃいますよね簡単には出たくに出るやつかな誰が一番最初によくまあグラードンっぽいようなもんねそうやなやっぱりですよねですよね避けろ
Good luck.
Substitute is out. And the brass line hits Chris Bravo head on. And it too will be knocked
the revolving door of Pokemon.
ココレルギアの登場です。
Yasuki sends his Lugia on the field.
ルギア見せたね、お前の力。よしよしよしよしよしよし。
Low, it won't do much against the Protect. But that Dragon Pulse will. Can Yasuki's Lugia endure this
おい、またかよ、もうクソ言ってマジで。
And meanwhile, this Desert League is moving through the Coliseum.
マジで何回球者出んねん、ほんま。もう何高級処刑。
The trainers are carefully making their decisions. Although they strictly recall. And Yasuki's Pokemon taking the lead. That is a new parade. Can he take advantage? And a new impulse will are we looking at two Pokemon as the plus?
急所でしか勝てへんのか。
Yasuki is running out of options. He has one Pokemon remaining. And this sandstorm. That focus set will be able to help him with this. He's just got a shred left. Folks, clap your hands. Come on, let's hear it. One out of everything. All right, everybody.
仕方ねえよ、これはもう。仕方ねえ。
As well as I did.
よう頑張ったぞ。お疲れ。頑張ったぞ。あんなん勝てるわけない。
Pokémon World Video Game Championships! I'm not hearing in this here, I don't think. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the Video Game Championships? In the Masters Division, returning as a former world champion from the USA, Ray Rizzo. And representing the great nation of Italy, Mr. Matteo Dini. But you didn't come here to hear me talk. Everyone, I want to see a hand in the air. Put them up. Trainers, we're getting started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's battle! All right, you can see on the master screen here both Matteo and Ray very carefully choosing their Pokemon. Sending out a Scrafty and a Thunderous. Excuse me, that's Matteo. Ray with a beautiful shiny Hydreigon out on the field. His Terrakion as well, ready to do battle. Matteo with his shiny Scrafty and a Thunderous. You see Ray has named one of his Pokemon after his fellow compatriot, Mr. Ninahazo, who we've seen in past VGC championships. trainer carefully choosing their next move. And there's a fake out from Mateo. A thunder wave that will paralyze Ray's tracking. There's that sacred sword. Now, while Bill deliberating, we'll switch on to the senior division. Boy, Sejun using an early protect. And that rock slide is going to do some serious damage to Sejun's Chandelure. It's out of there. This is a tense moment for each of these trainers. And there's a huge rock slide. Will it be a KO? Wow, that's a huge move of acrobatics from Cameron. That flying Jim really doing some massive damage. In addition, boy, the South Korean just hanging on by a ledge with that thunderous. All right, we're looking back at the Masters now. And on the field, Mateo with a recently paralyzed thunderous, a crocodile. Ray Rizzo with a substitute on the field in his thunderous. Some massive damage to Mateo Gini. And there's a rock slide which may very well take out Ray's thunderous. Is he holding a focus? It's a Chardy Berry. What can that do? I think he's still gonna go. Ray's thunderous out of commission. In the junior division, we have Brian Huff taking game one as well. Things are looking sunny for the Americans. Meanwhile, we're switching back here to Masters. Ray Rizzo with his paralyzed Terrakion. He's still got a substitute on the field. Wow, there's Mateo using a protect on his crocodile. We're seeing a Dragon Pulse do 0 damage. But that rock slide will hit the thunderous. And it may very well do enough damage. Oh, brilliant use of berries. Can he hang in there? He certainly can. A thunderbolt pops back at that Terrakion. Already paralyzed. And he's down to a substantial amount of health. The Moongus, we're seeing a Scrafty, we're seeing a Thunderous, and a Terrakion. Boy, there's a fake out that's going to make that Terrakion flinch. And boom, will Cameron hit with that Thunderbolt? Boy, it's going right to the Scrafty. How much damage will it do? Boy, that was quite a bit. Jeez, there's a well-used Spore on Cameron's Terrakion. He is going Betty Bye right now. Could this be first time an Italian player takes home the world champion? Could this be the first time we have an American who win that world championship 2 times? We see a protect. And there's a tailwind. Mateo's Pokemon moving quickly. And here's that famous rock slide we've been seeing so much of. It may just do that tornado's end. Wow, just holding on by a shard. Now, as you can see as well, the battle timer is counting down. We're at just under 4 minutes right now. At the close of that 4-minute timer, the game will decide based on a number of factors whom the winner will be. So these trainers have to make decisions quickly. There's a rock slide hitting Ray's Pokemon full force. And there's a Dragon Pulse. Boy, right in the old snout for that crocodile. Mateo losing another Pokemon. And Ray losing a move due to his previously instilled paralysis. Here's an acrobatics. Boy, that is going to be... Wow, it does quite a bit of damage. And out goes Ray's Hydreigon. The trainers exchanging blows. Oh my goodness! A huge twist of fortune for the Italian player. Ray sending out his shiny Conkeldurr. Mateo's Tornado is protecting its interests. Those interests are to stay conscious on this field of battle. Boom goes the Drain Punch. But a rock slide hits not at all. Drain Punch hits not at all. We're moving on to seniors. I think I just saw a heat wave there. News for Cameron. He has 2 snoozing Pokemon. Boy, this may be it for Mateo over here in the And Mateo's Tornadoes out of commission as Ray is fueled to victory by as many supporters in the audience. Out goes his own track in. It's a revolving door of Pokemon. Now let's see what the seniors are up to. Each of the trainers with Pokemon with extraordinarily low health. Dangerous to keep them out on the field, but they're their hard hitters. Huge damage. This match may secure his title of world champion, but not if Sejun has anything to say about it. He sends out his own tornadoes. Honduras, excuse me. Now let's take a look back at juniors. Over here, each of the trainers, wow, we just saw Justified, one of the signature moves of Terrakion. His attack is going to really boost after dark attacks. Boy, there's a close combat on to Ian's Zoroark. It is out of commission. And as the timer ticks down in the junior division, is a little different than what you normally hear when you're battling. That's because this music was specially composed by Mr. Junichi Masuda, especially for the world here today. remaining here with Ray Rizzo and Matteo Gini. Can Ray defend his title? Can Matteo take it home for his mother country of Italy? Matteo protecting his crocodile. And Ray will now have 2 paralyzed Pokemon. That means the odds are in Matteo's favor here. With 2 paralyzed Pokemon, the chances of Ray's Pokemon being able to attack are slim. Wow, that Hydreigon isn't going to do squat. Oh, brilliant. A Conkeldurr with leftovers. A game like this that draws on blow after blow, hit over, it may be the one thing that keeps him alive on the field. Boy, Matteo throwing out his brethren legendaries. Ray is just suffering from bad luck right now. He's got a lot of catch-up work to do. A hidden power. Doing massive damage on Ray's Conkeldurr. But the Pokemon can't make a move. And there's those leftovers, again, regenerating HP to Ray's Conkeldurr. Again, both Pokemon paralyzed. It looks like this battle is gonna be a long one. Boom goes a fire punch right to Matteo's Tornadus. And a hidden power returned in turn to those 2 paralyzed Pokemon. That's down with Ray's Conkeldurr. Wow, here's acrobatics. I bet it's got a flying gym. It does. That's going to do a serious amount of damage to Ray's Hydreigon. Down goes his HP. He hangs in there to fire back a Dragon Pulse. An amazing turn of fortune. Sending out his own Thunderous. The battle timer wearing down as well. 5.5 minutes remaining. Matteo firing a Protect. And there's a Thunderbolt. Can Ray's Thunderous hang in there? That's going to be a massive hit. Matteo losing his Thunderous, but Ray only has 2 paralyzed Pokemon. And with just a shard remaining to that Hydreigon, what good can a paralyzed Hydreigon do? Matteo sending out his own Electros. He will be a 2-time Pokémon World Champion. If Matteo wins this match, he will buy himself some time. And there's another substitute. Paralysis on Ray's bench of Pokemon. There's no way that Thunderous can stay. It's out of here. Ray with 1 paralyzed Pokemon remaining. Oh, he's still got his friend in a Haas out. It's that massive Terrakion we've seen before. A rock slide that's gonna do a significant amount of damage. responding in turn with his acrobatics on that Terrakion. Also going to be a big blow for Mateo. And a Thunderbolt to raise Terrakion. Oh yeah, takes it out of commission. A critical hit. With a paralyzed Pokemon, Mateo Genie may have bought himself a victory. The timer just under a minute and 30 seconds. Acrobatics is going to do enough damage to take out Ray Rizzo's Hydreigon. And it looks as if Mateo Genie has learned his lesson. He says, not so fast, Ray Rizzo. I don't know what that meant, but it was passionate. Well done, Italians. For him last match, throwing out his crocodile. Country draped around his neck, Mateo, his own decisions, with the pride of his home nation heavy on his shoulders. And that's going to be a great opening blow for Ray. Responding in kind with his own earth-shaking move. How much damage will that really do? An incredible amount. Wow, big hidden power in response. Mateo with a huge early lead. Mateo utilizing that protect. We've seen so much from him thus far. Wow, Ray's sacred sword just falling short. And this may be the first KO of this game. It is indeed. That's one down for Mateo. Making the score for Mateo sitting out his thunders. Ray Rizzo! And let's hear it from Mateo Genie! Ray throwing out his shiny Conkeldurr. Mateo switching out. It's a revolving door of Pokemon. Mateo firing his hidden power at Ray's Conkeldurr, as we saw before. It does a massive load of damage. Ray says, not so fast. Try this Dark Pulse on for size. Restoring that final HP with leftovers. Ruling journey where glory awaits. Ray protects his Hydreigon. And a brilliant move because Mateo, who fires a hidden power, may just do that damage.
score. Racing's on his own thunderous. Will that be another protect from Mateo? It's going to be a big move for Ray, and it knocks out Mateo's Honduras. Boy, they are just trading blow after blow. Mateo, sending out a crocodile, his intimidate ability, lowering the attack of each of Ray's Pokemon. And if intimidation is what Mateo was looking for, it may be working. Ray's Pokemon are low on health. There's acrobatics. Most likely strengthened with a flying gym, it is indeed. And that is going to hit. Wow, Ray's Honduras is holding in there. An amazingly good development for Ray. Ray responding in kind. Maybe blasting that crocodile out of the water. He does. Ray's supporters on their feet. A thunderbolt will knock out Mateo's Tornadus down. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a two-time world champion, Ray Rizzo. Boy, and as his supporters rush the stage to lift up their two-time champion. Well, my friends, we are in for more excitement. Because right now, we're ready for the Video Game World Championships right here, right now, in Kona, Hawaii. Are you ready? And we'll get this train rolling. Representing the United States of America in our Masters Division, Mr. Wolf Flint. And his opponent, two-time world champion, representing the United States of America, Mr. Ray Rizzo. Two titans of Pokemon squaring off and rearing to go. Pokemon trainers, are you ready for battle? Trainers, are you ready to battle? Put that hand up and we're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's battle!
be taking damage anytime soon. That's going to be a super effective hit on that Horus. Out goes the substitute. No, thank you, says Rizzo. A huge hit to Wolf's Thunders. Still locked in the heat of battle. So they're getting some encouragement from the audience. That's going to be a big hit twist for Sammlung. Wolf changing out his Pokemon while he still has time. Thanks so much, guys. Great to see you again. Now, we have seen some fierce competition throughout this entire tournament, but we have two veritable titans of Pokemon sizing each other up right now who want that World Championship more than anything. So, without further ado, our first competitor from Japan, Ryosuke Kosuge! And across that table, representing the nation of Italy, Arash Ahmadi! And who will be our world champion? Trainers, you may begin.
Man, there is nothing I like more than seeing both of these trainers decked out in their flags. It's one of the best things about the Pokémon World Championships here. As we can see on the screen, we are right underway with the battle. You can see Ryosuke's team on the top of the screen here. That's going to be Tyranitar, Heatran, Landorus Therian form, Cresselia and Thundurus Incarnate form, and Conkeldurr. Arash is using Mamoswine, Conkeldurr, Heatran, Latios, Tornadus, and Amoonguss. Really excited to see what both of these trainers have in store. We've already seen Ryosuke make some incredible comebacks after losing Game 1 in both of his series, and I'm really hoping we get another Game 3 here.
I am too. It's interesting to me to see that there's two Pokemon they have in common in Conkeldurr and Heatran. It seems like they've been really popular choices at Worlds this year, which is interesting. Heatran kind of stole the show last year on Wolf Glick's team, but Conkeldurr may as well not have existed last year. It was so uncommon. The rule set's changed a little bit, and Conkeldurr's been given a bit of a boost by getting the Iron Fist ability, but still, it's surprising to see a Pokemon go from basically non-existent to one of the most important Pokemon in the metagame. So Conkeldurr are likely to have a decent series here just because both players have some Pokemon that are weak to it. Arash has some that are very strong against it as well, such as Amoonguss, but I'd imagine Conkeldurr will be big here. Another Pokemon I think will be interesting is Mamoswine because it's really good against a few of Ryosuke's Pokemon and really bad against a few of them. So it'll be difficult to see if he can get his hits in if he chooses to bring Mamoswine, but if he does, it can do some real damage.
Yeah, definitely Mamoswine, one of those Pokemon that we see occasionally, especially back when the metagame was more oriented toward the genies and dragons. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out now on the world stage. As we see at the bottom of your screen is Arash from Italy using that Mamoswine and that Tornadus, both two Pokemon that we very rarely see, up against Ryosuke with the Conkeldurr and the Thundurus. Both of these trainers competing on the world stage, on the finals, to take home the crown for their country. This will be the first time an Italian could win the World Championships. So I'm excited to see how this plays out. How does it look from your stage?
Well, I think it's a really exciting first turn. You've got Thundurus against Tornadus, so that's Thundurus' advantage, but Tornadus has a Conkeldurr there, so that's its advantage. We've got Conkeldurr who likes to beat up on ice types like Mamoswine, but Mamoswine can target Thundurus, so a lot of things could happen here, but it should be fun.
And there is Thundurus going for the safer play, just going for the Thunder Wave onto Tornadus, getting that paralysis, which we've seen so much of this tournament, and especially yesterday from Ryosuke. The Mach Punch comes out from that Conkeldurr, doesn't want to let Mamoswine get off too much damage without taking any in return, is going to deal, about only a third left, or a quarter left there. Not a lot of hit points left for Mamoswine, but it is going to be able to get the Icicle Crash off onto that Thundurus Incarnate. Is going to deal a lot of damage thanks to the ice typing there, and is going to get the one-hit KO. Arash comes to play. That is a mean Mamoswine, and it is ready to battle. Does get the one-hit KO onto Thundurus, and Tornadus gets the attack through the acrobatics with the flying gem onto Conkeldurr. That fighting type is not going to want to take that, and Tornadus doesn't care about the paralysis. It's going to go ahead and get a one-hit KO of its own, and Arash takes an early 4-2 lead in the very first turn of this game.
You couldn't ask for a better start if you're Arash. What an important turn. He knocks out two huge threats. We won't see Thundurus spreading that swagger this time. It's not over, though. It's worth noting last year in the first game of the Masters World Finals, there was similarly a double knockout in the first turn, and the player who got that knockout, Wolf Glick, ended up losing the game. So he's got to stay focused here.
And out comes the Heatran and the Cresselia, two Pokemon that are more than capable of setting up for that. We'll be interested to see how the Heatran and the Mamoswine pair off against each other. Of course, Mamoswine fully capable of taking out that Heatran. But again, Heatran, the fire type, more than capable of taking out the ice type Mamoswine.
Yeah, Mamoswine's holding a choice scarf, so it's likely it's going to choose to come back and fight another day here. Icicle Crash not likely to do a whole lot to Cresselia and almost nothing to Heatran. So I assume it's going to try to come back later, try to get that Earthquake damage. So it'll be about what kind of switches Arash has here that he can use to avoid taking too much damage.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting, again, to see if Ryosuke goes for that Trick Room that we've seen from him so much. Even though that Tornadus is paralyzed and will be able to, underspeed, getting the Heatran into a good position against that Choice Scarf from Mamoswine could be what he needs.
Yeah, I think at some point he's going to need to do it. He's just going to have to find the opportunity where it's safest to do so.
And it looks like the Heatran is going to go for the Protect. And the Mamoswine is not switching out, going to stay in to get that Icicle Crash off onto the Cresselia, dealing as much damage as possible to that Cresselia, possibly before it can get a Trick Room off. Only does about a third there. Tornadus U-turns out, is going to be super effective against that Cresselia and send Tornadus back to Arash's hand to send out a new Pokemon instead. Cresselia going to heal off a little bit of that damage, but still, very bulky Pokemon. It's going to have a couple of turns left in it. Tornadus goes back to Arash, and we will see if what Arash will bring out to counter this Heatran and Cresselia in the back. And of course, Cresselia still has yet to move. With that paralyzed Tornadus, that likely signals a Trick Room.
Likely, although Icicle Crash does have a chance to flinch, so Cresselia may not be able to get it off.
Yeah, it will be definitely interesting to see what Arash brings. If he expects a Trick Room here, likely to see a Conkeldurr if he brought it, or possibly even the Amoonguss, just for the Spore threat, even though both the Cresselia and the Heatran are super effective against it. But it is going to be the Conkeldurr, is going to want to keep the offensive threat up, not going to give anything away. And the Trick Room does go off from Ryosuke, and that's going to be trouble for Heatran now, just because Conkeldurr is out on the field.
That's a big part of why Conkeldurr's been so good at Worlds this year. With all these Heatrans, Conkeldurr's here to beat it. A lot of the Heatrans have been slower variants that are meant to work in Trick Room, but even the slowest Heatran isn't nearly as slow as Conkeldurr is, so it's able to underspeed it and keep that threat in Trick Room. And Mamoswine, very fast, especially with the Choice Scarf, is able to create that threat outside of Trick Room.
And no Protects coming out because Protect was used last time. The Drain Punch from Conkeldurr goes right on the offensive. Doesn't quite get the KO, but still deals a lot of damage. Make sure that the Heatran can't use its Eruption, its most powerful attack. Instead, has to use the Fire Gem boosted Heat Wave, which is going to get the easy KO onto Mamoswine and deal a little bit of damage to that Conkeldurr. A bit of damage, about half there, and give Cresselia a chance to deal some damage back also. Of course, since Conkeldurr went first, the Drain Punch not able to help heal there, but we'll have to see if the Psychic is going to be enough to get the KO on Conkeldurr, and it looks like yes! It is going to be enough, and Cresselia does knock out Conkeldurr, and we're back to a 2-2.
Well, that's why you don't just count the game over once you start getting a couple knockouts. We're at a very close game here, and depending on what Arash brought, this game could still go either way.
Yeah, we do still have the paralyzed Tornadus and the Amoonguss coming out now. Amoonguss we saw being huge in especially the 2011 metagame, but also making a resurgence in these later stages of 2013. And of course, that paralyzed Tornadus is going to like that paralysis now because, he feels much safer.
Yeah, Amoonguss is definitely the best Pokemon he could have had remaining. Tornadus' paralysis could still make things interesting here because if it's fully paralyzed in a turn where Heatran gets to move, it could find itself losing its hit points in a hurry. But since it's slower now because of the paralysis, it could use a move like Acrobatics or Superpower and greatly weaken or knock out either target here. And Amoonguss will be the slowest Pokemon in Trick Room and able to use Spore.
Yeah, and Heatran doesn't want to risk giving the free KO, does Protect. The Spore goes off onto the Cresselia, is going to put that Cresselia to sleep and make sure that there is at least one turn where Cresselia can't move. We talked about this in the pregame yesterday, but playing around sleep has been very important, and Tornado shows the superpower, making sure that Heatran knows that it is not safe at all. And of course, Cresselia taking a nice little nap. No bad dreams here.
A really perilous position for Ryosuke here. He's got to find a way to get Heatran an attack off against this Tornadus, probably two. But in the meantime, Amoonguss is going to be threatening to sleep. It'll almost certainly fire a Spore in that slot, so he's probably going to have to keep protecting. But it doesn't help him make any progress, and Tornadus is going to be able to get some free damage here, and he's going to have to Cresselia gets a quick wake up.
Yeah, as you see, Ryosuke has to go for that protect. Does get the protect off again. The Spore is going to be into the protect, trying to buy time for that Cresselia. But Tornadus making a good adjustment there, going for the acrobatics to deal as much damage to that sleeping Cresselia as possible. Stays asleep for at least one more turn, and it looks still like a good position for Arash.
Yeah, Arash is looking really good here. Unless he gets a fully paralyzed here, he'll be able to knock out Cresselia, and without another protect on Heatran, Heatran will get put to sleep here. So there's two good things that could happen to him this turn unless he gets really unlucky.
Yeah, and we've actually seen this a couple of times now. Ryosuke has to worry about stalling out his own Trick Room.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the dangers of using it when you're at this point in the tournament. You know, everyone is either using Trick Room themselves or they have a great solution to Trick Room, and in Arash's case, it's a great solution.
Yeah, and it looks like Heatran is not going to be able to get the protect, does not try for it this time, does go to sleep, and Tornadus does get the acrobatics off, and that is going to deal damage to that Cresselia, and it is going to be enough for the KO. Arash takes a 2-1 lead now. Just that Heatran on the side, that snoozing Heatran fast asleep for Ryosuke to take it back.
Another commanding lead for Arash here. Ryosuke does get the advantage of having stalled out the Trick Room now, so Heatran will be faster, but unless it wakes up, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, and a great move to not go for the triple protect so that he can at least blow that first turn of guaranteed sleep there. If he had tried for the triple, he wouldn't have had this moment where the Heatran wakes up, gets the Heat Wave off, is going to damage both the Tornadus and the Amoonguss. Not likely to get the KO on both of them, but with that paralysis, it's much, much more precarious. And yes, the paralysis, Tornadus is fully paralyzed and won't be able to move this turn, but Amoonguss does get the Spore off, and Heatran goes right back to sleep.
Now, brilliant play there by Arash. Now, if he did anything other than Spore there, he would have given Ryosuke a chance to win the game, but he's much less likely to win now. He need another one-turn wake-up and two fully, either one turn wake up and a fully paralyzed, or any combination of one more of each. So much more likely to come out on top now. Great move by him to get the Spore there, and he's almost clinched this game. He just needs Tornadus to get one more attack off.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to the wire. Heatran has that one turn of guaranteed sleep, can only wake up on the next turn possibly, but Tornadus gets the superpower off. That is going to be a KO on Heatran, and Arash Omati from Italy takes the first game of this best-of-3 set.
Yeah, huge win for him there.
With the critical hit gravy on top.
It's going to let him know he means it, That's a big win, though. Like we've mentioned before, it's really important to win that first game. It didn't look like it yesterday with Ryosuke losing his first game in both of his best-of-3s and still coming out on top. However, both of our best-of-3s today have been 2-game sets, so it really is important to win that game. And Arash is in a great position now.
Yeah, it's definitely, as we've talked about over and over, the momentum is the most important part there. Arash has the momentum going into this game too, but you're right. Ryosuke has come back every time. He's gone down in game 1 against both Seijin Park and against Aaron Zhang, and he's managed to pull it out. I don't know how he does it, but he does. He managed to keep his cool and maintain his composure and pull out a win.
One way he did go about making those comebacks was in both of those game 2s. He led with Landorus and Thundurus. He's going to have a harder time pulling that off this time because Mamoswine isn't going to be having any of it. It's a really original Pokemon choice, I guess. It's not very popular in at least Worlds level play. But one of the things it does really well is beat the Genies. And that's one thing that's been carrying Ryosuke so far. Those Genies have been a huge part of all of his victories. So that could really help Arash try and seal this World Championship and be the first champion from Italy and all of Europe.
Yeah, we have seen the Thundurus and the Landorus be sort of Ryosuke's comfort picks. He's gone to those leads every time he's been down, or when he just thinks that he feels the most comfortable playing those. But we're going to go ahead and take a look back at these teams again. Ryosuke will be on the top of your team. The last hope for Japan to win this. He needs to win this game and the next game to take home the title for Japan. His team is Tyranitar, Heatran, Landorus, Cresselia, Thundurus, and Conkeldurr. And Arash will be on the bottom of your screen playing for the nation of Italy and the first Italian World Championships and the first in all of Europe. He's playing with a Mamoswine, Conkeldurr, Heatran, Latios, Tornadus, and the Amoonguss. And both of these players know exactly what they want to do. We're going right into the game. Ryosuke Kosuge is on the top of your screen, playing for Japan. On the bottom of your screen is Arash Omati from Italy. Let's get into this battle. I am so excited to see this.
Hoping we see Mamoswine again. I think that's Pokemon be the difference maker here, and I think it's a big deal to have that Pokemon that can really mess with your opponent's comfort zones. It's really tough to win if you just can't just fall back into what your team does best or what you're the most comfortable with. and I think that's a really important way to set someone off guard. One of the things that's helped Ryosuke in this tournament is that he's used his team much more than most of his opponents have used theirs. You know, he's really comfortable with certain things in his team, and he knows exactly how to play them. So forcing him out of that game is an important part of being able to beat him.
Yeah, and we see exactly that with the Tornadus and Mamoswine coming out. Bringing that Mamoswine, going to be able to force Ryosuke off his game. The Heatran and Cresselia, new leads that we've seen from him now.
Yeah, it's likely he's going to try to activate the Trick Room a little bit sooner this game, even though it didn't work out so well last time. So he's going to have to try to find a way to protect it a little better this time. You know, make sure that by setting Trick Room, he's helping himself and not his opponent. But he can't.
Oh,
wow.
Heatran doesn't go for the Protect, and Mamoswine gets the Earthquake off immediately. Is going to hit that 4 times weak, double super effective attack on that Heatran. The Earthquake is going to hit. It's going to go all the way down, and that's going to be an easy one-hit KO for Arash. One of the highest offensive threats on Ryosuke's team goes down turn 1. And Tornadus is going to get the U-turn off on Cresselia as well, giving Arash the chance to decide what he wants to do from here on out and maintain that all-important momentum.
Oh my god, it's an incredibly important knockout. Not only does he get the knockout, but he gets a free switch here too, so he can set himself up for basically any situation he thinks is likely to come at him. I can't. It's really daring of Ryosuke to have chosen to leave Heatran in there. It's not necessarily a bad play, even though it didn't work out this time. You know, he's expecting that Arash would anticipate Heatran protecting and double target Cresselia instead, but that's not what he got. And that's what happens when you make daring plays like that one.
Yeah, and we also see the Trick Room as the Amoonguss comes out. That mushroom has been the bane of many players' existence, and it looks like it will be Ryosuke's bane as well as it comes out on the field. We've talked a lot about being down. You usually have to play conservatively. Ryosuke decided not to go conservative, did the aggressive play, and Arash had an equally aggressive play right to counter that. Amazing set for Arash there, that first turn.
I mean, that's exactly why people normally play more conservatively when they're behind, because if you do take a risk like that and it doesn't work out, it could be your tournament, and he's in a really tough spot now. This game is far from over, especially with Mamoswine locked into Earthquake. But he's got Amoonguss out in Trick Room now to deal with. It's a really tough spot for Ryosuke.
Yeah, Ryosuke is going to have to really manage his sleep well here. That's probably the most frustrating thing going against Amoonguss. You always get at least one guaranteed turn of no action, and possibly a couple extra ones. You see Mamoswine is going to switch back because it is locked into that Earthquake. Tornadus comes back out. Not too worried about being under Trick Room, it seems. Is back out on the field, fresh from its debut in PokeStar Studios. We do get the helping hand coming out from Cresselia onto Conkeldurr, going to boost the power of Conkeldurr's attack, but will it be able to get an attack off? Amoonguss goes for the Spore, and it hits the Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr not going to be able to use that boost and get an attack off this turn.
Now, Ryosuke is probably just hoping for a mistake there. That's the right play to use Spore on Conkeldurr there, but if he had chosen to Spore Cresselia instead, the boosted Ice Punch would have either knocked out Amoonguss or been very close. So he's just hoping to get a chance to come back into the game here. But that's what happens when you fall behind. You have to hope your opponent gives you some space, and Arash is smart. He's not giving him anything.
Yeah, definitely not. And now he has to hope for another quick one-turn wake-up here. Conkeldurr did use its first guaranteed sleep that turn, and now Cresselia getting spored, going fast to sleep. Ryosuke's Pokemon both too tired from this long weekend of Pokemon battling. Conkeldurr takes another turn of sleep. Cresselia takes its turn of sleep. And now Tornadus gets to use its Flying Gym Acrobatics. Going to be an easy one-shot onto that Conkeldurr. And things are going real south real fast for Ryosuke.
Oh, he's in a really tough spot now. He's got a sleeping support Pokemon out. He's down 2-4. He's done, I think, literally 0 damage. And Amoonguss is still out in Trick Room, so whatever comes in is going to have to deal with Spore.
It's going to have to deal with both Spore and with Tornadus still being able to get free pot shots off on Cresselia or whatever comes in. And it looks like Ryosuke's last hope rests entirely on this Landorus Therian form. The Intimidate, though, going to lower the attack of the Amoonguss. It's going to try to lower the attack of that Tornadus. But
not likely to have too much success with lowering that attack there. One of the reasons Tornadus is actually good now is Defiant.
Yeah, Tornadus Defiant giving it an attack boost, completely negating that Intimidate from Landorus and making it just even scarier.
Yeah, like Conkeldurr, Tornadus is another Pokemon that was basically irrelevant last year. The one thing that made him better is it has Defiant, which gives it 2 levels of attack every time its stats are dropped. So it counters Intimidate really well, and Intimidate's a big part of the metagame. A lot of the matches yesterday were coming down to keeping Landorus alive, and Tornadus isn't really countered by that.
Yeah, Landorus going for the protect, trying to make sure that it can survive the spores from Amoonguss and hope that Cresselia can wake up and do some damage, but it's not going to happen. Cresselia still fast asleep. Tornadus goes for the U-turn. With that extra boost onto the Cresselia, going to deal even more damage now. Look at how much damage that does with that Defiant boost. Over half to a Cresselia is not something you normally see. It will be able to recover some of that damage off with the Citrus, get it back up to above 50, but still very precarious. Cresselia should be waking up next turn, though.
Yeah, Cresselia has been out for a long time here, but I mean, that's the game you play with sleep. Sometimes you get short sleeps, like happened last game, and sometimes you get the long ones. He was able to get through the game when the sleep wasn't really working his way, and now he's got a big advantage because it is working his way in the second game, and it's making it even harder to come back from this deficit.
And now he gets a free switch. Arash gets a free switch to Mamoswine, which is going to just make that Landorus quake, shiver.
It kind of removes the option of stalling out that Trick Room too. Like, normally you got a Amoonguss out there, like okay, I've got just gonna stall out Trick Room, then I'll be okay. Mm-hmm. But now Mamoswine's the fastest Pokemon in the field, and it's threatening to knock out Landorus here. So suddenly things aren't so safe anymore.
And the Spore is connecting with that Landorus. You can see it sleeping. Cresselia does manage to wake up. Is going to be able to get the Psychic off onto that Amoonguss, which is going to deal some damage, but he needed much more damage on that Amoonguss to be more relevant. Almost half damage there, but still able to survive at least one more Psychic there. Landorus does go to sleep, but the Icicle Spear coming out from Mamoswine going to break that Focus Sash and be an easy one-hit KO on that Landorus.
Only Cresselia left. All four Pokemon alive on Arash's side.
Cresselia against the world. I have never seen a Cresselia come back from this big of a deficit, but it's always possible. See, the Twisted Dimensions return to normal, and we are just a few short turns away from having our first Italian and our first European World Champion in Masters, unless Ryosuke can pull something miraculous off here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a really momentous moment in VGC here.
Yeah, we can see the Icicle Spear is going to connect with that Cresselia. How many times will it connect? 1, 2, couple more. 2 times. 2 times with the Icicle Spear, as the Psychic does come out on Amoonguss again, which will probably just score it back to sleep. Make sure that Cresselia does not get a chance to deal any more damage. Does survive with 21 HP. The Spore comes out, Cresselia goes right back to sleep. And we've got just a couple more turns for Arash to whittle away that Cresselia and become the first European, the first Italian World Champion.
He's playing the end of this game really well too. He's not taking any risks. He got a big advantage at the very beginning of the game and just slowly making sure he keeps that advantage. He just hasn't let any Pokemon go down that didn't need to, and he's showing why he made it to this point and why he's about to become the world champion.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier that, because Ryosuke was behind, he had to wait for his opponent to make a mistake. But Arash didn't make a single mistake this entire game. Gets the critical hit even, and with just a couple more Icicle Spears, is not quite going to be able to KO the Cresselia with the Icicle Spears. But Amoonguss is just sitting in the wings, waiting to Giga Drain. That last little bit of damage is going to KO the Cresselia, and Arash Omati is our first Italian World Champion here at the 2013 Pokémon World Video Game Championships. Congratulations, Amati.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next on stage we have the final match of the event, the Pokémon Video Game Masters Division Finals! Our competitors are, from the United States, Player 1, Judy versus Player 2, from Korea, Sejun
I love those intros. Sejun already announcing to the world the Pachirisu potentially going to be the MVP of this. But both of these players coming out with huge fan followings in the crowd. I don't know if you could feel it at home, but it was basically, it felt like an earthquake here in the stadium.
Yeah, I think these players deserve it too, and it's kind of an interesting matchup for the fans here. We've got Seijin Park, one of the most accomplished and popular trainers in the world. I think definitely the most influential trainer in the world as far as anytime Seijin used anything at any point all season, players took note of it. It adjusted the metagame of the rest of the world. So someone who has a huge following here, but he definitely deserves. On the other hand, you've got Jody here. Everyone loves the underdog story, and as the American here playing in the capital of the United States here, Washington, D.C., certainly expect that a lot of the home crowd will be on his side.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see if Jody can ride that momentum over Seijin Park. We sort of touched on this at the beginning, but Seijin definitely considered the favorite coming in here, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Pachirisu falling over there may be ominous things to come, but
ominous early warning.
I think Seijin's definitely the favorite here, though. I mean, he's certainly got the experience. It's hard to argue against him here, and I think that's some of the fun of this matchup. Whenever you go into a match like this with one really accomplished player, you expect him to come out on top, but we've seen all weekend that's not always what happens. A lot of the players who did very well at past World Championships had really tough runs here. Both the previous World Champions were eliminated pretty quickly here, so just because he's the favorite doesn't mean he'll come out on top. However, I do think that there's a reason most of the community would say he's the most deserving player who's never won a World Championship before. It'd be a very tough opponent for Jody to kind of try to come on top of here. But Jody's come so far for a reason. He really came with a big breakout performance in the United States National Tournament, making the top 8 there. I was very close to moving on. And doing so well here, it's a sign that 2 tournaments in a row like that with such fierce competition, he's probably for real, right? He's going to keep doing this in tournaments. So even though he hasn't quite built that legacy yet, every win is someone's first big one. And Seijin might have to be careful that he's not on the wrong side of one here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Pokemon's all about momentum and when you get hot. And if Jody has just started getting hot at Nationals and he's carried it through to Worlds, that's the exact right time to do so.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was expecting Seijin to lose the 2011 World Championship finals for the senior division either, but Seijin did get the second place trophy that time. So we'll have to see here if Seijin will be able to do what he couldn't do the first time and get that first World Championships for him.
All right, we are jumping right into team preview. On your screen, you're seeing Seijin Park from Korea's team. Lead slot, Pachirisu, Gothitelle, Gardevoir, Gyarados, Talonflame, and Garchomp. Pachirisu chants already starting in the crowd. Up against Jody Azzarelli off screen, he's running a Tyranitar, a Charizard, Salamence, Garchomp, Lucario, and Mo Rotom. And it's going to be an explosive battle.
Absolutely. We've got a really fascinating matchup here. We see the players getting into it quickly here. I think on Seijin's side, that Gardevoir, which we didn't see the last time he was on stream, is likely going to be a big deal here. There's 3 Pokemon in Jody's team that are weak to Fairy type attacks. There's not a single Pokemon in his team that resists both Fairy and Psychic type, so should be a good matchup for the Gardevoir. We did see also Seijin using that Mega Gyarados previously. That Mo Rotom Jody's using that we haven't seen all season. Very good against Gyarados. It's the only Rotom that's neither weak to that Earthquake and resistant to that Water type attack. So it should help him out a little bit here if he's choosing to use it. Also a good matchup for that Tyranitar and that Garchomp offensively for Jody, though he's going to be very careful to avoid the support Pokemon in Seijin's team with Pachirisu and Gothitelle.
Right, and just as you mentioned, that Gardevoir on the stage alongside alongside that Garchomp. Up against Jody's Tyranitar and Charizard leads. And let's just go one more time. The first turn of the first battle. Let's hear it one more time for Jody and Seijin here in the studio. Interesting leads here from Jody. Leads both of his potential weather setters here up against that Gardevoir and the Garchomp.
Yeah, this is the one matchup that will come down to a weather war. Jody's probably going to have a preference between which one of the 2 he wants up, but without a competing weather here, he can afford to be a little bit more careful. Or he's a little bit less careful.
Yeah.
What he does need to be careful about is Gothitelle switching it at an inopportune time here, especially with a couple choice Pokemon on his team. He's going to be really careful about what he lets it do.
We do see a Protect coming out from that Charizard immediately, but Moonblast from Gardevoir gets the super effective attack onto Tyranitar, but it is going to fire back with a Stone Edge, getting a whole lot of damage there. Rock Slide from Garchomp is going to be avoided by Charizard thanks to that Protect. Deal a little bit of damage to that Tyranitar, enough to put it into Moonblast KO range. Sandstorm not quite enough to get the KO onto Gardevoir there.
Creates a complicated decision here for Seijin. Gardevoir with 1 tick of sand, going to be able to knock it out now. Do you withdraw the Gardevoir? Because on Jody's end, he's kind of in a difficult situation also. If he wants to leave this Charizard in, he has to Mega Evolve it, most likely, which would negate that sand. So both sides have some things to consider here. Tyranitar has to be careful since it'd be knocked out by another Moonblast with that faster Gardevoir. Both Pokemon showing their choice scarves there. They have to both be careful on this turn, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one of the two of them take a risk. This is going to be a matchup where they both have a lot of very offensive Pokemon, and there's going to be a lot of high-risk maneuvers. Whichever one of them is going to get the most cheap attacks there when opponents not expecting it is probably going to come out with the win here.
And it looks like Jody is going to switch out that Tyranitar for Mo Rotom. Double switching, does not like the matchup from either of his Pokemon in favor of that Salamence now. Is going to be able to intimidate the opposing Garchomp, but Gardevoir is not going to be too worried about that. The Moonblast is going to come back out from that Gardevoir onto Mo Rotom this time, dealing some more great damage there, as Dragon Claw from Garchomp is going to be used on that Salamence. The berry is going to help and deal just a very little bit amount of damage there thanks to that Happen Berry. And the stand is going to be able to get the KO on Gardevoir right there at the end. So Jody Azzarelli taking the first Pokemon knockout.
Yeah, Sajin choosing to make a sacrifice there. Likely he expected that to happen there, judging by the way he played out that turn. We just see the Citrus Berry activating for Rotom there, healing up there to get Jody in a little better board position there with higher health Pokemon in both of his slots. He does get the early lead there, which is a big deal. I think removing that Gardevoir is a big deal. I mentioned previously that there are a lot of Pokemon on his side of the field that are weak to Moonblast. He's brought at least 2 of them, so he really doesn't want to have to deal with that for long periods of time. I think that letting it go so early is dangerous unless Sage has got a great plan here for how he wants to deal with the situation without it, because if he was able to get 3 or 4 Moonblasts off, it's very likely Sage would win the game there. So huge start for Jody to get rid of it.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out. Interesting choice to bring in. Pachirisu is a very disruptive Pokemon, of course able to abuse that Follow Me ability to redirect any attacks towards it, and a bevy of other support options as well.
Yeah, the Follow Me here is an interesting option. In this matchup, it's not going to be able to do too much with its Volt Absorb, but it will be a little frustrating against Rotom if it's out against Gyarados later. Well, it won't be able to use that Thunderbolt in fear of just healing the Pachirisu.
And Salamence does not want to stay on the field, scared away from that Pachirisu. Switches out for Tyranitar. That Follow Me is going to come out from the Pachirisu. We will see the Rock Slide from Garchomp. Tyranitar avoids it, but will be able to connect with Rotom to deal some damage there. Very bulky Rotom, as you can see, and Leaf Storm coming out onto Pachirisu. The poor little squirrel only takes about 50% from that and eats its Citrus Berry to heal right back up, while Rotom has lost a lot of special attack and a lot of offensive power from it.
Yeah, it's impressive how bulky that little Pachirisu is. You look at it just out there as a little tiny squirrel thing. You don't really expect it to be very bulky, but it takes almost nothing from that Leaf Storm. You have to exaggerate. You can't exaggerate, rather, how powerful that is. It's the same power as a Draco Meteor and just nothing, Rotom definitely not as powerful, especially as some of the dragons, as far as putting those attacks out. But, the metagame lives in fear of overheat from Mo Rotom's brother, Rotom Heat. It's the same base power.
And we do see Garchomp's going to protect, letting Pachirisu do everything. Oh, the correct prediction there. The Nuzzle from Pachirisu going to be able to get the damage and paralysis onto that Tyranitar. That Scarf Tyranitar is now worthless. Now it's paralyzed. Huge protects coming out from Sajin, blocking both the Ice Punch and the Will-O-Wisp and getting the paralysis on that Scarf Tyranitar.
Yeah, excellent play there. He probably noticed the Cherish Ball previously, knowing that this Tyranitar is from that promotion. Only way you can get Ice Punch, so also notice there's no egg moves on this Tyranitar, so he gets some useful information there, and also makes a fantastic play by slowing it down. Usually gets the knockout on Garchomp with Ice Punch. There's a chance it survives with some defensive investment, but not an issue there. Now Garchomp going to be able to deal with this Tyranitar as it normally would. Rotom not too threatening out in the field now with that reduced special attack from using Leaf Storm, so better position now for Sajin to be in.
And when Pachirisu is going to redirect all targets, I'm pretty sure Jody would want to get that off the field right now anyway. As we do see Garchomp's Dragon Claw is going to attack that Rotom, and Will-O-Wisp redirected away from Garchomp onto Pachirisu, now burnt. Will be taking that burn damage every turn in addition to some more turns of sand as Ice Punch comes through from Tyranitar, still dealing almost no damage. And fortunately for Sajin, that Sandstorm is going to subside this turn so that we don't have to worry about any additional chip damage.
Yeah, Pachirisu now has to at least be attacked once more, or it'll survive 2 more turns after that burn damage. But likely going to follow me and go down anyway. Garchomp probably needs to try to get a knockout on this turn. Doesn't necessarily need to get both of the enemy Pokemon since it can get another one on the next turn after the protection from the follow me, but Sage is going to need to start picking up Pokemon here. There's a lot of weakened Pokemon on Jody's side, but he does need to start evening out the Pokemon score. Even with a bunch of weakened Pokemon, playing from 2-4 down is going to be pretty tough. However, Garchomp still has a full health here. We still have a full health Pokemon in the back. So Sage is definitely setting up to make a comeback here. He's trying to win the late game, not necessarily just on Pokemon score.
And it looks like Seijin's going to protect his Garchomp, sending out Talonflame as Protect comes out from Pachirisu. Going to try and keep that Pachirisu on the field. Leaf Storm into the Protect. Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame. And the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air. Can't do anything. Really unfortunate break there on the switch in.
Now you wonder how it stays floating like that, but a really, really big freeze there. And that was sort of the issue of that Pokemon lead that Jody started to accumulate there, is that one wrong thing happening and there's just not enough ground to make it up. I think if Sage had gotten a position where he just had mostly full health Talonflame and mostly full health Garchomp out, it would have been a good situation there. But Pachirisu now only has a turn left unless it's able to absorb a Thunderbolt with that Volt Absorb. And Talonflame is...
the thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Seijin is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Mo problems. It faints and goes back to Jody's trainer. Tyranitar is still out though. You see the Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu. Not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed. Seijin was not happy about that turn of freeze, and Pachirisu finally faints thanks to the burn.
Yeah, Pachirisu certainly did his job, though. It's gotten Sage into a very manageable position now. Even though he's facing a decent Pokemon deficit here, he does have a bunch of damage on most of Jody's Pokemon, so it's not impossible he can come back from this one. However, he does still have that Salamence in the back. That Intimidate will be a big problem for both of these Pokemon, but the combination of Brave Bird and Rock Slide is still going to do a lot of damage to Charizard here if Seijin chooses to go that route. Even though Jody looks like he has the lead there, I don't know if he really likes this position. He's going to have to cut this very, very close to come out with the win.
Of course, you have to be careful with that Talonflame too, because it deals just as much damage to itself as it does to you. We do see Salamence switching in right now, going to get that Intimidate off onto both the Garchomp and the Talonflame. Going to be huge coming up as both of those physical attackers are going to want to abuse their physical moves. Charizard going to go ahead and Mega Evolve into Mega Charizard Y. Going to summon the Drought. Going to bring the Sun and strengthen the attack of all the fire moves on the side. Of course, Talonflame probably not going to want to be using that anymore, but Brave Bird will come out from Talonflame using that ability to make it priority. It's going to deal a lot of damage to Charizard, a little bit over half. Gets the recoil damage and the Life Orb damage, and the Rock Slide is going to connect with both Charizard and the Salamence. Is it going to be enough? Gets the KO on Charizard. Salamence still around, but Charizard going down for free. Pretty big deal.
Yeah, I think Seijin should be able to take this one. And that Super Fang in the last turn by Pachirisu there, it seemed like it was so irrelevant, only doing 17 damage there. I don't know if it's actually going to end up being so. With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this Tyranitar if it needs to. We've already seen that this Salamence has the Hobbenberry, not a Choice Scarf, so Garchomp should be able to finish it off, and we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Seijin Park takes game 1 of this best-of-3 set. Let's hear it for Seijin, everybody. Huge win for Seijin. You always want to take that first game in a series. It just, all the control is in his favor now.
Yeah, it's going to be a really overwhelming situation for Jody to try to deal with now. Not only are you in the finals of the World Championships, but against the player considered by many people to be the best in the world, you have to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
Very great game by Seijin there. It's not just that he won, but the way he won. He really understood what he needed to do there. He planned out the game so that he would be able to win in the end. It didn't matter if he fell down behind early as far as Pokemon remaining. It just mattered if he could close out the game. I think a lot of times players will get a little too involved with the trading each turn. We're just trying to win through tactics. Like, I'm going to win this turn. I'm going to outsmart my opponent. I'm going to get this knockout. But the long-term plan isn't there. We really see that from Seijin, where even though he seemed like he was losing most of the game, he ended up in a situation where he won the game cleanly because he always kept the end of the game in the mind, not just the beginning.
Yeah, definitely strong play from Seijin. We are going to go right into game 2. Seijin on the top of your screen, Jody on the bottom. Salamence and Lucario going to be the leads for Jody this time, as Seijin's going to go ahead and throw out that Garchomp and Gardevoir once again. So Jody switching up the leads a little bit, and Seijin just deciding to go with what works.
Yeah, I love Jody's switch up here. We saw the Mega Charizard throughout all of Jody's previously streamed matches. However, this Lucario can go both ways, it looks like. It does have Lucario Knight, so it's capable of Mega Evolution, and we see it
As
here.
It is. Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake not affecting Salamence or Gardevoir thanks to that telepathy, but will be able to get the damage onto Lucario. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody. A huge gambit from him, did not pay off, but Rock Tomb from Salamence going to hit that Garchomp and slow it down just a little bit.
Yeah, excellent play there on Seijin's end. I don't know if he trained his Pokemon with that Lucario Bullet Punch in mind, but I think that was one of Jody's main tricks in this matchup, the ability to use that Mega Lucario, which hadn't been seen before, and try to get a quick knockout of that Gardevoir. Once again, we see it very low in range of Sandstorm damage, but this time the damage looks like it may have been done. Garchomp's still in great position to try to do some damage here. Dragon Claw and Salamence or Earthquake and Tyranitar would do some very serious damage. Tyranitar's going to have to lock into a move here, which will help out Seijin significantly, planning out the rest of the game here. And getting one more knockout, even if it's not on Tyranitar, would prevent it from switching moves again, creating a much more winnable endgame situation for Seijin.
Jody is going to protect that Salamence, does not want to let this Dazzling Gleam get the KO there. Going to deal no damage to that Salamence, but super effective damage onto Tyranitar. Rock Slide is the choice from Jody. That's the play. Going to pick up the KO onto Gardevoir, get some damage onto Garchomp. Hope for a flinch here. Could be a huge for Jody. The Earthquake is going to go through. No flinches. Earthquake onto Tyranitar. This is a super effective hit. Is it going to be enough? No! Survives with just 12 HP. Salamence taking some Sandstorm damage, but a good KO, a KO that Jody needed.
Yeah, he does get some progress here. No longer has to worry about that Dazzling Gleam, which could easily knock out both of those Pokemon, but he gave up a lot to get it. Tyranitar on the verge of being knocked out now. Salamence also very low. Garchomp to easily knock out either of these Pokemon now that Tyranitar is locked into that Rock Slide. We did see Jody come back from a seemingly unwinnable situation during his top 4 match with that Rock Slide Tyranitar, getting some key critical hits and flinches. He might need that again here. Garchomp alone is creating a lot of threat right now, and we haven't even seen 2 of Seijin's Pokemon yet.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be Pachirisu. Pachirisu on the field, capable of redirecting any attack from Salamence now that Garchomp's slower thanks to that Rock Tomb. So it's a great play from Seijin to bring that back out.
Yeah, it can definitely help out a whole bunch here. A quick follow me prevents Salamence from creating any real threat here. And Garchomp kind of his pickup, which of the Pokemon it wants to try to knock out. Jody likely going to need to switch one of the 2 here, but the other one's going to be in a lot of danger. He's kind of got to hope that Seijin guesses wrong about which of the 2 that he switches out. There's also the threat, too, of a Super Fang here, but we do see the follow me.
Yeah, follow me coming out from Pachirisu. Jody keeping both in. Rock Slide coming out from Tyranitar. Going to have to hope for a flinch onto that Garchomp. It looks like we do see some small damage on both. Draco Meteor from Jody onto that Pachirisu. Probably originally targeted for that Garchomp. Will connect, will deal some good damage, but we've already seen not enough. That Pachirisu's so bulky. If that Mo Rotom's Leaf Storm wasn't proof enough, it just tanked a Salamence Draco Meteor and no flinch. So Rock Slide does come out from Garchomp. That should be a double KO. No! 2 HP from Salamence, but fortunately, we'll have to see, will the Sand stick around? Yes, one more turn of Sand does pick up the KO on Salamence. So double KO for Seijin that turn.
This game, he does get the Pokemon lead. A big 3-1 advantage now. He still has his redirection available with Pachirisu here, so hard to imagine anything Jody can do here. I never thought I'd see the day where Pachirisu was a world champion, but it looks like we're on the verge of it here.
Yeah, and it looks like Mo Rotom is going to be Jody's last hope to keep the world safe from world champion Pachirisu. But up against the Garchomp and the Pachirisu. Pachirisu, of course, could take one for the team, use that follow me to redirect any attacks from Mo Rotom. But instead, Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Mo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit! A critical hit, and Seijin
The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sagen, everybody.
You see Sagen's react there. No player in the world deserved a world championship more than Sagen did.
All right, Pokemon fans, we are about to go into your Masters 2015 World Championships final here. Let's hear it for these two competitors as they face off on the main stage. I believe we're going to check out their teams right here. Let's get this going. And there we go. Of course, we did a little analysis a second ago there. I believe that is Shoma's team on screen here. We can go over it real quick again. It's that Kangaskhan, Heatran, Thundurus, Landorus, Cresselia, as well as Amoonguss that we were hinting at a little bit earlier. The two interesting Pokemon you got to watch out for, again, on Shoma's team are going to be the Heatran and Amoonguss, which are different from Hideyuki's team, which is Kangaskhan, Cresselia, Aegislash, Thundurus, Landorus, and Volcarona. So the different Pokemon there being Volcarona and, of course, Aegislash.
Yeah, I won't be too surprised to see both Aegislash and Amoonguss in this battle. Both of them are pretty good against some Pokemon on the opposing team. Amoonguss especially a Pokemon that you bring to help deal with Pokemon like Kangaskhan, so if you can't bring it in this matchup, certainly I could wonder what it's there for.
Exactly, Scott. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what they chose to do with their similar Pokemon, right? Like the movesets can vary and items as well.
And one thing I think is interesting that both of them agreed on was that they actually have Protect in both of their Thundurus, typically not a decision we see made, but both these guys, and one of the Cresselia too actually have a Protect, they really like being able to play defensively.
They are locked in. The crowd is going wild as they are anticipating an epic match here between two incredible players. Now, as we see Shoma toss out his first two Pokemon, it's going to be a Landorus Heatran lead there for Shoma on the top, and Hideyuki bringing the Aegislash and the Kangaskhan, and the Intimidates are going to go ahead and get fired off here. Going to reduce the attack of Kangaskhan and Aegislash by one stage each.
So we see two of the Pokemon that are unique to each trainer, both the Steel-type Pokemon, Aegislash and Heatran. Heatran pretty good in that matchup as a Fire-type Pokemon, but Aegislash also has the advantage of being out here, at least not being affected by the Intimidate from Landorus, and pending how much Shoma knows about the Aegislash, has to be a little bit concerned about the potential of Wide Guard messing with both Heat Wave and Earthquake here. Unfortunately, I don't believe that the Aegislash has Wide Guard, but maybe he knows that, maybe he doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they matched up a little bit earlier in the tournament, or maybe they took a little bit of time to scout out the teams. You never know what can happen here, but you know both of these players did as much as they could to potentially prepare. We see Hideyuki actually switching out the Aegislash now and bringing in his own Landorus. Going to go ahead and get an Intimidate onto the Landorus there of Shoma, as well as the Heatran, which will be reducing their attack by one stage. And right after this Kangaskhan goes Mega, I do believe that we will start to see some moves from both of our competitors. And there it is, a big superpower into that Kangaskhan, but the Intimidate really protecting it, as well as the potential training here. That Kangaskhan really eating that up. We see the stat drops there, and Kangaskhan hitting right back with a power-up punch, getting its attack boosted a little bit here, but depending on where the Heatran has decided to attack or what it is going to do, this could be a bad time for Kangaskhan. Let's see what we get from Shoma there. It's a connect on the Heat Wave. He's excited about it. How much damage will it do? No, Kangaskhan hanging on with 17 hit points, and Landorus still in there with 83, about 50%.
Yeah, I mean, Landorus still in there, and Kangaskhan as well, but that's a lot of damage to take on the first turn. Even getting that power-up punch, Kangaskhan is at one level of raised attack, but that's at a huge cost. And this Kangaskhan has been trained to be extremely powerful defensively, still nearly gets knocked out in a single turn. The one advantage is that the Landorus on the other side now, 2 levels of reduced attack, 1 level of reduced defense. It's not going to be able to do a whole lot. Very tempting to switch here, though, with Kangaskhan being so weak. I can still choose to use an attack and knock it out, but it's going to be very important now for Hideyuki to try to do something to get some better board position. I can't just lose these Pokemon for free and not get something out of it, or he's going to fall too far behind to take this first game.
And both players waiting until the final moments here to lock in their moves. We did see that Landorus definitely outspeed there in that previous turn, so that could be enough to get rid of him. And I think we saw a Rock Slide miss there as it connects on one of these Pokemon, and Kangaskhan dodges it. That is absolutely huge. Oh, and there we go. The berry does come out there for the Heatran. It looks like it is going to be a Shuka Berry. Should reduce the damage of this, and I do not think the Landorus... Wow! What just happened? Are you kidding me? Sacrificing the Kangaskhan there to pick up the feint on the Heatran, and that was absolutely incredible amounts of damage onto the Heatran with a Shuka Berry. Are you kidding me? But it doesn't affect the opposing Landorus.
Yeah, that damage to the Power Punch actually made a big deal. You know, the Shuka Berry not able to allow Heatran to survive the Earthquake. And we do end up with the Pokemon, or both players having 3 Pokemon remaining in spite of how bad the beginning of that game looked. I also have to feel a little bit bad for the poor Kangaskhan there. You know, it dodges that Rock Slide. It looks like it's going to get to survive the turn. And then its own Landorus knocks it out.
Yeah, how unfortunate. Maybe just not anticipating making it through that turn anyway. So what's the risk in that? And unfortunately, you see how that can play out sometimes.
Yeah, it's still a good play, though. I mean,
yes,
definitely worth it. Get rid of that Heatran, make a clean trade there, and at least end up in a pretty good position. Now, you know, the Landorus on one side is very low in health, but since the other one has the reduced levels of attack and defense, it's actually pretty even positioning right now.
Both players taking a minute to choose this next Pokemon, bringing the Aegislash, I think, back in here, but now Shoma revealing the Thundurus.
Yeah, Thundurus, really cool Pokemon. I like the way both these players have chosen to use their Thundurus. The one on this side has got safety goggles, which will help with the Amoonguss, which unfortunately is only on his team.
Yes.
So no item essentially on the Thundurus for this matchup. Thunderbolt, Swagger, Thunder Wave, and Protect the moveset. Notable here because it doesn't have a way to damage this Landorus. It's actually very good positioning now for Hideyuki, even though he'd been losing in the beginning of the game. Landorus weakened enough that Earthquake's not going to do very much to this Aegislash. Thundurus can't attack Landorus at all. Might be time for everyone's favorite move, Swagger.
That could come into play here as we see the switch out for Shoma, bringing in a new Pokemon into the spot of the Landorus, and it's going to be Kangaskhan, Shoma's mega Pokemon. A Thunder Wave now, maybe just trying to stop the Aegislash from even attacking at this point. And we're going to get a move here now from Hideyuki. It's going to be a Rock Slide. Should do quite a bit of damage. Super effective, of course, against the flying typing there of the Thundurus. And Kangaskhan not taking too much, really showing its defensive training there. Oh, and the paralysis. It pays off exactly what Shoma wanted.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder Wave, kind of a nice thing to get on there rather than the Swagger. You're less likely to stop the attack, but, you know, the paralysis will stick for the rest of the battle, unlike, you know, Confusion, which you can switch out of. Even though we had the lower chance there, only a 25% chance to be fully paralyzed instead of 50 from Confusion, he gets it. Now he can Swagger this turn if he wants to and prevents all that damage. So Thunder is able to survive the turn probably because of that. And, again, momentum might be shifting, this time back to Shoma.
Definitely shifting right back to Shoma on that. A huge play. Sometimes the risk-reward moves do pay off, and that one did right there as Shoma probably deciding to go Mega here and maybe threatening with a potential fake out. And if Hideyuki decides to attack, could get hurt pretty hard if he's got that. If he's got a move to hit into that slot with Kangaskhan. Now we see the switch into Volcarona here as Kangaskhan does go Mega. You never want to see a Sucker Punch from Kangaskhan if you're Aegislash. It's not going to be a good time. But the Volcarona does come in here, and a Thunder Wave, very, very nice from Shoma on the top screen there. Great call, and huge anticipation because Thunder Wave would do absolutely nothing. Oh, and another paralysis there. And of course, like I said, Thunder Wave would have done absolutely nothing to Landorus.
And Kangaskhan also doing nothing there, Sucker Punching into the air, but pretty interesting turn. You know, Volcarona switching in there, anticipating that there'd probably be a Sucker Punch into the Landorus slot to prevent it from attacking, but cleverly, Thunder Wave's the same slot, so even though Sucker Punch doesn't do anything, that final Pokemon now paralyzed, and Volcarona won't be doing any Quiver Dancing without, at least if it does any Quiver Dancing, it's not be going too quickly while it's paralyzed, so a great way to slow down this Volcarona, and also again to see one of the Pokemon that's different between the two teams.
Yeah, Shoma definitely setting himself up for victory in match number 1 of the grand finals here, but Hideyuki definitely no slouch and has probably played out of way worse situations than this. And we see Aegislash finally getting through the paralysis there, manages to go shield form and will be protecting itself, hopefully from any attacks, but maybe not a Swagger, depending on what we see from Shoma here, who has decided to actually Swagger the Volcarona, now kind of locked into paralysis and a potential confusion here. So will it hit through is the question as we get another move from the Pokemon here. Let's see what it can be. Oh my gosh, it does hit through with, I think, a flamethrower. Not quite enough to finish off the Thundurus.
And that Flamethrower, it seemed like for sure it knocked out the Thundurus, and that would have been a big deal. You know, part of why Hideyuki chose to withdraw his Landorus earlier was to save that Intimidate that Landorus brings. The final two Pokemon, if Thundurus was knocked out, would have been Kangaskhan and Landorus. Both of whom are physical attackers, so getting that Intimidate on them would have been big. Now still has the option to switch if Landorus comes in, at least for a little while longer, but Thundurus certainly not going to be able to attack or take any more attacks from anything at this point.
Yep, and then definitely Kangaskhan not being able to really do much here. Maybe Shoma needing to go on the offensive with it. Nice swagger there, or into that Aegis Slash slot there. Going to go ahead and confuse it. Will it manage to hit through? We haven't seen much at all, and there it is, a return from Kangaskhan into that Volcarona slot, taking quite a bit of damage there. Yes, from that burn there, I think the flame body activating. And here we go. Will it be able to hit through confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited. Volcarona hanging in there with 5 hit points. Aegis Slash now going into blade form. Shoma needs something to happen here. Will it be confused? Will it be paralyzed? What is going to happen? It gets through. It's going to be a flash cannon onto the Kangaskhan that is burned, and I think the burn will go ahead and finish it up. The Mega falls for Shoma, and Hideyuki seem to be turning this match around.
Yeah, very big to finally get an attack through. You know, with that paralysis and the confusion on these Pokemon, they're more likely not to be able to attack than to attack. But Volcarona cleverly turning this around by doing damage by being attacked. It has that Rocky Helmet and the Flame Body ability. One of the great reasons to use Volcarona, it's one of the lesser seen Fire-type Pokemon, but every time that Kangaskhan hits it, it's got a pretty good chance of getting burned, and since it hits twice with every attack, it cannot use a Parental Bond against it.
And it does look like we get the Landorus here now from Shoma, of course, being the final Pokemon there, which does leave that Landorus for Hideyuki to come back in and go ahead and maybe get an Intimidate onto the Landorus of Shoma that is essentially stuck in for the rest of the match here. Although Landorus being quite a threatening Pokemon here in this situation.
Yeah, the full health Landorus on that side of the field, even if he does get intimidated once, is in pretty good position here. The enemy Landorus much weaker on Hideyuki's side, so even though there's a Pokemon advantage, I think actually Shoma's still in a little bit better position.
And both trainers playing very defensively here with only 5 minutes left on the clock. It's really just flying by at this point. I can't believe that we're that deep into this matchup here. And a switch from Hideyuki definitely going to reduce the attack of Shoma's Landorus there, as well as the Thundurus on that side. And Aegis Slash trying to go for something here. It looks like it's paralyzed. Shoma throwing his arms up, very excited to see this happen here as he goes for the Earthquake in the blade form of Aegis Slash. Will it be enough? 35 hit points. Oh my gosh, that Intimidate paying off big time and activating the weakness policy.
Yeah, that's a big deal, and Thunderbolt's going to come in and knock out the Aegis Slash.
Finishing it off, so it looks like just a little too late on that weakness policy.
Yeah, the paralysis is a big deal, too. It's what I was kind of excited about there. It has Shadow Sneak, not something we see too frequently, mostly on Battle Spot, I guess, which makes sense, I guess, as one of the best Battle Spot players using that Aegis Slash. You know, Shadow Sneak would have knocked out that Thundurus, allowed for a 3-to-1 advantage, but the paralysis works. Thundurus survives yet another turn, and it looks like Shoma's going to be able to take this first game here. Big lead.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting with the final plays here. I don't think that Volcarona's got much time left on it with that paralysis there, of course. Won't be outspeeding any Pokemon anytime soon here. Thundurus not really going to do much, but I think we'll see these Landers face off, and it looks like Shoma probably in a better position.
Yeah, unless it happens that there's a slower, or that Shodas is, let's just go.
Yeah, let's just take a look at it. It looks like it's going to be a knockoff here, actually, from Shoma, doing quite a bit of damage there and knocking off the item there, and we get the Thunderbolt. Going to go ahead and finish off the Volcarona, and a very, very weak Landorus there on Hideyuki's side. It's going to be a Rock Slide. Should pick up the feint, of course. Oh my gosh, the Rock Slide dodge. Are you absolutely kidding me?
Yeah, Thundurus came to play here for the World Finals.
Yeah.
Seems like it should have fainted about 7 times now, but just surviving this battle. I was going to say is that all that really could happen here is if Shoma's Landorus was slower, it could lose to a series of Rock Slides. Doesn't look like that's going to happen here. It ends up being quicker, wisely knockoffs for the 100% accuracy, and should be able to close the game out.
That is it. Shoma throwing a fist up in celebration to the fans out there. Let's hear it, guys, as Shoma takes game number 1 of the grand finals match. of match number 1 of match final.
Looks pretty intense over there, right? That's a very close game. I think both players realize 1 or 2 turns in the other direction, and they could easily have lost that game. So should we have a great game 2 here? I think either side could easily take any of the games they played here. They could probably play 9 and end 5-4. So
yes,
should give... anything could happen here, I guess. I think both sides probably going to want to make a few adjustments. Volcarona, in particular, was kind of an interesting Pokemon to me in that match. when you have a match that's such a mirror, you're kind of tempted to use the Pokemon that are different. I don't know if it ended up being worth it or not. Certainly created some big problems for the Kangaskhan, but having to switch it into that Thunder Wave was really problematic. Maybe it'd be a good adjustment to get it out a little bit sooner so that I can actually get an attack off before being paralyzed.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be the key here is making sure you realize the value of your Pokemon. Both of these trainers maybe even knowing each other's teams, of course, both from Japan, maybe in the circuit. Also maybe matched up against each other just throughout the tournament. I mean, a lot of people played each other in this, and especially if you went to the grand finals, you might have run into the other trainer.
Yeah, I think at this point they're probably pretty familiar with what each player is using, regardless of whether or not they played against one another. One Pokemon I'd kind of like to see is the Thundurus we didn't see last game. I think that having it available to not be hit by that Thunder Wave, to try to taunt and avoid the Swagger, the combination of Thunder and Swagger from Shoma was really pretty devastating that game. Just prevented Volcarona from attacking much. It prevented Aegislash from attacking much. Thunder Wave, one of the most popular and strongest moves in the format, basically the reason that Thundurus is used. And in spite of Thundurus' inability to hit the enemy Landorus, is probably the MVP of that match.
Yeah, it did a lot of work setting up these Pokemon. We did see Aegislash struggling to just hit through anything really the entire time. But like you said, Scott, I think one of the riskiest decisions was making that switch into Volcarona there, and the next level plays from Shoma, getting that Thunder Wave off really set him up for the rest of the game. Although, little Flame Body kind of was there, but just got to figure out the right way to use it. Now, the Rocky Helmet also nice, but we get the leads from both of our trainers here. Hideyuki going with the Aegislash Kangaskhan lead here, and Shoma Kangaskhan and Heatran.
Yeah, that's not so good there for Hideyuki. Again, we get the two Steel-type Pokemon facing off in the first turn, but you definitely want to be on the Heatran side of that. The one advantage is that if it does turn out that Heatran hits Aegislash with a Heat Wave, likely to survive it and then fire back with a Shadow Ball. So Heatran actually has to be careful here. Since Aegislash is so powerful defensively in its shield form, it can't just try to knock it out without weakening it first, unless it wants to risk being knocked out in return, or perhaps worse, allowing for a boosted Flash Cannon to take down the partner Kangaskhan here, which is going to be a very important Pokemon in this matchup.
Yeah, there's. I do believe that Aegislash will be able to handle a Heat Wave just fine here. It's going to be up to both of these competitors to decide what they want to do with their Mega Pokemon. Keep it on the field, go for Fake Out, switch out. What's the right call?
Now, one advantage, too, is Heatran has the option to substitute, so it doesn't have to go on the offensive, where Aegislash is all offense all the time.
Yeah, and then we do see the Mega Pokemon come out here for, I believe, Hideyuki on the bottom screen there. And let's see if Shoma goes for it as well. Protect. Shoma seems really excited. I don't know what's going to happen here. We get that Protect from Kangaskhan. Oh, no, the King Shield. So a double Protect from Hideyuki, and this could be big. The 2 stages of reduced attack there for Kangaskhan. Ouch. As Heatran finishes off the turn and, of course, does nothing to either of the 2 protected Pokemon.
Heatran trying to attack there, and Kangaskhan also attacking. You see it didn't Mega Evolve. Tried to go for one of the cheekier plays there by not Mega Evolving and taking advantage of that Scrappy ability.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it allowed it to hit Aegislash, which just let it activate King Shield instead of actually do damage there.
Yeah, that was a brutal turn for Shoma. Didn't even get that substitute up, so definitely could have gone the other way there. But it looks like Hideyuki making a great turn 1 play.
Yeah, very good play. I do love the guts on Shoma's side, though, being willing to try to attack with Scrappy against Aegislash, but unfortunately it doesn't play out for him very well that time.
So it's so excited to so sad after realizing that the Aegislash went into King Shield form. Now, Shoma, of course, going Mega this turn, not waiting any longer here. Heatran's going to go ahead and protect itself from any potential fighting-type moves into that slot here. And, oh my, Power-Up Punch into the Kangaskhan of Shoma is going to go ahead and boost the attack of this Kangaskhan by 2 stages because of that Parental Bond ability there. And this is looking pretty scary as actually the Aegislash, I think, oh my gosh, there it is. The low kick from Kangaskhan taking off about 50% of the health there. And we're going to see Aegislash go ahead and get a turn. Where will it attack is the question. I think it's going to be a Shadow Ball and maybe into the Protect.
Yeah, Aegislash not getting anything done there. Unfortunately for it, getting out of its shield form to no avail. But Kangaskhan now on Hideyuki's side, getting those boosted levels of attack where the enemy Kangaskhan has reduced levels of attack. So a pretty big advantage on the board now. The Power-Up Punch, unfortunately, even though it gives all those stages of attack, doesn't do a whole lot of damage. So Heatran probably still safe for another turn, but definitely going to need to be very careful if you're Shoma here. You don't want to just cough up a Pokemon for free. Now even switching Kangaskhan is really dangerous because returning to that slot can pretty much just chunk anything on Shoma's team now.
Yeah, it's going to make for a very, very very, very scary Kangaskhan there with Sucker Punch potential now really boosted there, giving it that priority. Oh my gosh, the Shadow Sneak now coming out. We didn't get to see it last game, doing a little bit of damage to Heatran, and maybe, wow, Shoma going first here. Is it enough? No! The Kangaskhan holds on with 1 hit point. Absolutely incredible, and the power-up punch now into the Heatran slot after the Shadow Sneak, the stage of attack getting boosted here, and the little Kang gonna go ahead and finish off the Heatran of Shoma. Oh my gosh, that was the most insane play I have seen.
Yeah, that's absolutely clutch. Kangaskhan just barely surviving. You know, if it had been knocked out there, the series is probably over, and Shoma is probably your new world championship. The Kangaskhan survives, gets the knockout, and the way that knockout was set up is beautiful. You know, Aegislash getting that little bit of chip damage. You know, at that point, you know exactly how much damage you need. That wasn't a coincidence that Heatran was just barely knocked out. I'm sure this Kangaskhan was probably trained to pick up that knockout. Very, very close to not getting it, but you know, there's no point in wasting it. You don't get any bonuses for doing, you know, twice a Pokemon's HP and damage.
No, not at all. I was on the edge of my seat for that one as I saw the life bar slowly draining from the Kangaskhan, ready to go back into the Pokeball as Shoma takes as much time as possible to select this next Pokemon here, as we see the Thundurus come in there for Shoma on the top screen. 3 Pokemon to 4 right now.
Yeah, the advantage there is pretty big, but with Kangaskhan only at a single hit point and slower than the Kangaskhan on the previous turn, unless that was a speed tie, it's going to be very difficult for Kangaskhan actually to attack. Even just firing sucker punches in the slot can prevent it from moving. But it does have Protect, unlike many Kangaskhan we see, so it can at least stall some turns here, maybe get some attention, waste some attacks, try to create an opening where Shoma gets a little bit too aggressive, assuming Kangaskhan's not going to do anything, and maybe coughs up another knockout.
Exactly, Scott. Well analyzed there. As we see, both of these Pokemon did protect that turn 1, so we could see maybe a repeat there. And actually, it's going to be a switch of the Aegislash maybe into that Landorus now of Hideyuki, and there it is, of course, going to reduce that Kangaskhan that's already in a bad position by another stage of attack, and onto that Thundurus as well. Kangaskhan now protecting, so Thundurus maybe not having a move here to do really to that Pokemon, and it's going to be a nice swagger, going to land the confusion but boost its physical attack. That could be scary as we wait for the Kangaskhan to hit with return here, taking it down to about 50%.
The damage is might not be as irrelevant as it looks. Again, Landorus getting weakened. We saw what happened last game when the Landorus and Shoma side was so much healthier than its opponent. However, Landorus getting in relatively free here, weakening the Kangaskhan even more. It makes this Thundurus really important. Unfortunately for Kangaskhan, doesn't get a chance to attack there, but if it was able to knock out the Pokemon that Thundurus slot, and Kangaskhan was to be stuck on the field so weakened, it would almost certainly lose Shoma the game.
And now we see Shoma actually switching into his own Landorus here, getting those Intimidates off, reducing the attack of Hideyuki's Pokemon by 1 stage, and Hideyuki now switching out, preserving that Kangaskhan. Now we'll have Fake Out later in the game, I believe, if it's carrying that, and we see the switch in to the Aegislash. The Confusion, this is the biggest turn, I think, right here. Will it hit itself and Confusion, or will it hit through? No, the Rock Slide gets off, and it's going to do a ton of damage to these Pokemon with that boost. Oh, it missed. I didn't realize there was a huge miss on the Rock Slide. I cannot believe it.
Yeah, I mean, not the biggest ton of damage, but still it's important. Kangaskhan would be knocked out by another Rock Slide now. And Aegislash continues to be dangerous. He gets in for free there, expecting a Sucker Punch would probably come into that Kangaskhan slot, not wanting just to give it up for free. If you're going to have to switch it to Aegislash anyway, might as well preserve the Kangaskhan. You never know when it's going to help. Sort of a frustrating position now to be in for Shoma. You want to take out this Aegislash, it's a big threat, and you want to get rid of Landorus as well. If it shakes up that Confusion, you just kind of give it a level of attack for free. But Aegislash is going to be difficult to target down here unless both a Sucker Punch and an Earthquake were to go into that slot, because you don't want to just weaken it a little bit, activate Weakness Policy, and lose a Pokemon for it. Exactly. Tough spot, because Landorus is also not a Pokemon to ignore.
And we see now Shoma switching out the Kangaskhan here. It being so weakened at this point, there's really not much else it could do. And the Thundurus now coming in here. A Rock Slide from Shoma's Landorus goes first, connecting here, doing a little bit of damage here. He's got his hands up, looking for that Confusion. He does not get it, and a big Rock Slide gets fired off, doing a ton of damage to the Thundurus of Shoma, as well as damage to that Landorus there. So both Genies taking huge amounts of damage, and we see Aegislash going into Blade form. Will it attack? Yes, a Shadow Ball as well. Oh my gosh, it does look like Hideyuki wrapping it up, but no, Shoma gonna get another turn out of this Pokemon here, unless we see that Shadow Sneak.
It seems like every Pokemon in this battle just hanging in with a little bit of health. I mean, and that's some of how these players have trained their Pokemon. You know, they've had a little bit of defensive training over the course of a tournament. There's a lot of hits you're going to survive you couldn't otherwise. We're seeing why these Pokemon get so deep. Keep in mind, however, this Aegislash does have Shadow Sneak. Neither of these Pokemon are safe, even though Aegislash is the slowest Pokemon in the field. And boy, is this Thundurus wondering, you know, what have I done? You know, I gave this swagger to Landorus, just turned it around and threw rocks at me. Potentially, that's the danger of that move, right? You try to stop your opponent from attacking, but if they do get to attack, they attack a lot harder.
Yeah, it's a lot on the line for both of these players who I'm sure are very, very focused right now. We do see the swagger here. I think the best, most safest play here for Shoma, going to hope that Aegislash cannot get a potential Shadow Sneak off here. A lot on the line for these two trainers, almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a game 3. Shoma, though, outspeeding, still maybe won't take any damage from this Landorus here, who's still in with 11 hit points, and it does not get an attack off.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways things can go wrong for the Landorus here. You have to worry about flinching, you have to worry about missing. No attack, but with only 2 Pokemon remaining at such low health, a really great position now, and Shoma looks like he's in trouble. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Aegislash switch out here. There's that weakened Kangaskhan in the back that's not going to be able to do much against these quicker Pokemon, so shake that confusion off of Aegislash probably, get in a position where you can Shadow Sneak that Landorus, pick up that knockoff, probably clean up the game here. Just beautifully played game, and excited that we might be seeing a 3rd game here, but it's not quite over yet.
That is going to be absolutely incredible here as Hideyuki decides to switch out the Landorus, and will allow it for a switch in a little bit later to get an Intimidate off here. Kangaskhan does come in, as well as a King Shield for Hideyuki. Shoma still fighting here, and there goes the King Shield for Aegislash. Oh no, Landorus attacking directly into that slot is going to feel the effects of that reduced attack. Not only from that, but most likely from the switch in of the Landorus here on Hideyuki's side, but does pick up the feint of the Kangaskhan who switched in there. So I'm guessing we'll see a Landorus play on this one.
Yeah, choosing instead of risking, or not worried about the risk, I guess, of Aegislash hitting himself trying to go to King Shield, instead preserving Landorus to have that Intimidate later, but Volcarona actually coming in instead. We get to see once again it get its revenge, and I think it's a very safe position here. Kangaskhan actually can't knock Volcarona out without knocking itself out, and Shadow Sneak threatening Landorus.
And does look like we get a Sucker Punch from Kangaskhan, doing quite a bit of damage on that critical hit here. However, activating the weakness policy, will we see a double critical hit, and is that even enough to get rid of Aegislash? No, hanging in there with 18 hit points. Now we see Aegislash going to go ahead and switch into Blade form here, most likely choosing Shadow Sneak based on its move priority there, and we do see it take out the Landorus of Shoma Honami there on the top screen as it goes back to its trainer, and of course Volcarona out there to do some work with a little flamethrower into the Kangaskhan, and we have a Game 3 at your 2015 Pokemon World Championships.
How much work did Aegislash do in that game? I mean, that Shadow Sneak Aegislash, this is not something you see in the high-level play of the video game championships typically, but we really needed that Shadow Sneak right there. I've seen some previous series where Shadow Sneak was very important. A little bit strange to me to see how effective it's been. You know, maybe it's something that players shouldn't have been selling off so easily.
Yeah, we see how useful it can be when it manages to get through those paralysis turns there.
And important here to remember, these players, 1 game away now from becoming the World Championships. They're playing for, I believe, $5,000 more in scholarship money. They've both made quite a bit already. So this is a very important match for these guys. You kind of see them both looking very focused and stressed out here. And, you know, this is a moment that could change their lives. So they've got to focus on this one.
Yeah,
big
definitely.
Moment.
It's all you've been essentially working for. The hours that all of us as competitors put into this game is absolutely astounding, the dedication to something we love here. And you are exactly right, Scott. There is a lot of scholarship money on the line here for both of these players, as well as the other ones that finished at the high level here, all getting a little piece of that prize pool.
Yeah, $10,000 for first place, $7,500 for second. So it's $2,500 they're playing for, a pretty big chunk of change. You know, you come into this tournament, you're expecting, you know, hopefully I'll put up a good performance, you know, hopefully I don't embarrass myself. Instead, playing to become the world champion, playing for nice bit of scholarship money here, and we've had a really great series so far. Both sides now kind of have to think about, okay, you know, what do I do here? What won me the first game that I won? What lost me the game that I lost? I think the big deal is definitely Thundurus in both games. Unfortunately, some of it being the Thunder Wave and Swagger going there. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, and both competitors taking till the final second, guys. Let's hear it from our fans live in Boston, Massachusetts at the World Championships for your two competitors. Your next world champion is on stage right now, guys. Keep it going for him. All right, here we go into the match now. Both trainers throwing out their Pokemon. We get the Heatran and Kangaskhan lead there on the top screen, and the Kangaskhan Aegislash. What is going on? Same leads as last time, taken to the very final second to choose the same Pokemon, but maybe it's the last two.
Yeah, both sides completely unfazed by the previous game, just doing the same thing. I think that kind of makes sense in the sense that, I don't know, maybe if the Thunder Wave rolls, the Swagger rolls had gone differently, both the first two games results could have been flipped. So maybe both sides just think their strategy is right, and they're going to put this one in the hands of the game a little bit.
Yeah, definitely, Scott. I agree with you. It's going to be really interesting to just see those choices. We saw it a little bit earlier in the top four, the same leads, but choosing completely different moves as Kangaskhan there for, I want to say, Hideyuki goes Mega, and or actually that was Shoma's Kangaskhan there going Mega, and now we will get the Mega Kangaskhan from Hideyuki, deciding to keep both of these Pokemon in here, so no switching so far on any Pokemon. This is interesting. A Protect now from Hideyuki, not wanting to maybe get faked out or take any damage. Will it be another double Protect? No King Shield here, it looks like. It's the substitute this time from Shoma, so I'm really liking that that choice, and I don't think it will be an attack into that Aegislash, considering there was a Mega for Shoma, and Aegislash going on the offensive with a Shadow Ball, most likely breaking the substitute here, so a good play by Shoma, not really taking that much damage, and Kangaskhan really not taking any as well, and now Aegislash out in the open for some damage.
Yeah, I like that play by the Aegislash side of the field, though. We've seen what can happen so far in this tournament when you give Heatran a substitute for free, and with no fake out on one side of the field, Protect on the other, you kind of know that Kangaskhan can't really do anything to stop that substitute from going up. So even though it's kind of a risky play, Aegislash gets that Shadow Ball off. You know, if it had been a Heat Wave instead, it would just get a knockout. So yeah, I'm really seeing the power of weakness policy, I guess, to kind of enable some plays that normally you can't make. And even though Aegislash is going to have to probably get back into its King Shield now, unless it wants to be very risky, it does prevent Heatran from getting set up and gets Kangaskhan now free to attack, not having to worry about that fake out.
And we saw that it definitely takes at least one power-up punch in order for that Kangaskhan to take out that Heatran, so I don't think Heatran has much to worry about on this turn from Aegislash, so definitely can risk it, I think, on this one, as we see Aegislash going King Shield here, and both players staring intently at their 3DS screens here as we get a huge hit from the Kangaskhan, hanging on with 9 hit points. Hideyuki will definitely be hitting back here. Shoma maybe hoping to pick up the knockout there. It's a big return, so both players just really trading Kangaskhan's almost at this point here as Kangaskhan hangs on in the yellow. What will Heatran do, though? It's a Heat Wave. It connects, and I think we will see the Kangaskhan faint for Hideyuki.
Yeah, Kangaskhan can't hang on this time. Very cleanly knocked out. You kind of see the power of a low kick rather than power-up punch.
Yes.
Though, I guess a return as powerful as the one that Shoma did there would probably still have put it in range of Heat Wave. Now, previously, we'd kind of seen Landorus coming in a little bit earlier, helping Kangaskhan reduce damage from the attacks on the other side so it can survive. This time, Landorus coming in a turn too late there. Kangaskhan's already been knocked out, but at least this Aegislash does get back into shield form. Again, kind of creating that threat of, well, do you really want to Heat Wave and risk me firing a boosted attack back at you?
Exactly, and choosing his Pokemon very quick there. Just knew Landorus is coming out, and we still have not seen that fourth and final Pokemon from Hideyuki, so could be a game changer just waiting back there in a Pokeball.
Makes you wonder also, it's a Pokemon that can't handle these two Pokemon well. When you move that quickly, sometimes if you're on the other side, you kind of think, well, I guess there wasn't too much of a decision for my opponent to make there, so that could be important information for Shoma to hone in on.
Yeah, you might know that exactly who it is. Shoma now deciding to switch out here, realizing that Landorus might be able to get rid of it here, and switching into his own Landorus. Going to go ahead and get an Intimidate off onto Hideyuki's Landorus. And interesting enough, that reduced stage of attack on Aegislash will lower its Shadow Sneak.
And not as relevant as usually is.
And we do see the Protect there from the Heatran, not taking any damage on this Rock Slide, and a little bit of damage onto the Landorus there now, who has Hideyuki decided to target with this Aegislash here. It's going to be a Shadow Ball, doing a nice chunk of damage there, taking the Landorus down to about 50% health.
It's kind of fun that that's a Shadow Ball and not a Flash Cannon. You're just, I'm not scared of you, Kangaskhan. I know you're switching out.
Yeah. That's very, very true there. A huge risk, considering you would not be able to hit into a normal type with a Ghost type attack.
Still pretty good positioning for both sides. Heatran didn't really get anything out of protecting there, perhaps expecting to be double targeted instead. So a decent advantage now on the health of the Pokemon on the field. But the Pokemon advantage going the other direction. Very close match here. Either side can still easily take this one.
And I do believe last time we saw Shoma's Landorus go first, I think, with that knockoff. So Shoma maybe being able to use that to his advantage.
Yeah, having the quicker Landorus is a huge deal here, especially for Rock Slide.
And it does look like it's actually a Protect on Hideyuki's Landorus here. Aegislash maybe going King Shield as well, so essentially a double Protect here. There will be no damage taken for Hideyuki on this turn, unless someone's got access to a move that I don't know about. So let's see what we get from Shoma here, who's looking to hit both these Pokemon, but it does not attack directly, I think, into that Aegislash there, so no reduced attack.
Yeah, that's important too. It's going to be key to try to probably get a knockoff on that Aegislash when the opportunity arises. If he thinks he can get a Heat Wave off as well, the combination of those two attacks should be able enough to knock out Aegislash before it's able to take advantage of the weakness policy. Unfortunately, the problem with that is that a Shadow Sneak and an Earthquake could probably do the same thing to Heatran if there's a way for the other side to pull it off. Unfortunately, you don't want an Earthquake with your own Aegislash in the field, so finding the opportunity to do that's going to be dangerous. Unless expecting a double target in the other slot, since you can activate your own Aegislash's weakness policy just as easily.
Yeah, we've seen how much damage it can do even with a Shuka Berry on it, although I do think that we saw that Intimidate a little bit earlier, right?
Yeah, I think you need a little bit of extra damage probably because of the Berry and the Intimidate.
Yes, and here comes the Protect there of Heatran, and we're going to get moves from our knockoff now from Shoma into Hideyuki's Landorus there. Just trying to get rid of that item as we get some moves back, and it looks like great Protect there, maybe a superpower, I'm not sure on the entire moveset here of this Landorus. And oh my gosh, great Protect there from Shoma.
Yeah, Heatran stopping all those attacks. And that's kind of the strength of Heatran, right? It's such a dominating Pokemon. You don't want to just give it free substitutes to start firing off Heat Waves recklessly. It's a very difficult Pokemon for a lot of Pokemon to damage because of its great defensive typing. So the temptation is, you think you have an opportunity to get it just to fire a bunch of attacks that way. Heatran's blocked a bunch of attacks this round, and that's kind of what you have to do to keep an advantage like this one. Heatran's been on the field the entire battle right now, barely taking any damage. I believe it did most of it damage to itself, so it's doing pretty good.
It's really sinking in for me right now, Scott. This is the last match of the grand finals. A ton is on the line. It's 1-1, and it's going to be absolutely incredible as Shoma looks to take his 4 Pokemon against the 3 Pokemon of Hideyuki. We see the shield form now for Hideyuki on that Aegislash there in the bottom right. Not going to take any damage there, and not going to take any damage, of course, from a King Shield going into shield form. But the Rock Slide should do something here to the Landorus there of Hideyuki, and it's going to hit back now with that superpower. Is it going to be enough after its item is knocked off? No! Heatran is still in there. We see the stat drops there for Hideyuki's Landorus, and what did Heatran decide to do? Oh no, I think Shoma attacking directly into that Aegislash, maybe with a flamethrower.
Yeah, that it's also now too weak to use a substitute, so a bunch of things not going exactly right for Heatran there, but not being knocked out. We kind of, again, see the power of some of these Pokemon trained a little bit more defensively. Probably neither Earthquake or Superpower really being an option to pick up a knockout there because of the Shuka Berry, Heatran being just healthy enough. And Landorus is actually in a lot of trouble now. Even if it does pick up a knockout on this Heatran, it's reduced its defense by using Superpower, which is going to get it to a point where the enemy Landorus, if it can't knock it out, it's going to be incredibly close. And that, again, once you get down to 2 Pokemon, just so limiting, once you can't switch anymore, you don't want to be the first player to fall down to that position unless you've got a big advantage from it. Still a close game, but this turn's going to be very important.
We see the Protect now again on that Heatran slot, and Shoma should be going first here with a Rock Slide. Will it do enough through the reduced defense there? Yes, it does! Shoma picking up the Fate on Hideyuki's Landorus, and as you said, Scott, Hideyuki not left with a lot of options. He only has 2 Pokemon. But what will we see from Aegislash here as it goes into Blade form? It's going to be a Flash Cannon doing quite a bit of damage, but not enough to get rid of that very, very bulky Assault-vested Landorus, and Landorus hanging on in the red, and we will see the final Pokemon for Hideyuki. It is, of course, the Volcarona that has been in every single match.
Yeah, not too surprising here to see Volcarona come in, and it could make a big difference here. Heatran's low enough. Normally a Pokemon that pretty much stops Volcarona from doing anything, but shouldn't take too much to finish it off. However, still going to be very important to try to knock out that Heatran. You don't want to get stuck in a position where Heatran at relatively full health has to face off for Volcarona.
However, Aegislash, with the Shadow Stake normally threatening knockouts here, unfortunately, I believe it's been intimidated, so it's going to have a hard time doing that. And the clock is also ticking down. With a 4-2 advantage, even if Volcarona could somehow close this game on its own, it only has a handful of turns left to do it. If Shoma's not going to win this World Championship, it's going to have to be someone changing something fast. The clock is ticking down. Only a few turns left.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. You're right, Scott. These matches have actually been taking a while, and it does actually look like Hideyuki going to go ahead and protect again, preserving that Aegislash with a King Shield. And Volcarona probably not going to like taking a Rock Slide if that's what Shoma has decided to do here. And there it is. It connects, and we're going to see that health drop big time. 25 hit points left on the Volcarona there, who looks to be bulking up.
Yeah, see that Quiver Dance. If it can survive this turn, that could be a big deal.
Let's see Shoma raising his hands. Oh no, does not connect on what I believe was maybe a Heat Wave then.
Yeah, the Heat Wave probably would have clinched the championship for Shoma, but Volcarona now showing that yet another Pokemon can survive with very little health. Now is that boosted speed, special attack, and special defense from using Quiver Dance. Most likely the quickest Pokemon in the field. Now it's a very dangerous situation for Shoma. Even though he's got a big advantage here, Volcarona's a Pokemon that can help turn this around. He doesn't want to waste too many attacks and a potential protects and let Aegislash pick up knockouts, but you can't just ignore this Volcarona. Even the full health Pokemon remaining on Shoma's side could be in a lot of danger here.
Again, not much time left on the clock. Really only, depending on how long these players take, maybe 6 to 7 turns left on this one. Hideyuki staying incredibly calm for being at such a disadvantage right here. And we do see the Giga Drain, I think, there on that Volcarona, getting a little bit of hit points back and fainting that Landorus. And let's see what we get. There it is. A Heat Wave should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
That it is. Aegislash limited in turns. It's going to try to find a way to knock out 3 Pokemon in 3 turns to have a chance here without being knocked out itself.
No, it is going to be absolutely incredible if something like that does happen. It's going to be very, very difficult. We see the Shadow Ball finishing off that Pokemon, and Shoma will be bringing in the next 2 Pokemon here, and I think it will be Kangaskhan again on this one, as he led with it a little bit earlier there in the burn, doing work. Only 32 hit points left, maybe only 2 turns for Aegislash.
Yeah, time is definitely limited now. We see the full health Thundurus coming in. We do know it has Protect. Kangaskhan does not, but pretty tough to imagine way out of this one. Kangaskhan likely to go for a Sucker Punch here. Thundurus can do pretty much anything it wants. Looks like Shoma most likely to pull this off, and we see him run.
There it is, guys. Both players shaking hands, and Shoma Holnami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion. As he celebrates it again, passes out, no shoes, knocked his shoes right off. He's done, folks. He is done.
Not only did they make it through day 2, they've made it through the entire bracket, and these are the 2 best Pokemon players in the world at this time.
All right, and let's take a closer look at our competitors, starting with Jonathan. So we saw Jonathan a little bit on stream yesterday. Of course, he has been over there in the United Kingdom, top cutting UK Nationals, and of course top 8 at the London Regionals. So getting some experience over there across the pond, bringing it back here to San Francisco. He is running that dual primal team, Groudon and Kyogre, with some very interesting techs alongside of it. The Talonflame and Bronzong we've seen quite a lot of. Gengar and Manectric, the sort of rogue options there, but Gengar we've been seeing a lot of this tournament.
Yeah, it's weird that we actually see a double Gengar Mega mirror match in this finals here. If you asked me earlier in the season what I expected to see in terms of Megas in the finals, I would have told you Salamence, Kangaskhan, those are kind of obvious. But here, neither of those Pokemon make an appearance. Instead, both players do have that Mega Gengar, and Jonathan running that Manectric with the Mega Evolution possibility. So that's a really cool Pokemon that we haven't seen very much of in this season.
But we may be seeing it in this set coming up. His competitor will be Wolf Glick. Wolf looking for redemption after coming so close back in 2012. Runner-up at Worlds. 5-time Regionals champion, 2-time National champion, multiple-time Worlds competitor as well. His team is going to be the Rayquaza Kyogre core alongside the Gengar, Raichu, Bronzong, and Hitmontop. And you really can't overstate how much it would mean to Wolf who has been spending so much of his time trying to get to Worlds and just falling short.
Absolutely, and I think if you look a little bit at Wolf's accomplishments compared to Jonathan, I think this is Jonathan's first finals of a regional, national, or Worlds tournament. Wolf has won, I believe, like 5 regionals, 2 nationals, and he's played in so many Worlds top cuts. And so he has so much experience to draw from. He's been in this exact position before multiple years ago, and he knows what it takes to win in that final set. So Jonathan, you know, a little bit less experience in that regard, but once again, like you said, you cannot underestimate him. He fought through one of the most difficult fields I've ever seen in the history of the game, and he's here in the finals. He's got a good shot to make a name for himself. You know, he's in that underdog position, but if he's able to take the glory and he's able to beat Wolfie, that would just mean so much for him. You know, you can't be world champion unless you're beating the best of the best, and Wolf is that best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, kind of wonder which position you'd rather be in. Sort of Wolf has all of these expectations. He is supposed to win this matchup, right? I mean, he has all of that experience. He should be the person who takes this game, but Jonathan sort of freed from the expectations game there, happy to be in finals, and that can be very dangerous for a player like Jonathan running a fairly rogue team.
Absolutely, and I think if you look at the matchup, it's definitely something that Wolf probably appreciates a little bit more. So I'm so excited for this match. This is the match of the year.
Yeah, it is the match of the year, the final VGC 2016 match. After this match, it will be time for the next season of the Video Game Championships, and we are ready to get right into Game 1 of the finals. Jonathan Evans versus Wolf Glick in team preview. Wolf's team, of course, we already talked about, is the Rayquaza Kyogre core. With the Hitmontop, Raichu, Gengar, and Bronzong up against Jonathan's dual Primals team. And I mentioned it just a little bit, but we haven't seen the Manectric, but against this Rayquaza Kyogre core, have to like Manectric here.
Yeah, you know, Manectric is a tempting call, and it's really cool because we see 2 Electric-type Pokemon in the Raichu and the Manectric on both sides of the team. Both of those, of course, do have the ability to read...
Go ahead and lead both restricted Pokemon, the Kyogre and the Rayquaza on his side, while Jonathan will go ahead and lead his own Kyogre and the Gengar here. So Gengar Kyogre lead, not something that we see very often alongside the Rayquaza Kyogre lead, which is definitely something I don't think I've ever seen both of those Pokemon out as a lead.
Yeah, it's this, you know, pretty unique lead in the sense that normally you lead with Kyogre and then you keep Rayquaza in the back to allow you for the potential switch-ins here. With Rayquaza out, you know, the water type attacks will do less damage because Airlock is activated. However, it also means that if Jonathan wants to switch out into Groudon, it could just potentially be knocked out by a water type attack from Wolf's side. So you've got to be worried a little bit about that. Given that we see the Gengar here, it's most likely that Manectric isn't going to make an appearance, unfortunately. And here, Gengar, of course, does threaten Rayquaza immensely with a Will-O-Wisp. We've seen that this is a physical Rayquaza that relies kind of on Dragon Ascent and Swords Dance. Also has that nifty Focus Sash item. So by being able to burn it, not only do you get rid of the Focus Sash, essentially, you also make sure that its damage output is significantly decreased. But Wolf has a lot more offense going on his side right now. Even if Rayquaza gets burned, he can still get a lot of damage off.
Yeah, so Rayquaza may be able to get the damage off after the burn. Jonathan, with that Kyogre and Gengar, putting a little bit of offensive pressure, but definitely nowhere near as much as the double restricteds on Wolf's side.
Yeah, you got to remember that Gengar here could just, you know, be hit by a huge Water Spout or Origin Pulse, but Rayquaza here actually going to swap out.
Yeah, so Wolf doing what Wolf does best and switching his Pokemon around. Rayquaza swapped out for Raichu. Jonathan going to go ahead and Mega Evolve Gengar, so keeping both of his Pokemon in this first turn. Mega Gengar now trapping the Raichu and Kyogre, going for the Sludge Bomb onto Kyogre, actually. So doing a good amount of damage back to it, weakening this Water Spout a little bit. Not going to deal enough to Kyogre. Gengar actually will survive because of that. And Thunder comes out from Kyogre, but the Raichu switch in Raichu will take that Thunder for Wolf and actually boost its special attack.
Yeah, I do want to say that's already a pretty risky play from Jonathan. You know, Rayquaza has that airlock ability, and so with airlock up, the rain is technically negated and Thunder is no longer 100% accurate. So maybe Jonathan trying to gamble a little bit going for that play, but Wolfie says, nope, I'm not going to let you get that Thunder. I'm going to bring in Raichu. Gengar is able to survive, and you know, I like that play from Jonathan in the sense that he knows that Kyogre is by far the most important Pokemon on Wolf's team. If you can knock that out, you know, you're in a really good position to win the game right from the start. So he gambled a little bit, didn't go in his favor, but you can respect that play for sure.
Yeah, and Gengar surviving after dealing a little bit of damage to Kyogre, weakening that water spout, will allow Gengar to get off another attack this turn if it wants to, or even just switch back out and switch back in for Will-O-Wisp threat later on Rayquaza.
You got to remember, you could switch in Groudon here. You know, Kyogre could go into Groudon. Gengar does have the trap up, and that's actually really, really helpful. We do see Groudon come in here.
Yeah, it is going to be the Groudon trap, so Groudon will switch in for Kyogre, will set up the Desolate Land and block any water-type attacks. Gengar now alongside Groudon may go for an attack here, may try to protect itself to ensure that Wolf's Pokemon are both trapped here with the Groudon for at least one turn here. Although Raichu can always Volt Switch out, so Gengar will go for the Protect. So no damage being taken by Gengar right now. Raichu goes for the Fake Out, will connect with the Groudon, but just dealing a little bit of chip damage there, not much else. Kyogre's Ice Beam into the Protect. So at least for one turn, Raichu and Kyogre are trapped in here with Groudon.
And that's a big deal, right? I think that Jonathan, this might be a strategy like he's going to want to use in the series of this set because this is the best time possible. Actually, you do have to worry, however, that Raichu could maybe Volt Switch Gengar and then the Rayquaza could come in. So I guess the Volt Switch option kind of negates the fact that the trap is so imminent here.
But what if Manectric's in the back?
That would actually...
Regular Manectric.
Right, and you know, even though as crazy as that sounds, it actually does have a lot of use here. You know, if you are able to bring in that Manectric, for example, swap Gengar into Manectric, Groudon gets the Precipice Blades off, or, you know, just a really strong attack off in general, pick up the knockout onto Raichu, do a lot of damage onto Kyogre, and the sun is still up. So Manectric, regular Manectric would actually be so great to see here. It's swapping out. Here's Gengar going out.
Gengar is going to switch out, and it will be Bronzong. No Manectric here, so Bronzong will be the switch for Jonathan. Wants to protect the Gengar, actually going to switch both Pokemon out, so the Sunlight will fade and Kyogre will come out for Jonathan in place of Groudon. So having put himself in that position, just wants to switch all of his Pokemon back out, giving Wolf a free turn here. Wolf opts to use Protect on Kyogre for that free turn, while Raichu is going to use Endeavor and will connect with the Kyogre on the switch-in, but not dealing that much damage because Raichu, still at full health, did not take a Precipice Blades as it may have expected.
Yeah, so I think if I'm Jonathan, I'm not, you know, I'm okay about that.
Yeah.
Kyogre doesn't take too much damage. I'm still in an okay position. Raichu does have an increased stage of special attack, of course, but we've seen that this Raichu doesn't rely as much on offense and more relies on kind of Fake Out.
Just tanking the damage and then endeavoring down something big like a Kyogre.
Exactly. So Bronzong here is an interesting pick, and ultimately, you know, we didn't see electric type attack come. We didn't see that Volt Switch, and Bronzong here instead of the Manectric makes sense here. We gotta wonder what exactly this Bronzong can do because it doesn't have any offense versus Kyogre, and Kyogre can just, you know, use its strong water type attacks against it. So I think if I'm Wolf, I'm still pretty pleased about my position right now.
Yeah, you have to wonder if Jonathan will be able to make use of potentially a Trick Room on that Bronzong. Raichu does Volt Switch this time, deals actually a lot of damage. It did get that boost from the Thunder earlier, so dealing more damage than Jonathan may have expected. Raichu going to switch out. Wolf has two Pokemon he could pick instead of this Raichu to take whatever Jonathan's Kyogre will be dishing out. It will be the Hitmontop in the back, so Wolf very much favoring the Hitmontop and the Raichu able to cycle Intimidates and Fake Outs. Water Spout does come out from Wolf's Kyogre first, so Wolf's Kyogre is faster. Not able to pick up the KO onto Bronzong, though. Bronzong hangs on with 8 HP. Origin Pulse connects, so it will hit Wolf's Pokemon. Is it going to be enough to pick up the KO on Hitmontop? Not enough. Hitmontop hangs on with red health and bounces back with the eject button, while Kyogre taking a little bit of extra damage as well. So Wolf getting another chance to switch in a new Pokemon. Usually we see this be the Raichu, so he can keep cycling those Fake Outs, but you know, in this, in potentially Trick Room coming up, maybe you want to bring in that Rayquaza for priority.
Yeah, this has actually been a really, really close game. I felt like, oh, maybe Wolf can take it away here. But, we've seen some clutch survivals. Both Gengar and Bronzong just surviving with very, very little HP.
health.
And you gotta imagine, Gengar here can actually play a huge role in terms of finishing off Pokemon and knocking things out. There is priority from Wolf's team, but it's Faint from him on top and Extreme Speed from Gengar. Right, so neither of those, Extreme Speed from Rayquaza, excuse me. So neither of those can actually hit the Gengar because, of course, Gengar is Ghost type. We do see Trick Room go up.
Trick Room is set up, and Rayquaza is the switch in for Wolf. So Bronzong twisting the dimensions now. Jonathan's Kyogre will be the fastest primal or restricted Pokemon on the field.
Yep.
Bronzong at 8 HP, pretty bulky, but still probably not likely to survive in Extreme Speed here.
Right, and if you're Wolf here, you gotta ask, do I go for the Extreme Speed onto Bronzong? Because if I do, then the Kyogre and Jonathan's end is just free to get an Ice Beam off. And can my Kyogre even knock out the Kyogre on Jonathan's end? Right now, Rayquaza's Airlock is up, and that means that, here Rayquaza is either going to negate the Rain through its Airlock, or if it Mega Evolves, also going to negate the Ring. So Water-type attack damage is decreased, and if I'm Jonathan, I'm probably feeling pretty good about my position. Wolf's still definitely in a solid position as well, but I think, he was able to really make some good plays so far to at least give himself an advantage.
All right, well, Wolf will retreat his Kyogre, so Kyogre's not going to deal any damage here. Raichu will be the play. So Raichu back on the field, Rayquaza with a Protect here. So just trying to get some switches around, get the Fake Out to stall out this Trick Room. Kyogre does go for Thunder again, so Raichu will pick that up once more. Another special attack boost on the switch into Thunder.
Yeah, and once again,
getting a lot of use out of that Lightning Rod.
Yeah, you can see why Wolf is considered one of the best players in the world and why, he's had that title for so long. He never takes any risks there. He says, you know what, I'm not going to allow you to get a potential Thunder off because I know that's what's going to knock out my Kyogre. Of course, Thunder is still a little bit shaky of an accuracy, but you can once again respect the play from Jonathan. And Jonathan knows, okay, if somehow I can punish it, and if somehow, for some reason Wolf just stays in and I can connect with that Thunder, then I eliminate the biggest threat, and once again, there is that Groudon in the back. Groudon would really like to see Kyogre knocked out.
Yeah, and Jonathan's Pokemon are slowly starting to get whittled down, and as we see the battle timer, I always like to check around this part of the game whenever I'm casting one of Wolf's matches just to see how close we are to the end of time. All players still have all Pokemon right now, but that could change, and if that does, timer could become a very real win condition. Groudon will switch in for the Bronzong, wants to keep that healthy. Jonathan will protect his own Kyogre here, trying to keep that Pokemon healthy as well. Raichu goes for the Fake Out into the Protect, and Swords Dance comes out from Rayquaza there. Wolf deciding to turn on the offense right now.
Yeah, I like the Swords Dance play a lot here because Rayquaza still is at full HP, and maybe it could potentially even,
Focus Sash.
Right, it could potentially Extreme Speed knock out Kyogre. Now, we're not sure about this Kyogre's spread and how it's really trained, but a nice play there by Wolf there. He knew that, okay, I'm in an okay position right now. I'm going to be able to reduce any damage from Kyogre. Now, Jonathan could have actually capitalized there if he went for a Gyro Ball onto Rayquaza, but most likely trying to play a little conservative, hoping that Wolf would just launch an attack off. That Swords Dance does mean, though, however, now that the Rayquaza is a much, much bigger threat. We only have 5 minutes left. Both trainers still have all their Pokemon, but of course their HPs are running low. So Jonathan really has to be able to take advantage of the last couple of turns of Trick Room here. And of course, Kyogre and Groudon still should be able to outspeed that Rayquaza under Trick Room.
Although, of course, there is the Extreme Speed, so no Protects. Extreme Speed will connect with Kyogre.
Does it survive?
Enough.
No!
Kyogre will go down. Rayquaza picks up the KO onto that Kyogre with the Extreme Speed. Precipice Blades from Groudon will connect with Raichu. Wolf seemed to think it would not be enough for the KO before, but it is enough for a one-hit KO. Jonathan picks up the KO, so both players trading KOs on their other Pokemon. Rayquaza, though, still has its Focus Sash, still has the Swords Dance boost, and that was a Raichu for a Kyogre trade.
This is such a difficult game. We only have 4 minutes left, and honestly, I would use every second I could right now just because of the fact that it's so difficult. You have to make every play correctly here because this game is all about, how well you conserve your Primal Groudon and your Primal Kyogre. And if you lose that one key Pokemon, then the matchup instantly just turns so much into the other player's favor. So that was an interesting turn there. I thought Jonathan maybe would have wanted to kind of commit with an Ice Beam and an Eruption, or basically doubling up onto that slot. But instead, he actually makes a better play there. Eruption onto that Raichu, most likely to be able to survive and then get an Endeavor off. So this Groudon is still looking really healthy, but you got to ask how hard exactly can it hit that Rayquaza.
Yeah, and the Groudon may be healthy, but Jonathan's other Pokemon definitely are not. Wolf will bring in the Hitmontop, which is also not very healthy right now, but we'll get the Intimidate crucially off onto that Groudon, and Hitmontop just barely surviving earlier in the game, being able to eject out and coming back in for another Intimidate on Groudon could be what saves Wolf in this game.
There's so many mind games here right now because, of course, we mentioned earlier, Hitmontop and Rayquaza cannot hit the Gengar with his priority type attacks. Of course, though, Trick Room still is up, and that means that Gengar is going to be the slowest Pokemon. We see a switch out here, though.
Yeah, Gengar actually going to switch out, so Bronzong will come out for Jonathan instead, trying to just cycle Pokemon around. Wolf will go ahead and finally Mega Evolve his Rayquaza. That wasn't even a Mega Evolved Extreme Speed that knocked out the Kyogre there.
Right.
That's pretty impressive. Rayquaza now in its Mega Evolution will be much more powerful and already has that Swords Dance. Fake Out does connect on Groudon, so Groudon is going to flinch. Dragon Ascent from Rayquaza is going to connect. Is it going to be on that Groudon or on that Bronzong on the switch in? Looks like it will be on the Bronzong. So Groudon will stick around, but Bronzong goes down, and I believe that should be the end of Trick Room here with Gengar coming back out on the field.
Yeah, oh, this is so close, but I think with timer running low, you know, Wolf definitely sees opening here in terms of the advantage because it's close. I feel like, you know, Wolf still is in a really good position because he's got that Kyogre in the back. And ultimately, you know, I really have no idea whether that extreme speed, you know, how that calculation works. But you'd imagine that it might have been a damage roll there and that if Kyogre hangs on, you get the Ice Beam off against Rayquaza. Yeah. So that's so big here. And we are coming down to the last couple of turns of this game. Of course, like you mentioned, Trick Room is over, but that Rayquaza still is at +2 attack, and that's really scary. Gengar, of course, does get access to Will-O-Wisp, which could potentially help out. But right now, if you're Groudon, you have to make the decision, what attack do I go for here? Do I have enough time really even because the battle time is running low?
Yeah, there's not much time left. Looks like we may have 1, maybe 2 more turns after this.
Oh my gosh, this is so
and Wolf
close.
has the Pokemon advantage. Jonathan needs to make something happen here. Groudon protects though, so Jonathan's not going to go on the offensive at all. Groudon protecting itself. Hitmontop with the wide guard. So wide guard on Hitmontop. Good thing that Groudon protected because it wasn't going to be able to do much of anything else. Will-O-Wisp connecting to Rayquaza. Would have liked to have that much earlier on, but I just don't. Dragon Ascent will connect with the Gengar. Wolf picks up the Dragon Ascent onto Gengar, and I don't think there is any way that Jonathan can pull this one off with only 1 minute, 10 seconds left on the timer.
Oh, that was actually an incredible game there. I mean, yeah, timer is running low, but Kyogre in the back and Hitmontop and Rayquaza, Wolf will be able to take this first game, but really well played there, and I like the gamble that Jonathan was at least trying to go for, right? Because it's like, if you hope Rayquaza targets the Groudon site, you get the burn off, then the next turn, you might actually be able to pick up a potential double knockout there. Even if Rayquaza protects, you know, there's enough time maybe for 1 more turn. So looking at it, actually, it looked like, you know, Wolf had enough firepower there in the end. But that was a really good game, and wow, you know, Wolf looks like he's going to be able to just scratch the surface and win this first game. But, you know, Jonathan proving this is not going to be easy if you want the title. You really have to earn it.
Yeah, and I really do think it all came down to that extreme speed onto Kyogre, being able to knock that Pokemon out in Trick Room. Rayquaza just took its first bit of damage here at the second to last turn of the game. Jonathan just can't ignore that Rayquaza moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see Kyogre come back in here, and Hitmontop probably is just going to go for the wide guard there to make sure Groudon can't hit both Pokemon at once, since at this point the game will be over at this turn.
Yep, here comes the wide guard from Hitmontop, and even if Groudon were able to knock out one of these Pokemon, not enough because time has ended, and Wolf Glick will take Game 1 over Jonathan Evans, and Wolf is only 1 short game away from becoming the new World Champion.
Yeah, I want to say, even though the game went down to timer there, it was still really well executed. Wolf actually didn't need the timer at all there at the end. All you had to do was get Kyogre in with Hitmontop, then you just go wide guard and use your water type attack, and Groudon has no way to hit the Kyogre when Rain is up and when wide guard is activated. So, you know, that was a really good game. I honestly, if I think Jonathan's Kyogre is able to get that Ice Beam off, Jonathan wins the game. And I've seen that Jonathan's Kyogre is built relatively on the bulky side. Like, I think that must have been a high damage roll there. So if you're Jonathan, you can't feel too demoralized. You were 1 play away from winning that last game.
All right, well, we'll have to see how Jonathan is able to adapt going into Game 2. Jonathan needs this win or he will go home as just the runner-up. If Wolf takes this game, he will be the new World Champion.
This is so big. Wolf must be able to taste it. Last time he was in the finals, he did not win either game, or, you know, he went 0-2. This time, Wolf is up 1-0, and he is so so close to finally achieving the goal that he's been working for so long, ever since he's been playing this game. But, you know, Jonathan, once again, giving such a good fight that last round. He, once again, like, he was just one damage calc away and one maybe a low roll away from winning that one. And so this game really comes down to every turn. Every turn matters so much, and that's why you see these players really thinking things through. There's just so much going on in this matchup, and you cannot afford to make a big mistake. Jonathan hasn't been allowing that. Wolf has been playing super conservative and safe as well, but I'm so excited to see this next game.
Yeah, we are going into game 2 right now. Really have to feel that the way that those players played, I would feel comfortable if I were Jonathan. I might want a little bit better of some of the rolls or maybe a couple of reads he could make, but I feel pretty comfortable with how Jonathan played that game.
Absolutely. Jonathan gave an excellent show. You know, he's proving why he is in the finals of this World Championship, and he's going to make it a difficult one for Wolf to win. So we are going to get into this second game. Wolf Glick is one game away from becoming your World Champion. Jonathan Evans needs to win the next 2 in order to get that title.
All right, and we are going to see the exact same leads as before. Wolf with Rayquaza and Kyogre up against Jonathan's Gengar and Kyogre. And really interesting that they both kept these leads. I mean, like I mentioned, I think both players felt comfortable with how they played, but this lead matchup still felt weird.
Yeah, it did, and there's so much going on already because we saw the Thunder come out from Jonathan's Kyogre in the beginning, right? And so Thunder is a big deal because it does so much damage to that Kyogre. So there's some mind games right now. Do you expect Wolf to once again switch into a Raichu? And if so, which slot, right? You'd imagine if Rayquaza actually switch out into Raichu, then the Thunder just gets redirected and Kyogre is just able to get a free water type attack off.
Yeah.
Gengar here, you know, is faster, but Kyogre on Jonathan's end is slower. That means that there is a potential for Wolf to just get a big water spout off, just like the last game.
Yeah, also knowing that Gengar does survive that water spout after a Sludge Bomb, though, could be very important information for Jonathan to have here.
Right.
May still feel comfortable targeting down the Kyogre and maybe even just going for like an Ice Beam on that Rayquaza instead of the Thunder onto the Kyogre.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's so much because if Wolf maybe just decides, okay, I'm just going to stay in with Rayquaza, I don't think that he's going to go for an Ice Beam because he might predict the Raichu switch and go for a water type attack, then Rayquaza could maybe get a Swords Dance off. Obviously a little bit risky. Let's see if Wolf switches out. He does go for the switch out.
Yeah, Wolf is going to switch out the Rayquaza once again, and it will be the Raichu for the second game in a row. Did Jonathan fall for the same trap here? His Pokemon are sticking around, so Gengar and Kyogre still on the field for Jonathan. Mega Evolution Sludge Bomb will connect with the Kyogre. So far, it is a repeat from Game 1, but
there is a poison. That could be a big deal in this matchup.
Yeah, that small little bit of extra chip damage. Origin Pulse from Wolf, not going for the Water Spout now that he knows that he might get attacked here.
Oh!
Does pick up the KO onto Gengar. So Gengar will go down to the Origin Pulse. Origin Pulse coming back out from Jonathan's own Kyogre will deal a good amount of damage to the Raichu, but I'm pretty sure we've seen it survive that. Yep, seen that survive that before. Kyogre taking the chip damage from the poison as well, though.
Yeah, very heavy trade-off there in terms of damage. This time Mega Gengar does go down, but if I'm Jonathan, I'm probably feeling okay about that, right? However, the one thing you do have to be really scared of is the Endeavor from Raichu. Even though that damage is nice, Raichu is such a fast Pokemon, and you can just Endeavor and combo it with the Kyogre attack. Now, if Jonathan's Kyogre was faster, then you maybe feel pretty good about your position because an Origin Pulse could potentially pick up a double knockout, but this is still really scary for Jonathan because, you know, we've seen the Bronzong, we've seen the Groudon, and he's probably going to want to bring one of those two. I'm guessing that Jonathan isn't going to change too much in terms of the Pokemon that he's been using here.
Yeah, but that Endeavor is so frightening. Just coming out from that Raichu, being able to take out either the Kyogre, even the Bronzong may not be able to get set up if it can get Endeavored plus Origin Pulse.
And here's the Groudon. This is really scary because Raichu has the ability to Endeavor either Pokemon. Now, the one good thing at least is that if you Endeavor the Kyogre, I don't think Wolf's Kyogre will be able to do too much to Jonathan's Kyogre because the sun will be up. So there's the Endeavor play possible, but of course Wolf's shown that he loves switching out. He's been switching out so often in this game. Wouldn't be surprised to see Raichu switch out into maybe a Hitmontop or the Rayquaza. Really feels like Wolf's going to go with the same 4 Pokemon in this matchup. He feels like those are the best 4 Pokemon equipped to deal with it. So we'll see how Jonathan can respond here, because if he can avoid an Endeavor and, you know, basically pick up a knockout before any of his primals take too much damage, he can put himself into a much better position.
Yeah, really going to be interesting here. Of course, the sun is up now, but we do know that Rayquaza is in the back and can eliminate the sun. These weather wars with these restricted Pokemon have never been higher stakes.
Absolutely not. This is an incredible World Finals. I've been really impressed by the play from both sides, and it's a shame that only one of these players will be able to call themselves World Champion at the end of the set. But let's see how this next turn plays out. This is going to be a big one depending on what Raichu does, whether it attacks or switches out.
All right, well, Kyogre is going to switch out, so Kyogre will switch out. Raichu not going to be able to deal much, get any KOs here, maybe able to endeavor something down. Hitmontop will intimidate the Groudon and the Kyogre. More importantly, getting the Intimidate off onto that Groudon, but Jonathan's going to switch his Groudon out as well. Is this Raichu going to go for an Endeavor, a Fake Out? Is it just going to go for a Volt Switch? Bronzong out, Endeavor from Raichu, targets the Kyogre. Kyogre takes a lot of damage, but the Origin Pulse will connect. No more Sun will mean that the Origin Pulse will pick up a KO onto Raichu and about 50% health onto that Hitmontop.
Yeah, and at first I was like, oh man, it's targeted on the Kyogre. That's such a good target down. But the fact now is like Bronzong is still at full HP. And Bronzong, of course, does have the Gyro Ball damage against the Rayquaza, but it also has the ability to set up Trick Room, which
and Hitmontop was forced out.
Exactly. So I think if I'm Jonathan, I'm feeling okay about that. You know, the Origin Pulse just going for all the free damage and getting it off there, getting the knockout. Hitmontop took a lot of damage there as well.
All right, well, Wolf will send out the Rayquaza and does have one other Pokemon to send out now. Of course, Rayquaza taking over for the Hitmontop that got ejected. So could still bring back the Hitmontop here to take out the fainted Raichu and threaten that Fake Out pressure onto the Bronzong, but of course, potentially leaving the Rayquaza vulnerable, though we already know that with that Endeavor, Extreme Speed should be able to pick this up without the Sword Stance.
And that's why the priority is so good. You know, you would think, oh, Jonathan, if he just sets up Trick Room, he's in such a prime position to win this one, but that's not necessarily the case. The Sword Stance makes Extreme Speed such a powerful attack, and it just does so much damage. We saw that it was able to just pick up the knockout on Kyogre in regular Rayquaza form in that last game. So much strength coming out from there, and the scary thing here is I think Jonathan's going to want to set up Trick Room, but does he have enough firepower, right? Because Groudon and Bronzong can't really hit Rayquaza for too hard.
All right, well, Kyogre is going to be the switch in for Wolf. Just wants to have all of that offensive pressure just in case just in case he needs to be able to knock out that Bronzong here before it can set up a Trick Room. Kyogre, of course, is poisoned. Both players at 3 Pokemon. Very likely that Jonathan's going to want to preserve this Kyogre, try to get it into a better position, but not a safe switch-in because of that Rayquaza on the field.
Yeah, I guess what's really tricky here for Jonathan is that, you know, the Kyogre is so heavily damaged, and Kyogre is the main Pokemon that you want to use on this team to damage Rayquaza with its super effective Ice Beam. Bronzong and Groudon have Gyro Ball and Fire-type attacks, but that's practically it, and we haven't seen a Gravity come out from this Bronzong either, so that makes things really difficult. Rayquaza is just such an imminent threat. It was the reason why, you know, there's just always the pressure constantly around it.
Well, Wolf is going to retreat the Kyogre for the Hitmontop. Gets the Intimidate off onto Bronzong and Kyogre, and will have Fake Out pressure for the next turn. Intimidate onto both those Pokemon. Rayquaza just going for the offense, a Dragon Ascent, no protects coming out from Jonathan's Pokemon onto the Kyogre, so will be able to knock out Kyogre with that Dragon Ascent, drop some of its defenses as well, and Kyogre will go down. Bronzong likely going for a Trick Room here. I think if there's no Trick Room, there's no way for Jonathan to bring this back. Does go for the Trick Room, and now Bronzong versus Groudon are going to have to be able to beat Hitmontop, Rayquaza, and Kyogre.
Oh man, so Wolf opting not to go for a Sword Stance, nor did he Mega Evolve the Rayquaza there, and that's such a small nuanced play that actually makes such a big difference in matchups like this. By not Mega Evolving Rayquaza, first of all, you know, you're a little bit slower, so that could help potentially on the Trick Room. Doesn't matter too much in this matchup, but the main point is that you still conserve your Airlock and the ability to Mega Evolve at any point, bringing the Delta Stream up. And this is so intense. Once again, it feels like Wolf just has a slight advantage, but last game...
But Trick Room could be the biggest part of this. You know,
could.
Having the Groudon and the Bronzong, that Kyogre is so weak and it's poison. Hitmontop is very low. Rayquaza still at full health, but Bronzong and Groudon may be able to just deal with its partners before Rayquaza can deal too much back to them.
Right, and we know that Rayquaza is already at -1 defense and special defense from that Dragon Ascent, so Groudon is going to come back in. You know, Bronzong and Groudon, 2 really good Pokemon to have in the late game of any match here, but the issue here is that Jonathan, of course, cannot kind of bring Groudon back in, and now, of course, there is the skill swap potential as well, so if I'm Jonathan, you know, I'm definitely not counting myself out here, and one of the nice things is because Rayquaza didn't go for anything like a Sword Stance, it's still, you know, just sitting at neutral attack, which is why I like the play that Jonathan made there. He says, okay, if your Rayquaza Sword Dances, I'm going to get an Ice Beam off and I'm going to do so much damage. If you get the attack off, then I get the free switch into my Groudon, and I'm still in a pretty good position because you can't do too much damage. But, of course, we did see Hitmontop switch in last turn, so there is that fake out pressure.
Oh man, it's all coming down to these last two Pokemon for Jonathan. Jonathan Evans needs these two Pokemon, this Bronzong and this Groudon, to come up huge in this match, or else he will go home as only the runner-up, and Wolf will be your new world champion. Rayquaza does.
Oh, this could be the turn.
It gets the damage off. It may be what makes Wolf the world champion. Rayquaza's Delta Stream now out on the field. Groudon protects.
Oh, Wolf.
Oh, what did Wolf do? Did Wolf attack that Groudon? Hitmontop goes for the fake out onto the Bronzong. So Bronzong's not going to be able to move. Groudon's not going to take any damage here, but nothing else.
Oh, he calls it!
Oh, he went for the Swords Dance. Can't play passive against Wolf, or he will just set up in your face.
Oh my
And now that
gosh!
Rayquaza is back to being the monster threat.
That might have just won Wolf League the World Championship. Jonathan there had the potential to go for an Eruption. You get that Eruption off, you knock out Hitmontop. Rayquaza takes a good amount of damage because of its reduced defenses. Kyogre comes back in.
Gyro Ball would even be dealing a lot of damage.
Exactly, and then you could skill swap there. So Wolf going all in on that raid. He knows I'm already up one game. I can risk this. I'm going to go for it, and he gets it. He doesn't lose anything from that turn. And oh my gosh, this is going to be an uphill battle if Jonathan Evans wants to win this one. With that Swords Dance, it's likely like Groudon could even go down to a Dragon Ascent right now.
Yeah, Wolf really punishing that passive play on Jonathan's part. Hitmontop will switch out for Kyogre. Kyogre going to make sure that no fire type abilities can be used, so that protects Rayquaza entirely from the Groudon.
Oh, here we go.
Primordial Sea on the field. Gyro Ball from Bronzong connects with the Rayquaza. Will be dealing damage, but not enough. Precipice Blades doesn't hit the Rayquaza.
Oh,
Kyogre avoids the Precipice Blades! Dragon Ascent from Rayquaza. After its friend, Kyogre avoids the Precipice Blades. The Dragon Ascent coming out from the Galaxy.
Does it knock it out? Oh, no!
Groudon sticks around with 13 hit points, surviving that Cosmic Assault. Rayquaza taking a little bit more of its defenses drop. Kyogre taking a little bit more damage from the poison. But Groudon now well within extreme speed range, maybe even fake out range from that Hitmontop in the back.
This was so close, and I think that, Jonathan probably going for the Protector with Groudon because he feared the Fake Out and the Dragon Ascent target, but I think it would have made more sense for Groudon maybe to just go for an attack because the Dragon Ascent won't do that much damage at that point, so that was the game-defining play there. Wolf was able to get that free Swords Dance off, and that's why this team is always such a threat. Wolf must be able to taste the World Championship right now. He's so close. It's not over yet, though. It's not over for Jonathan, but it is so close. Oh, here's the Kyogre switch out. That's going to be able to get in another Intimidate off.
Intimidate. That Gyro Ball is not going to be dealing enough damage from Bronzong without a critical hit. And Groudon here has to protect itself if Jonathan's going to have any hope of taking this back. Groudon goes for the Protect. Rayquaza will go for an attack here. Extreme speed into the Protect. Here comes the Gyro Ball from Bronzong. Needs this crit. Connects with the Rayquaza. Deals a lot of damage. Not enough.
No, that's not
one
enough.
more.
And at this point, first of all, once again, time is running solo. But second of all, Hitmontop gets access to Fake Out. It also gets access to Feint. So you could Feint here. This could maybe actually come down to timers still because, Rayquaza, Hitmontop, and Kyogre are all heavily damaged. You could Fake Out Bronzong here and go for, I guess, an Extreme Speed onto Groudon. If you protect the Groudon there,
if you have Feint, you have to use it.
That would be great to see here. Fake out onto Bronzong. Bronzong is the main means of offense right now. Oh, we're getting so close to it. These games have been so close. Wolf's just made one better play both times, and that's really what's been keeping him in this one. Jonathan being so close. Here's the Protect. Oh, he
went
fails.
For the double Protects. Not enough. Hitmontop just goes for the Fake Out onto Bronzong. And with that double Protect fail, Extreme Speed will connect, pick up the Groudon, and Bronzong is not going to be enough against this Hitmontop and not going to be enough against this Mega Rayquaza. Bronzong flinches, can't do anything, and Trick Room ends. Additionally, 3 Pokemon left for Wolf, only the Bronzong left for Jonathan.
Wolfie Glick must be able to taste that World Championship.
It is so, he is a minute and 37 seconds away.
Yeah, and it may end even before that. All he's got to do is just attack with all of his Pokemon right now. Bronzong has no way to protect itself. Dragon Sand coming from that +2 Rayquaza, going to target down that Bronzong. Bronzong cannot knock out enough Pokemon right now. This was actually one of the
pretty well.
This was one of the best Master Division finals I've ever seen.
And Hitmontop with the close combat onto Bronzong. Also not enough. Jonathan just hanging in there by a sliver of health. Bronzong's Gyro Ball will finally be able to pick up the knockout onto the Mega Rayquaza. But with Hitmontop and Kyogre and no Trick Room, that is going to be it for Jonathan.
It is, but, you know, it was a 0-2.
But these were close.
But this easily could have been a 2-0. I am so impressed by Jonathan's level of play here. Seems like there was just maybe one prediction like he wasn't able to get. It wasn't even maybe slightly, like misplay isn't a good way to call it. It's more of just a prediction that Wolfie was able to nail. This game was won by Wolf. And here's the water spout. Wolfie Glick is your 2016 Pokemon Video Game World Champion in the Masters Division.
Finally, Wolf Glick gets to lift the first place trophy, not the runner-up, and his fans are going wild in the crowd.
Just look at him.
Drink it in.
So happy.
Just drink it in.
And this is amazing, Evan. If we just look at the stories of every World Championship, it seems like every year there's that one player who's worked so hard, who hasn't been able to do it, and finally gets it.
Are you ready to meet our next world champion? Let's bring our final 2 finalists to the stage. I am so excited to greet them here, and I know you will welcome them with warm applause. First, from Japan, Ryota Otsuba! Will the world champion be him or his opponent? From Australia, Sam Pendelis! I cannot wait to watch these two face off, and there are plenty of your smiling faces that I know can't wait as well. Thank you all for tuning in from home and for being here in the audience. Casters, let's get right into this game.
Holy moly. I don't know if you could hear that back at home, but the desk was vibrating as those two players took the stage. Our crowd is ready.
Our crowd really want to see a good match coming up here, and I think with the two players we have on stage getting ready right now, we are going to get a show. Both of their teams really well suited to their playstyles. They've both been executing them flawlessly over the course of yesterday, and I really think the matchup we're going to have is one that's going to be a mental mind game, something we don't usually see. We've seen some games go very one-sided, and they aren't going to be those kind of games in this time. I think we saw a long slog of a set in top 4 from Ryota. I was on that, and it came down to the +3 turns in the sudden death tiebreaker.
Absolutely. Well, our first competitor, our first finalist, hoping to add a world championship to this incredibly long list of achievements is Ryota Otsubo, representing Japan. Using his trademark crocodile, you can see he also has that plush on the desk. Nice good luck charm for the national champion from Japan. Alongside the Whimsicott, Tapu Koko, Tapu Fini, Alolan Marowak, and Celesteela, the choice for this player. Really interesting setup here. As you mentioned yesterday, all of his matches really slow, really grindy matches.
Well, there's some really interesting things on his team, and the combination of Tapu Fini Marowak is certainly one that we're going to want to look at as this game played out. There's some very smart switching synergy between the two. Even when you put them on the field as a pairing, being able to draw those electric type attacks away from your Tapu Fini is so essential on the Marowak. I'm interested to see if the Whimsicott comes to the fore. And we know that when he comes up against it, Ryota can actually just slow down the game with a Celesteela, really bring it to a glacial pace, but earn those wins that are looking a little bit harder to get.
Well, if Ryota is going to put Japan back on top of the video game championships, he will have to get through Sam Pendelis from Australia, looking to add the first Australian World Championships in the Masters division to this resume on your screen here. Such an interesting team that Sam has been using here. The Tapu Lele, the Arcanine, the Alolan Ninetales, Garchomp, Mandibuzz, and the Xurkitree. Such a fascinating team that he was using, which has multiple Pokemon that are capable of boosting their stats. Lots of setup, a really intricate team that he's been trying to pilot throughout this tournament and made it to the finals with.
Well, this is another team that's going to contribute to this slower kind of match play that we're going to be seeing. The Ninetales being able to set up that Aurora Veil mean you're taking less damage, and a number of speed control options in both the Arcanine and the Ninetales again. A lot riding on that Ninetales to get Sam in these advantageous positions, I think. But he also has the great combination of Tapu Lele and Mandibuzz if he needs to bring that. And bringing Xurkitree is something not many people brought to the World Championships, but it seems to be paying off for him. I will say when we look back at Ryota's team, he's just got to be careful of that Marowak, and that's something that Mandibuzz can maybe try and deal with for him.
Absolutely, and you say that we may be expecting a slower game here, but as we've seen in some of Sam's matches in the past, if he's able to get like Swords Dance set up on Garchomp, get some Tail Glows set up on Xurkitree, and even some Calm Minds on that Tapu Lele, it can go from a really slow positioning match to a 4-0 sweep real quick.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how much he has to aid these Pokemon
he already knows what he wants.
He's definitely figured out a strategy, probably been strategizing this matchup most of the night. But getting things slower than your Pokemon that are then setting up to go offensive is so important. That is a lot of time spent setting up, and I think that gives Ryota a little bit of time to reposition his board and make sure he always has the right Pokemon not only in play, but available in the back. Something like the Marowak, that after a Xurkitree sets up the Tail Glow, the threat of a Marowak switch-in is something you have to be very careful of if you're looking to capitalize on the big boost to your special attack and throw out Thunderbolts.
Here we go. The first turn of the first game of our final match here in Anaheim. Let's hear it for both of these players as they are setting up for a barn burner of a match here.
Both players locking in at very different speeds. We saw Ryota take a lot more time, so maybe a little bit concerned about a couple of things on Sam's team, but Sam 100% knowing what he wanted to go for right off the bat.
Well, he does want that Ninetales and Garchomp immediately, and Ryota does opt to bring out the Tapu Fini and the Alolan Marowak. Just making sure that that Marowak can be out on the field to prevent any kind of setup from that Xurkitree immediately, but will be needing to protect that if Sam brought the Xurkitree this time.
I think it's very interesting that Ryota brings the Marowak in the front, maybe showing it to Sam so that if he switches out in this turn, when Sam brings Xurkitree in, assuming he's bought it in this game, he has to respect the potential switch-in, maybe showing his hand a little bit to try and force Sam's play. Of course, the Ninetales would be pretty free while that Marowak is switching out with only the Tapu Fini left to attack to set up one of these Aurora Veils that it needs. That would also open the door a little bit, I think, for something like a Garchomp to Swords Dance. Then once that's set up a Swords Dance, an Icy Wind following up from Ninetales would mean those big hits that, like the Tectonic Rage, maybe even the follow-ups from Rock Slides and Earthquakes, would be moving before Ryota's team.
All right, well, the Aurora Veil will be set up by the Ninetales, protecting that Garchomp and the rest of Sam's Pokemon. No protects at all. Garchomp just goes for the Swords Dance here, standing in front of a Tapu Fini and an Alolan Marowak. The Moonblast coming out from Tapu Fini onto Garchomp, going to be dealing a lot of damage, but thanks to that Aurora Veil, not quite enough to pick up the KO. Flare Blitz from the Marowak connects with the Ninetales and will pick up that KO as well. So Sam, as we've seen on a lot of his games before, really prioritizing getting that that Aurora Veil up and then taking that free switch in from the KO here. Garchomp, though, took a lot of damage on that turn.
It really did, and I think a very brave but very successful play from Ryota to leave both these Pokemon in and leave them attacking. Clearly having knowledge about the Ninetales, knowing that it's not carrying that common Focus Sash item, something like the Light Clay to boost the duration of the Aurora Veil, meaning he can take a knockout on it. Sam being forced to bring this Xurkitree in might not be the premium time for it here.
I don't know, that Marowak took a lot of recoil damage. Even if it protects, a Tectonic Rage with those Swords Dance boosts may still be enough.
It would be, but then you have the Tapu Fini in play that might be able to try and help out a little bit. Of course, being able to tidy up and get rid of that Garchomp would be so essential for Ryota in the forthcoming turns. I don't think he has it in the tank this turn, and he also has to respect the Tectonic Rage potentially coming towards that Tapu Fini. The Tectonic Rage is so important for Sam right now after he spent the whole first turn investing in that Garchomp through both the Aurora Veil and the Swords Dance.
All right. Well, Marowak just going to protect this turn. Ryota trying to keep that Pokemon on the field so Xurkitree can't use a Thunderbolt. But unfortunately for him, the Tectonic Rage is moving before the Xurkitree. If this can pick up a KO through the Protect, that will allow Xurkitree to easily fire off some Thunderbolts onto that Tapu Fini.
After a Sword Stance, it's going to be absolutely terrifying to see the amount of damage coming in. It does, of course,
targets the Marowak.
Connect with the Alolan Marowak, the desired target that he really needs to get rid of in this matchup. And the Protect,
so much damage.
Not enough.
That is a quartered damage from the Tectonic Rage, and Marowak still cannot hang on. Picks up the KO. Now, the Xurkitree just able to Tail Glow away with no Marowak to protect the rest of Ryota's team. This Moonblast will finally finish off the Garchomp, but if you're Sam, you are just happy to have that Marowak off the field and your Tail Glowed up Xurkitree ready to start making plays.
Well, Sam's got a really interesting strategy. As you said, getting rolling. The Aurora Veil setting up turn 1 bought him a little bit of time, so he was then able to use the Sword Stance boost that he got from that, and safely bringing in the Xurkitree, knowing that because of the Sword Stance boost and Tectonic Rage, he'd be able to remove Marowak from play by either forcing a switch or just knocking it out through Protect. That's such great knowledge for Sam to have. Now he has lost the Garchomp, but he has, of course, got the Xurkitree, which already is boosted up. So he's in a great position to go offensive on this turn with that.
Oh.
While we do know the Mandibuzz might be able to help out with that problem it has being a little bit slow.
Yeah, but if you are Sam and you have a Tail Glowed up Xurkitree, you are so thrilled to see a Celesteela switch in here.
That is the premium target for a big Thunderbolt with no threat of Marowak in the back. Both the Pokemon on Ryota's side of the field don't want to be dealing with Xurkitree right now. It's going to be taking easy knockouts on the pair of them. And interesting to see the Mandibuzz actually come into play without the Tapu Lele that he's usually forced to partner with to get the benefit of that Psychic Seed, knowing it's still in a good position to be sticking around.
All right, Dazzling Gleam actually coming out from the Xurkitree deals a lot of damage to the Tapu Fini and the Celesteela thanks to the boost there. Moonblast from Tapu Fini deals a little bit over 50% damage to the Mandibuzz as well. But we are just going to see a taunt coming out from Mandibuzz, trying to prevent Celesteela from using any of its annoying support moves.
Including the Leech Seed, which it was not able to use in that turn. Really, really essential play to make sure that Ryota doesn't even have his option to try and set up. That's something he's done in numerous games over this tournament, really pulling things back from the brink with those Leech Seed and Protect combinations. Not only does he not have access to Leech Seeds, he doesn't have access to Protect. So that Xurkitree is going to be in a fine position to just pick up that knockout in the following turn.
Yeah, Ryota definitely leaving his Celesteela vulnerable here against that Xurkitree. Of course, Sam not opting to go for straight knockouts here, choosing the Dazzling Gleam previously. Could probably have dealt a lot of damage with the Thunderbolt, playing it pretty safe, but now he does not have to after that taunt.
No, he really, really doesn't. And it looked like Sam was maybe predicting a switch then, thinking the Celesteela knew its fate was pretty much sealed against his Xurkitree, would be forced to leave the field, and then would at least get damage on both the Tapu Fini and whatever came in as Ryota's last Pokemon.
Here come the Thunderbolts, and here come the KOs. Xurkitree picking up that one quite easily onto Tapu Fini, not afraid of that Celesteela at all. Getting the Beast Boost to make the Xurkitree even scarier, and the Tailwind support from Mandibuzz, meaning that the Xurkitree will be the fastest thing on the field. Celesteela is left just using its Heavy Slam against Mandibuzz, but it is not anywhere near enough. Ryota not having anywhere close to the type of offense that Sam's team has right now.
Well, not only does it lack the offense, that limited offense is already reduced by the presence of Aurora Veil that's still in play from that turn 1. So Ryota, even if he bought one of the few Pokemon I think would be able to deal with this Xurkitree, something like the Crocodile, it's not going to be in a great position. Tapu Koko may be able to try and help out, but it's actually going to end up boosting this Xurkitree's already ridiculously powerful Thunderbolt.
Look at me, I'm helping. Electric attacks deal more damage now. Aren't you happy, Celesteela?
You'll be able to knock the Tapu Koko out as well with a Thunderbolt, because I've already got a Tail Glow in play. That is not what you want to do in the tail end of this game, especially after the Tailwind from Mandibuzz, which hasn't been under any threat really to try and set that up. The Moonblast from Tapu Fini came nowhere close to taking that knockout, and this has been the perfect execution of his team's strategy from Sam.
Yep, Sam getting those boosts up immediately, getting the Aurora Veil, getting the Sword Stance, getting the Tail Glow. The hardest thing about piloting a team like Sam's is finding the opportunities to get those boosts, and he was able to create enough pressure just from his positioning on the board to find the time to do so, and it is paying off hugely right now.
No, I think this Xurkitree is going to be able to start picking up the knockouts it really, really wants, and that's something he needs to just keep going, especially as he comes into game 2.
Oh, the Thunderbolt trying to get the Tapu Koko, but Ryota did protect this time around. Mandibuzz is just going to go ahead and roost up and heal right back up some of that health that it has lost, but Ryota now able to start dealing a little bit of damage with the Celesteela, still targeting down the Mandibuzz. Ryota definitely valuing getting that Pokemon off of the field because of that Tailwind. Looks like he may just be trying to stall out this Tailwind and then hope to go on the offensive with the Tapu Koko.
But at the same time, he can only focus on one thing when he's protecting with Tapu Koko. Celesteela isn't dealing anywhere near enough damage, and even when Tailwind expires, the Tapu Koko is going to be the only thing that's outpacing either of Sam's Pokemon in both the Mandibuzz and the Xurkitree, and it's probably not going to have enough in the tank. The Tapu Koko doesn't have a boosted special attack. Yes, it's got its choice of terrain, but its special attack isn't absolutely sky high like this Xurkitree.
Yeah, an absolutely mental Thunderbolt coming out, picking up an easy one-hit KO thanks to all of those boosts. Xurkitree just showing off now with more beast boosts alongside the Mandibuzz. Celesteela out on the field can try to keep dealing damage as it gets taunted once again by the Mandibuzz. But Sam, an amazing first game there, really picking his moments, able to set up so that he had all of the momentum this game. So from really turn 0.
There was no way to stop that strategy coming out, and I really think Sam picked the right Pokemon, knowing the Marowak was going to be a threat. He got the Garchomp in early to remove it from play, no matter what happened, getting that Swords Dance up entirely safely thanks to the Aurora Veil, but there was so little Ryota could do to keep his Marowak safe.
Absolutely. The forfeit coming out from Ryota as Sam Pandelis of Australia is now only 1 game away from becoming the world champion here in Anaheim. The Australian crowd is fired up right now. You can hear the chants going throughout the whole stadium here.
That's really what they wanted to see from their one representative, representing them so well in Game 1 of the finals. Coming into Game 2, the adaptation has to come from Ryota here. He needs something to try and help out against that. Maybe something to try and get rid of the Ninetales early on. He's got to play without the Aurora Veil from Sam. That was really something that limited his play. And looking across his team, stopping the Ninetales from setting up Aurora Veil just seems nigh on impossible.
Yeah, absolutely. The fans of Ryota out in the audience as well, cheering their boy on. Going to need to make some adjustments here as Sam is still 100% confident in his game plan, already locked in. We saw throughout Sam's games yesterday that making sure to protect your Marowak is the most important thing when you're going up against this Xurkitree team. And even though Ryota was able to get the KO onto Ninetales that last time, even with that KO, Marowak dealt so much damage to itself that it put it within range of that Garchomp's Tectonic Rage through the Protect. Previously, we saw Pokemon like Celesteela taking those knockouts on Ninetales instead to protect the Marowak.
And I think that's something that Ryota's definitely going to have to do. Smarter play around the Marowak, maybe a little bit brash of him to show it off, just to threaten the Xurkitree.
Absolutely.
Saving it for later. And then he has access to the mind game of potentially switching it in, which is, of course, going to force the play a little bit differently from Sam. So I think Ryota's really in a position where he has to change up his leads because Sam sure hasn't.
Here we go. Sam Pandelis 1 game away from being the world champion, but he has to get through Ryota Otsubo's Whimsicott and Tapu Fini lead with his Ninetales and Garchomp.
Whimsicott, definitely an interesting adaptation here alongside that Tapu Fini. We do know that is the holder of the Z Crystal on Ryota's team. 1 of 2, actually. And with the Crocodile left at home because it was so scared of switching into the Xurkitree, which then has access to Dazzling Gleam. Looks like Whimsicott is going to be the adaptation he thinks he needs to try and get some value out of a Z move in this game. He needed a little more offensive power, and something like the Nature Power being affected by Normalium Z is exactly what he could need.
Ryota's fans in the crowd hyped and fired up seeing this lead adaptation here. One crucial note here is that nothing threatens that Ninetales really right now on Ryota's side. So Aurora Veil will be going up for free if Sam wants it and no trade of Pokemon. Looks like Sam does not want to put that Garchomp in any danger, switches it out for the Xurkitree, just switching that Xurkitree in willy-nilly, as we are going to see the Tailwind come out from Whimsicott to give Ryota a little bit more breathing room with which Pokemon are going to be able to deal damage to the sweepers on Sam's side.
He gets the Tailwind up beforehand. The Ninetales free to set up Aurora Veil. That's going to be huge. And this Dazzling Gleam.
Not a bad Dazzling Gleam.
does a decent amount, but not as much of it as it could have if there was, of course, no danger of the Aurora Veil. That Aurora Veil is already showing how good it is in this matchup. Whimsicott playing it safe, probably looking to try and get some damage down on the Garchomp, but sees the potential for Garchomp to switch out, and then very, very wisely decides to set up a Tailwind. That will help out if Sam, who still has his Ninetales on the field at the end of turn 1, decides to go for those Icy Winds to try and slow down the Pokemon that are usually a little bit faster than his sweepers. That's going to be something he needs to do. Whimsicott wants to be facing off against that Garchomp.
Yeah, Whimsicott switches out Alolan Marowak on the field to threaten that Xurkitree. Just going to protect this turn, so Xurkitree not going to take any damage from Ryota's Pokemon. Another Dazzling Gleam will connect with the Ninetales. That Choice Specs on the Tapu Fini dealing a lot of damage through the Aurora Veil, really just making it incredibly powerful even without any other boost, but the Disable will make sure that Tapu Fini has to switch out or it'll be living the struggle.
Well, that's something that Sam has adapted to with his Ninetales. And knowing about the choice specs on the Tapu Fini means he's forcing plays from Ryota. Ryota is now forced to switch out this Tapu Fini, and he's probably going to be looking to capitalize on that. Something like the Dazzling Gleam from Xurkitree. Maybe trying to find a little bit of an opening there, or just catching it with an Icy Wind on the way in. So whatever's there, if it's still there when the Tailwind ends, it's going to be slower. Of course, the Marowak being forced in from Ryota to try and answer this Xurkitree, but Sam playing so wisely, respecting that switch in potential, and of course, just stopping anything wild happening this turn with a Protect. He gets a good feel for what Ryota's going to do in that turn, and he now knows a little bit about what he's forced to do in this turn.
Yeah, Ryota is absolutely forced to switch out that Tapu Fini. Will be bringing the Whimsicott back in on the field. Of course, did previously set up the Tailwind, but Marowak still very slow. Just going to take this Icy Wind from Ninetales, deal some good damage onto Whimsicott and a little bit onto the Alolan Marowak, but crucially dropping the speed of both of these Pokemon for a little bit of breathing room once the Tailwind ends. There is going to be the Brick Break from Marowak, breaks the shields there.
But
deals
Xurkitree
good damage
gets
onto that
Tail
Ninetales
Glow. Xurkitree getting the Tail Glow is really, really big here. Means that it's going to be able to start getting that big damage out if it can move. And if it can stall out another turn of Tailwind, that Icy Wind is going to start paying off for him. Of course, the Marowak is still a threat, so he's forced to Dazzling Gleam. But Dazzling Gleam could be picking up the Pokemon alongside the Marowak. That's the big thing for Sam in this turn. Getting value out of this Xurkitree and waiting for Tailwind to end.
Yeah, Sam is going to have to try and stall out a little bit. Ryota showing off his tech there on the Marowak. Shows you a little bit why he was less afraid of the Ninetales this time around.
Yeah, he knows he has a bit of an answer to it, but still not getting the knockout there. So he is still going to be able to get hit by the Icy Winds, which are going to be so, so important with Tailwind about to expire.
All right, well, Whimsicott protecting this turn, not using the last turn of Tailwind here. Ninetales going for the Aurora Veil again, has to reset it after the Brick Break. So Ryota will be able to get off an attack here onto one of the Pokemon on Sam's side. Another Dazzling Gleam coming out from the boosted up Xurkitree, not dealing that much damage at all to the resisted Alolan Marowak, and another Brick Break. This time will pick up the KO, and Sam has no screens.
No more defense boosts in both defense and special defense on Sam's side. And this could really end up being a problem, especially with Whimsicott still on the field.
Can just reset
able
the
to
Tailwind.
set up the Tailwind. Now he's already lost his Icy Wind Pokemon, so he's not able to start lowering those speeds. Marowak's going to be going last in the turn anyway, and we saw he didn't take all that much damage from a Dazzling Gleam.
Right.
So probably comfortable to maybe buy a little more time. The Tailwind can be matched by Sam here because he brings his Mandibuzz in as his final Pokemon, but there is certainly options from the Whimsicott on Ryota's side that do not mind about the speed control at all.
Absolutely. The Mandibuzz, though, a really interesting Pokemon for Sam to have out against the Marowak, threatening with that foul play. Another option to pick up the Marowak while protecting the Xurkitree, or just boosting its speed with the Tailwind.
Both of the Pokemon on Sam's side, alongside the Xurkitree, the Mandibuzz and the Garchomp that he has in the back, are answers to Marowak. So Ryota definitely needs to keep Marowak around to deal with his Tail Glow boosted Xurkitree. Switching it out is certainly one way to do it.
Yeah, very smart of Ryota to continue to protect his Marowak, switching in the Tapu Fini instead. Again, that will also reset any stat drops. the nature power from Whimsicott picks up the KO on the circuitry.
This is a really big turn.
That's a big KO. Mandibuzz left setting the tailwind for nobody.
Well, it's going to be benefiting that Garchomp, but the Garchomp's coming in against a Tapu Fini and
a
of course,
Whimsicott.
A Whimsicott. Whimsicott with nature power doesn't mind at all about the changes in speed. It is
Absolutely.
a status move that then gets boosted by Whimsicott's fantastic prankster ability. There is one thing though, he needs to get the Tapu Fini out and then back in to turn it into the fairy type Moonblast. But he has the option to do that. There's no value for the Marowak here for him anymore. It's not going to be dealing with the Xurkitree because he just knocked it out with Moonblast anyway. So you could see a very easy switch in into the Marowak, let that get knocked out by the Mandibuzz or the Garchomp, and then go back on the offensive. If Whimsicott has the time to protect, it could protect. I hope Marowak gets knocked out immediately on the way in.
Yeah, but it is always risky when you're going up against a team like Sam's. Those free switch-ins are also just free opportunities to Swords Dance on that Garchomp and start building even more damage. No switch, just the tectonic rage coming out from the Garchomp. Sam really trying to get some of that momentum back here with a big Z move.
That's something he's going to need to do, is put the momentum back in his favor. But clearly Ryota believing in his Tapu Fini and its ability to start picking up knockouts. Now Aurora Veil isn't in play.
It is on the Tapu Fini that will deal a lot of damage. No Swords Dance needed. Garchomp picks up the KO onto Tapu Fini. No more Misty Terrain able to come on the field and boost that nature power into Moonblast anymore either. That is a huge knockout for Sam.
Yeah, and Ryota needed to preserve that Tapu Fini. It was so important to this matchup. The Marowak could have been an easy switch in there. Let it get knocked out by the Tectonic Rage. Let it fall to this Garchomp, which beats it anyway, and then you have Tapu Fini for later without Tectonic Rage. I think Ryota not expecting the Tectonic Rage to be used into that Tapu Fini, looking to get a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast there, and Sam swinging the momentum so quickly in his favor. Clearly feeling pretty positive though about what he has in that last remaining slot.
Yeah, we still have not seen Ryota's final Pokemon here. Previously, it was the Celesteela, but it is very possible that Ryota has changed up his game plan a little bit more. Gonna need something to deal with both the Mandibuzz and the Garchomp. He needs to worry about potentially getting stalled out with that Roost. Going to set up the Tailwind just to make sure that the final Pokemon are going to be as fast as possible while Sam gets a Swords Dance on this turn here. And a taunt coming out from Mandibuzz. One of the worst things that can happen to your Whimsicott is getting taunted. Shadow Bone from the Marowak dealing a little bit of damage. Does get the drop though.
Yeah, that's something that's going to help out a little bit there, but it may not be enough. And this Whimsicott is entirely dead weight now after the taunt. Most of the Whimsicott we see in the format we have right now don't carry a normal attacking move. They only bring nature power, which just isn't going to be what Ryota needs to try and get back into this game. He is, of course, relying pretty much on that last Pokemon. This Garchomp, with the boost, should be able to start picking up easy knockouts with Earthquake here. And Sam just ensuring a nice win condition for himself.
All right, Ryota will go ahead and protect the Marowak on his side. Trying to make sure that the Marowak will get a chance to attack in this Tailwind. Rock Slide not enough to pick up the KO onto Whimsicott, so no KO coming from Whimsicott just immediately, but will take the foul play. Ryota now able to get a free switch in here. Knew that that Whimsicott wasn't doing anything else for the rest of the game, did not want to threaten the Pokemon in the back. So Ryota now able to switch in his final Pokemon.
Yep, and Ryota's going to have to reveal the full extent of his hand here. It is the Tapu Koko.
Tapu Koko loves that Mandibuzz.
It loves Mandibuzz, and actually...
And a weakened Garchomp.
With the damage from Shadow Bone, the Garchomp as well. Of course, there is the Tailwind in play, and both these players set up their Tailwind at different times. Sam has the option to buy a little bit of time, make sure he's the only one benefiting from it. That's so important in this game. And Sam is just still in that position where, unless he tries to go on the offensive a little bit too early, is in a very good position to try and get this Garchomp to beat this Tapu Koko.
Absolutely. Garchomp has to protect, stall out the Tailwind on Ryota's side. Just going to block damage coming in from both of Ryota's Pokemon here. The Dazzling Gleam from Tapu Koko, the right choice there, would be able to deal a lot of damage to both Pokemon here. About 50% onto Mandibuzz. And it looks like the Flare Blitz connecting with the Mandibuzz. Ryota not falling for the Protector, picks up the KO. No more tailwind pressure on Sam's side, and Ryota, looks like Ryota's forcing a game 3 here.
He is, and he played fantastically on that turn where he knew the tailwind advantage was going to be changing at the end of it. Tapu Koko just needs to keep itself safe on this last turn of tailwind from Sam, and then he's going to be able to go after it with a single target Dazzling Gleam. Of course, the damage being boosted. Tapu Koko, though, already going first.
Yep, there is the Dazzling Gleam picking up the KO onto Garchomp, and we got a series. Ryota Otsuba and Sam Pandelis now both 1 game away from becoming the 2017 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
It's come down to 1. Both of those games, players getting good information, and Ryota making fantastic adjustments, bringing the Whimsicott in there, bringing the Tapu Koko at a much better time when Xurkitree was removed from the field, and revealing the Brick Break from Marowak to remove that Aurora Veil from play was so essential from Ryota. He's probably going to want to execute a very similar strategy, and even within his victory, there was a couple of things that could have been changed around. The Tapu Fini, for example, not giving the option for a Moonblast from Nature Power from Whimsicott. Something like that would be able to swing games a little bit quicker, I think, for Ryota. So he's learned a lot from game 1, and knowing how Sam's trying to execute that strategy, he was able to respond to it so well.
Uh-oh, Sam is thinking. This is the first time Sam hasn't selected his Pokemon immediately. Might be a little shaken up after that second game. Gets it within the first 30 seconds, though, so not too shook up. Ryota still taking his time to pick his Pokemon. Really great adaptations there, not worrying as much about the Ninetales. Recognizes that the Aurora Veil will go up, but he has answers for it. And not taking damage on the Marowak was a huge deal to keep it healthy and around for a longer portion of that game.
Well, he actually managed to get 2 Brick Breaks out of the Marowak, and that was really good for him, because that Brick Break, getting rid of Aurora Veil, is one of the key parts of Sam's strategy. Being able to keep his Pokemon on the field longer, being able to get a little more setup time, being able to get a little bit more time to lower his opponent's speed was really good. And bringing the Whimsicott as well, that is not so bad when it comes to, of course, dealing with those speed drops because of the Prankster ability, was the perfect adaptation from Ryota in Game 2.
Here we go. Game 3, the decider. Our final match here in Anaheim. I can't believe it's already almost over. In a cool 15 or 20 or 30 or so minutes, we will have a new world champion. Will it be Sam Pandelis of Australia and his team of Garchomp, Ninetales, Arcanine, Mandibuzz, Tapu Lele, and Xurkitree, or will it be Ryota Otsuba, who has decided to bring his Alolan Marowak and his Whimsicott in the front position of his squad once again?
Well, the Alolan Marowak, again, being there to remind Xurkitree it has to be careful with its Thunderbolt. It is also there, in this instance, though, to potentially Brick Break the Aurora Veil. And I think the decision lays with Sam on this one, the key decision in this turn, at least, on what is happening in that slot where Marowak is. Is Marowak going to stay there and protect? Is it going to potentially switch out? And if so, is he going to be able to use the Garchomp to deal with that slot? We do see something like the Ninetales likely going to be setting up. It's going to be very limited in that. But a smart switch on that Marowak slot could open a number of doors when it comes to Ryota's play.
Yeah, it's going to come down to these early turns. Who can get the momentum here? We saw in Game 1 when Sam was able to set up. It was just about over for Ryota, but it looks like Ryota is the one exerting the most pressure here as Garchomp has to switch out for the Mandibuzz. Marowak switches out.
Yeah, this is going to be big depending on what comes in. Tapu Fini bringing Misty Terrain. This could be so essential in this turn, depending on what Whimsicott has gone for here.
The Z move!
Nature Power turning into Moonblast because of the incoming Misty Terrain.
And then becoming
Twinkle Tackle. It's going to be so big. And if it was targeting that slot where the Garchomp was,
does not affect the Mandibuzz.
Oh, if he went for the Garchomp slot, the Mandibuzz blocks it because of the Dark typing. That was what I was wanting to say, that it is the perfect switch in. And it's similar to using an electric type move into Lightning Rock. That doesn't affect it.
Dark-type Pokemon not affected by attacks that have been boosted by the Prankster ability means that Nature Power Z-move Twinkle Tackle is busted. And the Ninetales
wasted.
Free Aurora Veil.
Completely wasted in this game. And such smart play from Sam to make that switch. He looked like he was going to be taking an easy knockout on the Garchomp, which has previously been staying around and setting up Sword Stance. But Sam saw that coming clearly, so prepared for that team, and knowing that the Dark typing on Mandibuzz was the key element here to deal with those Fairy type moves that you usually can't handle.
Well, Ryota's Whimsicott no longer has its ace in the hole, but will be able to set up a Tailwind here. Going to be cut a little bit in its efficacy by the Icy Wind from Ninetales. So we'll drop the speed of both the Tapu Fini and the Whimsicott for this turn. The Tapu Fini, though, will be able to continue to fire off some powerful Dazzling Gleams with that Choice Specs, dealing a little bit of damage to the Mandibuzz and to the Ninetales, but with that Aurora Veil, not the full amount. And another taunt on Whimsicott means that Pokemon has to retreat. It's
really not been Whimsicott today. It has set up Tailwind, which is certainly going to help out a little bit. But that's not what he needs. He needed it to do that big damage with the Z move. And this could be really big and a very quick swing in Sam's favor. Now Whimsicott is forced to switch out after the taunt. He's going to be able to spend a little bit of time dealing with the Tapu Fini. And we know that the potential Disable from the Ninetales would be a fantastic way to deal with it in this turn.
Tapu Koko switching in really early here for Ryota. That's been a Pokemon that he has kept in the back in all of his previous matches. But that's going to be the Pokemon he needs to make something happen here. Ryota also opting not to allow that Ninetales to get a free Disable off onto the Marowak, but he didn't even go for it. Catching the switch in, gets the Icy Wind on both of Ryota's Pokemon. Great prediction there from Sam, recognizing that he probably wasn't going to get another free Disable off here.
Not after
just
game
going
2.
for the Icy Wind and set up a foul play onto the Tapu Koko.
Well, maybe you see Sam predicting the Marowak to be the switch-in for that Whimsicott that wasn't able to move, and throwing the foul play at the slot that it isn't in. Every little bit of damage is going to help out against this Tapu Koko, though, and Tapu Koko probably going to be struggling to make that call after what we saw with the Z move. You know that Sam can make these big switches to make sure these attacks are not effective at all, doing no damage. And the potential switch to a Garchomp means this Tapu Koko has to be careful about using its electric type attacks. It could be forced into using its fairy type attacks, such as Dazzling Gleam, that isn't going to be as powerful because it doesn't benefit from the terrain.
There's always Discharge.
There is always Discharge, and that is something that could be interesting. But you'd only still be doing damage to this Ninetales, not one of the big sweepers that Sam is looking to get into a great position in this game.
All right, Ryota's Pokemon out on the field, slowed a little bit by the Icy Wind, just going for the Dazzling Gleam onto both the Mandibuzz and the Ninetales, as Tapu Fini is as well, dealing a little bit of damage, but nowhere near as much as you would like to see. And the Disable actually connecting this time with Tapu Koko, so no more Dazzling Gleams able to come out here, while Mandibuzz able to get this foul play off onto Marowak, still hangs on though. So more damage coming out from the Mandibuzz. The Brick Break from the Marowak, the Brick Break onto the Ninetales will get rid of the Aurora Veil and put it in within Dazzling Gleam range or Discharge range.
Yep, striking range for Tapu Koko now. And with one more turn of Tailwind remaining, this is the turn I think Ryota needs to be capitalizing on. The Discharge here would be really good at picking up the knockouts, of course, Marowak's Lightning Rod ability, keeping it so safe. And it's not even able to look at Dazzling Gleam. Discharge is the best adaptation here. So even if the Garchomp comes in, then he is going to be able to start capitalizing on it. If the Garchomp comes in and the other Pokemon is able to take it very well, or potentially switch back out, then Dazzling Gleam is still disabled. So with that Garchomp coming in, Ryota's probably going to have to look at a way to deal with it with something like this Marowak. Finding the right slot that it comes in, making that call, and hitting it with something like the Shadow Bone.
No Protect on either of Sam's two Pokemon, Mandibuzz or Ninetales, means he has to switch at least one out. Ninetales does switch out for the Garchomp, but Ryota actually switching out his own Marowak, bringing back in the Whimsicott. Making sure, looks like he wanted to go for the Thunderbolt, or did still go for the Discharge, just going to take the damage onto Whimsicott instead and pick up the KO onto the Mandibuzz.
Yep, Whimsicott completely accepting that damage there.
Yeah.
But getting rid of the Mandibuzz rather important. It means that this Whimsicott has the option to try and set up the Tailwind, but without it being matched by the Mandibuzz on Sam's side of the field. Of course, that Mandibuzz isn't going to be around to try and get the next foul play onto this Marowak, but he's still going to have to deal with this Garchomp, and with the Dazzling Gleam unable to be used because of Disable, it looks like it might be on Whimsicott to try and do that again.
Well, if Whimsicott can get the Tailwind up, Ryota's other Pokemon in the back may be able to break through Sam's offensive core here with the Xurkitree and Garchomp out on the field, and we know Ninetales in the back in red health. It's going to be really on the Landshark and the Ultra Beast to bring it home for Australia.
Yeah, he's going to need a little bit of time, and respecting potential switches. A Tailwind to start this turn, very interesting, of course.
No switches.
From Ryota.
No switches, just Tectonic Rages coming out from Garchomp. Sam recognizing that he needs to start putting out some offensive threat immediately if he's going to have a chance of protecting that Xurkitree and protecting the Garchomp via offense.
Yep, and with the Tapu Fini in the back, that's something that's going to really, really enjoy the Tailwind that was just set up by this Whimsicott.
Yep.
It looks like
and the lack of Aurora Veil.
Maybe allowing both of his Pokemon to get knocked out here and just bring in his 2 remaining Pokemon in the chance that they can sweep under Tailwind.
Well,
Xurkitree isn't going to knock out the Whimsicott for him, though, is of course just going to leave it in play.
Just wants the Tail Glow here. Ryota now does have the option to bring in the Tapu Fini and then boost up that Whimsicott's Nature Power into a Moonblast.
And that Moonblast would be really good against...
We saw how much damage it dealt last game.
Yes, it does so much. And that means that he now has 2 Pokemon providing a good offensive threat. He needed to bring Tapu Fini in. And you have to think, if the Garchomp's on the field, Sam's likely going to have to protect that. That's something that's rather important, I think, with the Marowak in the back. The Marowak's so low that it's going to be able to pick up a knockout with ease. And if Ryota can find the opportunity to deal with this Tail Glow Xurkitree, then Marowak again becomes not so important.
Right.
A lot is riding, though, on this Tapu Fini. I think that's the focal point of Ryota's team right now.
Yeah, this Choice Specs Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini, a Pokemon you don't expect to be dishing out the damage. Protect coming up from the Garchomp. Sam protecting his Pokemon here. And we are going to see Ryota going on the offensive with the Moonblast into the Xurkitree.
That's the nature
power. A lot
power.
of damage.
He's called it right.
Another Moonblast!
He called it. The Protect was telegraphed by Sam, and he's able to get it. He gets the knockout on a turn where Garchomp protected, keeping itself over safe. The next turn, this Garchomp is going to be able to get knocked out by Tapu Fini because it just protected. Sam is now looking at a double protect, and this weakened Ninetales
can't do anything.
It's going to get picked up by the Whimsicott. Ryota just has to pick the right targets with the right Pokemon. Whimsicott using Prankster, not going to be worried about the Mandibuzz and its Dark typing this time. That will go over towards the Ninetales and tidy it up, with Tapu Fini seeing the Protect last turn from Garchomp, able to go for it with no Aurora Veil. He has to use Whimsicott to beat the Ninetales because it moves with the benefit of Prankster.
There's the Nature Power again.
Turning into Moonblast.
Moonblast on the field. Ryota Otsubo this turn proving that 2016 was a fluke. Japan is back.
Tapu Fini to round it out.
Tapu Fini, Choice Specs Tapu Fini with the Moonblast onto Garchomp. A one-hit KO. Ryota Otsubo is your 2017 Masters World Champion.
Fantastic adaptation over the course of the set from Ryota there. Game 1, a little bit bruising for him, but fantastic plays in both Game 2 and 3. Learned a little bit in Game 2, made a mistake in the beginning of Game 3, but that wasn't enough to stop him. He had so much gas left in the tank that he was able to make those perfect predictions, including the double target on Xurkitree at the end there.
And you just have to feel for these players, all of that emotion that has been pent up for the entire weekend, bursting out of Ryota there at the end. An incredibly well-played final set.
I'm sure you almost can't hear me because the crowd is already deafening here on the main stage for the Pokemon Video Game Masters Championship Finals. I don't have to tell you to get excited because I can tell you already are, and it's time to introduce your players. Please welcome, from the United States, Emilia Forbes! And from Ecuador, Paul Ruiz! You both have have some rabid fans out here ready to watch you play, so I'm not going to stand in your way. Please shake hands, take your seats. Crowd, tell me who's your champion? Casters, I can't tell. They are both so excited. Let's get into this match.
Yo, I can't tell either. This is home court advantage for Emilio Forbes, but Latin America turned out and they're here to cheer on Paul Ruiz.
So much energy, some of the loudest reactions from the crowd I've ever heard at a live event, so I hope you guys can keep it up throughout the course of this best of 3, but it's going to be such a good game. I think two of the coolest teams I've seen in the VGC 2018 format, and truly two of the best players in the world piloting it to where they are. So we're going to take a look at these players and some of the accomplishments that they have had. Of course, Emilio, your American representative, running a team of Tapu Bulu, Incineroar, Latias, Gengar, Landorus, Therian, and Politoed. Emilio did get second at a regional championship this year, also placed top 8 at the Anaheim Open last year, and capped it off with a top 16 finish at the North American International Championships. But this truly is his major breakout performance. So many incredible wins on stream with a really cool team to back it up.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Emilio at a few events over the course of his career playing Pokemon. I talked to him before we started. He is excited to be here on the finals main stage representing America, but he will have to go through Paul Ruiz, who is Latin America's hope. The dream is alive in Paul Ruiz. You can see last year, a semi-finalist in the World Championships. The crowd is already going bonkers for him. He came to the World Championships last year with a dream of making top 8. He performed one better and made it to the top 4. He went home having achieved his dream, looked back on the matches, saw how well he played, and was like, top 4 is not good enough. I am here to be the champion. I am here to represent my country and my continent, and I am going to be the first Latin American champion in the video game championships.
Yeah, to be able to make it back to this stage after making it so far last year, truly impressive, but Paul doesn't want to stop just now. He's so close to realizing that dream that you were talking about. He's one best of 3 set away from winning the World Championships, but Emilio's not going to make it any easier for him, and it's going to be a great set. I think we are finally ready to get into this World Championship Finals.
Yo, it is game 1 of our Masters Division Finals here. Best of 3 set, Emilio Forbes versus Paul Ruiz. Both players, extensive planning and preparation going into this first game. Both players having taken some time to think out their game plan. Both think it's going to be a very even matchup here. And really, this first turn, you know, Emilio running that Mega Gengar team, going to be so important not to fall behind early.
Yeah, this turn 1 is going to be incredibly important here. Emilio has led Gengar nearly throughout the entire course of the tournament, and he does have this Perish Song capability, so once again, we do see the Gengar here. Not too much of a surprise, but once that Gengar Mega Evolves and potentially sets up a Perish Song, you're trapped in for 3 turns, and so Paul knows that he has to play around that these next couple of turns, and his lead is definitely a pretty strong one here to counter it right from the get-go.
Absolutely. Paul Ruiz leading that Gastrodon and Salamence. Emilio, when we spoke to him before the match, said that that Gastrodon was going to be the biggest threat on Paul's team, and it's right there on turn 1, threatening both the Landorus and the Gengar.
Landorus here really not able to do too much damage-wise. It can potentially threaten the Gastrodon with a Z move, but of course the Salamence did intimidate it, so I think likely here we're going to want to see it maybe go for a U-turn or switch out. Gengar here is actually really threatened immediately by the potential Z move from that Gastrodon, but of course Emilio probably brought the Tapu Bulu in this game to counter the Gastrodon. I wouldn't be too surprised to see it come in here, but it's actually going to be Incineroar to cycle out a Fake Out.
Yeah, it just double intimidates off onto that Salamence as well, but Incineroar able to exert some Fake Out pressure against Paul's Pokemon, and a big deal for stalling turns of Perish Song, getting those free turns as much as possible. Mega Salamence is the choice from Paul's side. Going to go ahead and boost up the power of Salamence, get that Aerolate ability to make sure that it can hit for flying type damage in the future should that Tapu Bulu come out. Mega Gengar on the field immediately from Emilio, trapping in the Gastrodon and Salamence. And Paul Ruiz going ahead and neutralizing one of those Intimidates on the Salamence with the Dragon Dance, boosting its speed, boosting its attack. Gengar sets up a substitute, though, going to be protected from an attack from Paul. And it looks like Gastrodon's just going to go right ahead with a Z Crystal boosted attack here. If that's into the substitute, that's bad news for Paul.
Yeah, he'll at least be able to break the substitute, but that's not why you want to commit this early on in the game. So let's see who it targets. If he called the Incineroar switch in, would have been incredible, but I think still okay here. At least you now break the substitute and your Salamence is guaranteed to be faster than the Gengar. But like you mentioned, the Cyclave Intimidates, I think that's one thing that's really difficult for Paul's team to deal with here. He only has 2 special attackers. It's likely he does have that Tapu Koko in the back, but now Emilio has a trap in, so he can continue cycling the Landorus back in and out. Gengar, however, on the other hand, does have a pretty low defense stat. So even with the Intimidate, Salamence can still hit for pretty hard, but now that Incineroar is in, you can go for a potential fake out. However, Gengar has to worry about attacks from both Gastrodon and Salamence right now.
Yeah, really difficult to pick which Pokemon you want to fake out this turn. If you're Emilio, go straight for the Gastrodon. Salamence showing double edge with that boost. Is enough, picks it up. Paul Ruiz has broken the trap. Mega Gengar goes down. Salamence takes damage from the recoil, and Gastrodon flinching from that fake out, but huge threat off the field on Emilio's side. Mega Gengar not able to set the trap, not able to set the Perish song. Gonna need this Latias to do some work in this game to make up for that Mega Gengar.
What an incredible game plan Paul came with in this set. I thought Gengar was easily the most important Pokemon on Emilio's team, and he's able to get it right out of the field immediately. Despite the attack drops in Salamence, Salamence really strong physically and Gengar really frail defensively, still gets knocked out there, and that's a big knockout for Paul. We do see the Latias come out, does threaten the Salamence with something like an Ice Beam, but this Gastrodon is going to be even harder to deal with now because there is no Tapu Bulu in the back.
Yeah, no Tapu Bulu, which means that Gastrodon gets to go up against a Latias and Incineroar, and a Landorus loves that matchup. Incineroar switching out for the Mega Salamence. Paul will be protecting that Pokemon on his side. Gets the Intimidate off onto Emilio's Incineroar as well, and sets up fake out pressure for himself in the next turn.
Did he
Landorus on the switch in. Both Pokemon on Emilio's side. Super weak to this Gastrodon. Hoping to bait out an Earth Power from the Gastrodon, and it's an Ice Beam from the Latias. Gonna deal some damage to that Incineroar, very little bit of damage. And it's an Ice Beam from Gastrodon!
That's an Ice Beam! That's it!
On the Landorus! Gastrodon, free damage on that Landorus. 4 times super effective, hanging on with just a sliver of health there. Paul Ruiz, yo, he's here for the championship. He does not want to go home a runner-up.
That was an Ice Beam, but that play was fiery hot right there. Almost knocking out the Landorus, but still such an incredible play. Ice Beaming and Incineroar calling the switch out. And if you're able to make those plays with the Gastrodon like that, this Gastrodon is already really difficult to deal with, and he was able to bring in the Incineroar to cycle out for fake out pressure. This Latias really doesn't do anything against Incineroar. Can maybe go for a Psychic type attack onto the Gastrodon, but this is really tricky here. I mean, Paul could fake out the Landorus relatively free and get a switch in here, as we will do so.
Yeah, switching in the Snorlax, Emilio does have the option of using that Psychium Z on his Latias for some big damage, but instead just going to go for the Protect this turn. Does not want to get faked out on either of his Pokemon. Double Protect coming out, so Snorlax gets in for absolutely free. Incineroar just going to with that fake out into the Landorus Protect, but Paul Ruiz has set up a position where he now has that Snorlax out, able to tank damage from both the Landorus and the Latias pretty easily.
Yeah, this Snorlax is a tricky Pokemon to bring into this matchup because of the Gengar. It can't really touch the Gengar as it doesn't actually have high horsepower, but now that the Gengar's out the way, it doesn't even need a setup. It can just go for attacks. You know, Landorus is already so low as is, and we're going to see Incineroar switch out to cycle and Intimidate back in. Also, you want to conserve that for an endgame potentially against the Latias.
Yeah, absolutely, and that Gastrodon is already exerting so much pressure on both of Emilio's Pokemon. Will take an Ice Beam from the Latias on the switch, and Gastrodon is pretty bulky here. Looks like we are going to see another Tectonic Rage coming out, this time from Emilio's Landorus. Would be big if it hit the Gastrodon on the switch in, but Snorlax protecting will be able to defend against most of the damage.
Yeah, that's a great turn for Paul there once again. Does guard the Gastrodon, but I think Paul doesn't mind this turn too much because now you know that there is no immediate threat to the Snorlax. No Z-move pressure from either Pokemon. Gastrodon will go down, but it has done its work in this game. I mean, being able to get that Ice Beam while putting on so much pressure. More importantly, now this Snorlax is so much more difficult to deal with. I think both Snorlax and Gastrodon major threats from Paul's team, especially if you eliminate the Gengar and don't have to worry about Tapu Bulu. Now, the Intimidate comes against the Landorus. Latias is even less useful here, and Snorlax puts on immense pressure against both Pokemon. Could considering setting up, but maybe you just go for damage at this point.
Yeah, you have Incineroar out on the field with fake out pressure. Pretty easy to get a belly drum off here if you're Paul Ruiz, but yeah, like you mentioned, may just be best to go for immediate damage. Catch Pokemon like this Incineroar on the switch in. The Intimidate will be hitting both Paul Ruiz's Incineroar and the Snorlax, dropping their attack a single stage, making this switch in a little bit safer. Fake out will come out from Paul onto the Latias, so no damage coming out from Emilio, and a free belly drum, absolutely free belly drum from that Snorlax. Gonna go ahead and maximize its attack, negating the Intimidate entirely and healing all the way up with its Gluttony ability, eating that berry at 50%. Healing all the way back up, and that is an angry Snorlax on the field.
Yeah, Paul has really positioned the Snorlax into a perfect position, actually, where we actually know it has Recycle as well, so it could heal back even later on in the game, but Latias and Incineroar right now can't really put on, once again, too much pressure in terms of damage, and Snorlax is just going to take a turn here to blow a potential fake out.
Yeah, Snorlax just going to go ahead and protect this turn so it does not get faked out. Emilio predicting that protect will go ahead and just try and get the fake out onto Incineroar to prevent Paul from making any moves of his own. But now we are in a position where Snorlax cannot be faked out. It will be able to get a frustration off, and Emilio no longer has that Gengar to wall this Snorlax, so whatever switches in is going to take a beating.
Yeah, with the double protect now, Paul is free to target either of these two Pokemon. Emilio has to hope for an Ice Beam freeze here on Snorlax if he wants any chance. And does he get the freeze here? Doesn't do very much damage, and no freeze.
No freeze, and a Snarl coming out from Paul Ruiz's Incineroar will drop the special attack of that Latias, making Latias so much less threatening, especially if it ends up being the only Pokemon left unable to switch out. But Paul's just going to play this one safe, play it a little slow, recover up that berry, and make sure that it can survive some more hits coming later. As Emilio switches Incineroar out for Landorus, cycling those Intimidates, but it's going to take a lot of cycling to get that Snorlax back into a reasonable position.
Yeah, you're pretty much hoping for maybe an Earthquake critical hit here, but I'm not even sure that will knock out the Snorlax, and so the Recycle just allows
it into a berry range.
Yeah, exactly. So Paul playing it safe here, and I think that's an excellent decision on his end. Also, the Snarl means that Latias damage output is basically negligible against Snorlax right now, so this Snorlax is looking like an absolute monster, being able to set up in the perfect position, and the reason why Paul was able to do this was because he eliminated that Gengar on the second turn of this game. So it feels like Paul really came here with a concise game plan and has been executing it perfectly. Let's see if we get a freeze from Ice Beam right now.
Yeah, no protect, just another Ice Beam onto Snorlax.
No
Not
freeze.
enough to get the berry either, so this Earthquake will have an opportunity to crit on the Snorlax. Connects with both Incineroar and Snorlax, deals a lot of damage, gets the KO on Incineroar, but not on the Snorlax. Gets the crit, but on the wrong Pokemon. Snorlax just going to heal back up with the berry and fire off of frustration into Emilio's side.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a guaranteed knockout, presumably targeting down the Landers, but let's see.
Ooh, it's going to be the Latias.
Yeah, going to go for Latias, actually, just to probably avoid any potential freeze. Yeah,
and makes it much more safe for Salamence to come back in as the final Pokemon.
Absolutely. So I think either target there, honestly, a pretty good one. Ended up going for the Latias. Now you don't have to worry about the freeze chance, which I think is actually probably a bigger deal. Whereas with Landorus, now you have to worry maybe about Rock Slide flinches, but at least, like you mentioned, you do have the speed advantage completely here with Salamence.
All right, so no more switching out of Intimidates on Emilio's side. We'll have to be dealing with this +4 Snorlax. Does get the Intimidate off onto Salamence, but being able to just double protect away the fake out pressure. Looks like Emilio wants to go directly into game 2, realizing he has no outs here, and Paul Ruiz, just like that, is up 1-0 in the Masters World Championship Finals. One game away from bringing the trophy to Latin America, to Ecuador, and making history here in Nashville.
You really could tell that Paul came with a game plan in this one. I feel like bringing Snorlax into this matchup can be really tricky because you're bringing it against a Gengar, which you can't touch at all. But once that Gengar was gone, Paul was able to find the perfect position, the perfect turn to be able to set up that belly drum. Emilio opted not to bring that Tapu Bulu either, so it meant that it was almost impossible to deal with both Gastrodon and Snorlax at the same time. So going into this next game, I think Paul's lead was probably a little bit better than Emilio's from the start, and he was able to capitalize off that initial Dragon Dance, getting rid of that substitute, and then now knowing that, okay, Salamence even at -1 attack is still going to be able to knock out my Gengar with that double edge. I'm not sure Emilio was quite expecting that damage count, and you can tell Paul is living in it right now, hyping up that entire crowd.
Yeah, Paul is feeling the energy coming out from the crowd, and if you want Emilio to take home the championship, you're going to need to be sending him some energy as well because he needs to win this game too. If he does not win, he will be ending his tournament, his Cinderella tournament here as a runner-up. But if he wins, he can force a Game 3 and keep those championship hopes alive.
Emilio here, I was kind of surprised to see the Landorus lead. I think I was expecting something like Incineroar and Gengar, but regardless, now what is important to know is that Salamence is really, really strong. I think Salamence Gastrodon, a really clever lead there. One way you could potentially threaten that a little bit more is maybe leading the Latias, because that does threaten the Salamence immediately with some damage output. You also actually threaten Gastrodon at least with some consistent psychic damage as well. So we'll see how Emilio adjusts here, because Paul came with a really good game plan in that first game.
All right, well, Game 2 of our Masters Division finals here. Emilio Forbes versus Paul Ruiz. We saw in turn 1 just how important the lead combination was. Paul able to snipe out that Gengar really early on, sticks with what he knows works, Salamence and Gastrodon. Emilio making the decision to switch up the leads just a little bit, still sticking with the Gengar lead, but bringing out the Latias this time to immediately threaten that Salamence.
I really like that adjustment by Emilio, and I think that's what he should have gone for now, because the threat of Latias means that Salamence cannot go for a necessarily free Dragon Dance. You have to be worried about the Ice Beam coming out immediately. So, great lead by Emilio here. I thought last time Paul had the advantage because turn 1 he was able to get a free Dragon Dance. This time around he doesn't have to worry about Intimidate, but the threat of Latias immediately definitely have to scare you off a little bit. Gastrodon, however, still threatens Gengar immensely, and Gengar doesn't provide too much damage against either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and we know Latias not only threatens the Salamence, but also threatens that Gastrodon with the Psychium Z that it's holding, able to launch off a Shattered Psyche should it decide to just try and fire down that Gastrodon that really controlled the game for Paul. Looks like Paul's going to protect the Salamence and switch in the Snorlax in the face of that Gengar that we know Snorlax is unable to actually damage, only having Frustration as an attack. So Emilio able to Mega Evolve Gengar now, trapping in the Gastrodon and the Snorlax, going for a Protect this time, not a Substitute. Latias also going to go for a Protect here, just trying to scout out what Paul was going to do. And it looks like going to bait out another of these Z moves from the Gastrodon. This time not hitting into the Substitute, but will be hitting into a Protect.
Yeah, last time around it did hit into the Substitute, but what's more important is it actually does get chip damage enough where probably another Earth Power or that -1 Double Edge will knock out. So even though it's not the knockout that you might necessarily want, it's actually still a pretty good turn here where you do a lot of damage, and that does put the pressure on against Gengar. You see that almost does have to
double.
help. Oh!
A critical hit through the Protect, so dealing more damage than the Substitute last time around, but crucially, that Snorlax is now trapped in here with Gengar. At least Gengar and Latias both use their Protect, so no safe ability for Emilio to stick around with Gengar, set the trap, and continue to boost that way.
Ooh,
just going to go on the attack, just damage, no Perish Song coming out. Deals a good amount to Gastrodon and gets the special defense drop, which is going to be huge for this Shattered Psyche coming out from Latias.
That should knock out the Gastrodon. This is presumably a double target there, especially after that special defense drop. But if Paul here is going for a belly drum, maybe it's actually not the end of the world. At least he does set up the Snorlax, and now that threatens everything on the Latias side. You know that Gengar is already the one Pokemon that can resist the normal type attack, so you can consistently target those returns into the Latias slot, and Gastrodon will go
There it
down.
goes. Gastrodon goes down to the Shattered Psyche. Emilio takes the Pokemon lead in Game 1, but Paul will be able to go ahead and set up the belly drum on his Snorlax. And actually, the interesting part about having the Snorlax and the Mega Gengar out is they can't actually damage each other.
Right.
The only option for Gengar to get that Snorlax off the field is the Perish Song. So really going to have to see if Emilio is going to be able to play around that, but that KO means that Paul will be able to switch in the Incineroar, threatening potentially both the Mega Gengar and the Latias.
I think Incineroar definitely the correct Pokemon to bring out in this situation. If you bring out Salamence, you're at threat. If Latias protects, they can just Ice Beam you the next turn and you're trapped in. So there's some Protect Mind games that feels like a 50-50 on whether you call it correctly or not. With Incineroar, you don't have to gamble as much about that. And now it does threaten, of course, the Gengar with damage. Even if it chooses to go for Substitute, we know that the Incineroar does have Snarl, and of course Snorlax can just now knock out that Latias slot. More importantly for Paul, the Z move has now been committed, so it's really difficult to actually deal with this Snorlax, other than that Perish Song, as you mentioned. Interestingly enough, if we're in a situation where it's Gengar versus Snorlax one-on-one, Perish Song will actually lose Emilio the game because Paul's Snorlax is slower.
Well, Emilio is going to go ahead and retreat the Mega Gengar for his own Incineroar, getting fake out pressure on the field for himself and intimidates off onto both the enemy Incineroar and Snorlax. But again, when Belly Drum maxes out your attack, it's going to take a lot to get that back under control. Incineroar will use Flare Blitz into what was the Gengar, now the opposing Incineroar on Emilio's side, dealing a little bit of damage, while Latias protects itself from this Snorlax's frustration.
Paul playing it safe this turn, ended up not going for something like a Recycle maybe to get the berry back, but I think perfectly reasonable play. Nice switch in there by Emilio actually to get that Intimidate off. Helps a little bit more against the Incineroar. Snorlax is still going to be getting knockouts, but now you do have the potential to get a fake out off. It's a relatively safe switch in there because it's highly unlikely Snorlax is going to target down that Gengar with a normal type attack. So a little bit of more momentum going into Emilio's favor. He made some really nice adjustments, and knocking out that Gastron earlier was a great play.
Yeah, and crucially keeping that Mega Gengar around, which makes that Snorlax much less scary. Always has the opportunity to switch the Gengar in to protect a Pokemon on Emilio's side. Actually just going to switch the Latias out for the Landorus, going to get Intimidates off again onto both of Paul's Pokemon, but leaving that slot open to an attack from the Snorlax. Double switch, so Mega Gengar will come back in here, protecting the Incineroar. Just going to go ahead and set the trap again. Snarl comes out again from Paul's Incineroar, deals a little bit of damage to Gengar, drops the special attack, meaning that Gengar is really not threatening anything but a Perish Song here.
Where's the frustration going? Oh, into the Gengar.
Emilio making the right call. Frustration into Gengar. And Snorlax probably feeling a little bit frustrated himself.
Yeah, double switch there definitely means that you are vulnerable to a potential knockout there immediately. So Emilio does call it correctly. Gengar still does take some damage, but now he's got the trap in. Incineroar's damage output really reduced. I mean, Snarl, however, is still going to chip away, but this Gengar is still healthy enough to probably survive. Definitely going to survive one. You're going to need to go for at least two here. And, you know, the Landorus, of course, putting on pressure with Earthquake. However, Snorlax is still sitting at +4 attack, so it still will easily knock out anything on the Landorus slot. I think this is definitely still a pretty even board position for both players.
We're basically in the same position as we were a couple of turns ago, last time Gengar was here, but with the Landorus out instead of the Latias. Emilio just trying to chip away at that attack stat with all of these Intimidates. Got it down to +3 now.
Yep.
Still pretty strong, but, you know, getting a little bit weaker. Landorus will go ahead and U-turn out, so switching out, able to now switch the Gengar back in with that U-turn, protecting the Landorus for one more turn and making sure that Paul does not get any damage out. Has to be the Gengar in that slot, no other option, can't risk switching in the Latias. So Paul, Incineroar does go for another Flare Blitz. This time it's going to target down the Incineroar a second time, dealing even less damage than it did the first time, and Snorlax is so frustrated. Emilio is just dancing around Paul right now with all these switches, these U-turns, and making solid use of Mega Gengar's immunity to the normal type frustration.
Yeah, these it's not every day you see a Snorlax get intimidated so much to the point where maybe it actually won't be able to get those guaranteed knockouts, but really, really smart cycling here from Emilio thus far, and he's been able to negate so many attacks, and there's the Perish Song finally.
Finally gets the Perish Song off onto the Incineroar and the Snorlax. Incineroar does flinch. Snorlax will be able to fire off a frustration, this time actually connecting with the Pokemon.
Yes.
Finally connects with the Pokemon with that frustration, knocks out Incineroar, but now there is a timer on the field. Snorlax needs to get more Pokemon knockouts if it's going to be effective here.
Yeah, I genuinely was wondering, you know, at +3, if you have like no attack investment in Snorlax, maybe you actually don't even knock out the Incineroar, but it does manage to pick up that knockout. But another Intimidate coming out, meaning that the Snorlax now is only at +2 attack. And
just a Sword Stance.
Yes, exactly. And with that Perish Song out on the field now, you are on a timer with both of these two Pokemon. I think if you manage to knock out both throughout the Perish Song and Paul isn't able to take more than one knockout, the game is probably over. So Emilio has made some really incredible switches this game, and that specifically has really kept him in it, especially after a strong lead.
All right, Emilio's Landorus and Gengar. This is a super scary two Pokemon set to have out on the field if you're Paul Ruiz. Gengar free to switch out to protect, or just protect to stall the Perish Song, while Landorus can U-turn all over the place, all kinds of shenanigans. Emilio just going to start the double protects up so that he can start counting down those Perish Song turns. And the Snarl's going into nothing, and Snorlax, his frustration, also into nothing.
This next turn is going to be really huge. I think it's more or less actually going to decide this game specifically here because there's so much going on right now, right? You know both Pokemon protected, so you know you can freely target potentially both. So the Gengar here, of course, if the Landorus gets knocked out, if the Gengar still remains in, then it's actually going to feint to its own Perish Song. So you'd imagine maybe Gengar wants to switch out, but if it does, the Snorlax can call that and just target that slot with the frustration.
And so many switch shenanigans are possible with both the option of switching out Gengar, U-turning Landorus to bring the Gengar back in. It's kind of like a janky ally switch.
Yeah, exactly. And the other question I got to ask is, is Snorlax at +2 going to be able to knock out that Landorus? We see Substitute here.
Substitute coming out from Gengar will be protected from an attack. Landorus' U-turn into the Incineroar deals a lot of damage with a critical hit, but that Substitute is going to protect the Gengar from a lot of types of damage.
But not the
Oh! Latias is the switch in front of the Incineroar, and the Incineroar! The Snarl comes through!
The Substitute!
Goes through the Substitute, sound attacks not affecting the Substitute, knocks out the Mega Gengar, gets some damage on the Latias, gets a special defense or special attack drop, and the frustration finally coming out. All of that.
That's a knockout! Paul Ruiz can taste the World Championship. What an incredible play there. He gets it. It's exactly what he needed to do there. And, with the option of Snarl actually going through Substitute, that saved Paul the game there. If it didn't, then the Gengar gets an extra turn there, and the Perish Trap most likely goes down, and Paul loses both of his Pokemon. But perfect play there by Paul to get a double knockout. And despite all the intimidates, despite all these switches by Emilio, Paul Ruiz is now one turn away from winning this World Championship, and he must be able to taste it. So incredibly well played despite Emilio's switches.
Paul Ruiz has given up so much this year for a taste at the championship. He knew all along semifinals weren't enough. He wanted to bring home the cup, bring home the championship title back to Latin America for the first time in the video game championships. Intimidate from Salamence will make sure that Landorus not able to do much of anything at all. The Perish Song finally getting the KO onto Snorlax, and a second Intimidate coming in from the Incineroar that switched out. Landorus now at -2 attack, facing down Salamence and Incineroar with fake out pressure and a protect that was just used.
All you need to do is click fake out, go for a Dragon Dance. That Salamence will be able to knock out the Landorus. You can see the emotion in Paul's face, but I gotta say, wow, this second game was so exciting where I felt like Emilio made some really incredible adjustments, and it felt like he had Paul's number for multiple turns with all those switches. But that's the thing, right? Once a Snorlax sets up, it's still, even with all these intimidates, going to be able to do so much damage.
Oh, no double protect.
There's the fake out coming out, most likely a Dragon Dance from that Salamence, as we do see, and that effectively should seal up the game. So incredibly played here by Paul, and I think he came with a masterful game plan, right? He ended up bringing Snorlax into this
There it is.
And wow.
There it is. Emilio going to go ahead and forfeit this match, and wake up, world, because Paul Ruiz is your first ever Latin American World Champion.
Here we are now, both players coming in team preview. It looks like Hirofumi's already made his selection. He has done his homework. He knows what he wants to do against Naoto's team. Of course, Naoto, as you mentioned, using this team that is similar in composition to what he used at the Japanese National Championships. Both players did not actually face off against each other there, but clearly Hirofumi has done his homework.
Yeah, a big question here is, what speed control are both players going to opt for? Is it going to be the Trick Room? Is it going to be the Tailwind? Trick Room probably a little bit easier to bring if you expect your opponent to bring the Tailwind. I think Tapu Fini here, an absolute essential Pokemon for a Naoto to bring, because that's probably his best means of dealing with the opposing Umbreon. Umbreon actually gives Stack Attack, Groudon, Lunala, and Salamence an immense amount of trouble. So I think a lot of this obviously will dictate how the Groudons match up against each other, but Tapu Fini and Umbreon will both be critical Pokemon for the trainers here. So Naoto taking a little bit more time to decide here. I think we'll also have to see how the Groudon speeds match up against each other. And this kind of weird composition where you have both Trick Room and Tailwind, often the speed stats are going to be very specific.
Here we go. Both players have made their selections, and they're getting ready to jump into the match right now. Give it up for both of these players here.
Here we go.
This is it. This match is going to determine the world champion here at the VGC Masters, as both players now get ready to send out their leads. Hirofumi leads with Groudon and Duskmane Necrozma, as Naoto leads with the Salamence and Lunala.
So Salamence and Lunala here having the option to potentially go for a Trick Room or a Tailwind initially. Big Intimidate off there on the opposing Groudon as well. Definitely makes its firepower significantly reduced. So there's so much speed control here out on the field immediately. Some of the strongest Pokemon on both players' side. Of course, the Lunala does have the advantage in terms of having a big, super effective attack off against the opposing Necrozma. I do have to watch for a potential Moongeist Beam. We've seen throughout the course of this tournament, it's not the Z move there on Lunala. Salamence here won't be able to do very much damage against the Necrozma, but it also doesn't have to worry too much about attacks from the Groudon. Dragon Claw is a tech that we've actually seen on a lot of Groudons throughout the course of the tournament, but with the Intimidate, shouldn't be able to do too much damage. I think Naoto here might consider just swapping out immediately. Setting up Tailwind in front of a Necrozma, which can Trick Room, is definitely pretty risky. So maybe switching out into the Groudon in the back.
Yeah, and Groudon on Hirofumi's side will switch out, does not want to stay in, take some big damage from that Salamence or that... Here comes the Umbreon! Umbreon takes the field here. Oh boy, the crowd favorite as Salamence reacts to it. It's going to go ahead and Mega Evolve here, so going to get that aerial ability and be able to dish some big damage out over onto the opposing side of the field. Duskmane Necrozma just wants to protect, does not want to get hit with a possible Moongeist Beam here from this Lunala, as Lunala does land an attack into that Duskmane Necrozma's protect. And here comes Salamence with a Hyper Voice, hits into that Umbreon, does no damage at all. Umbreon is so bulky.
Lunala actually opted the Moongeist Beam, of course, Salamence being faster with the Mega Evolution. So Lunala coming out, launching Moongeist Beam, and Umbreon really taking those attacks quite nicely there.
No damage at all.
Yeah, Naoto really hoping to chunk the Groudon immediately, of course, because this is kind of a Groudon mirror match. Being able to deal a lot of damage to your opponent's Groudon immediately, especially when it's intimidated, is obviously quite good. But Hirofumi not falling into that, switching in the Umbreon, which takes both of those attacks quite nicely. Now Umbreon actually putting on a lot of offensive pressure with potential foul plays on either Pokemon. No speed control coming out, and Salamence now definitely in kind of an awkward spot. Won't be able to do too much damage with the Hyper Voice or Double Edge just to switch it out. And I think Groudon definitely an excellent Pokemon here to put on pressure with Precipice Blades.
Groudon's Precipice Blades will be able to do some major damage to that Duskmane Necrozma over on Hirofumi's side, but does also grant that Umbreon access to the Sunlight, which will allow Moonlight to heal back so much more HP than Naoto would actually enjoy seeing that Umbreon healing back. Here we go now, moving into the rest of the turn. Lunala again content to go for a Moongeist Beam here, hitting down what should be that Duskmane Necrozma to get some damage out onto that side of the field, and does good damage right there. Duskmane Necrozma hangs on with about 25% of its hit points remaining. And here comes a berry from this Lunala. That is going to be a Colbert Berry, reducing the amount of damage that this foul play is going to do. With that Chowchoo, that does nothing for a quadruple super effective hit there, as Duskmane Necrozma now gets to move, sets up a Trick Room here.
Yeah, so the Trick Room goes up, making the dynamic of this matchup really interesting. We'll have to see how all of these Pokemon are trained and which one will go first. I mean, the key thing right now is that Groudon is in quite a good spot. We'll be able to do a lot of damage with Precipice Blades. Hirofumi might need to, for example, double up into Groudon if he wants to potentially kind of take out the threat, but I'm not even sure something like a Foul Play and a Photon Geyser will knock it out. Really would come down to how these Pokemon, of course, are trained. That being said, Necrozmas also often carry Earth Power, so maybe the combination of those two will be enough. Once again, though, the key question is how slow is this Groudon? Can it actually take advantage of the Trick Room and maybe get an attack off before the Umbreon and the Necrozma move? So be really critical to see how these Pokemon are trained, and will definitely dictate the rest of this matchup in terms of whether either trainer kind of wants to set up Trick Room.
Here we go now, moving into the next turn. Lunala does not want to take another foul play from that Umbreon, switches out, trying to pivot and deal with this Trick Room as Tapu Fini takes the field. And as you mentioned, Aaron, that Tapu Fini is going to be big to try to deal with this Umbreon on Hirofumi's side.
All right, who moves first here? Looks like it will be the
Umbreon using Snarl. Gonna drop the special attack stat of the Groudon with a critical hit being dealt over there on the on Naoto's side of the field. That's gonna be important to that Tapu Fini. Won't be dealing as much damage, but that Groudon we've seen before. And here it is, a huge Fire Punch into that Duskmane Necrozma, gets the KO, and you know that's a physical Groudon, so that Snarl's not gonna matter at all.
Yeah, so opting for the Fire Punch instead of the more risky Press Display just to get some guaranteed damage off. It's a big knockout there onto the Necrozma. Tapu Fini actually in a decent position right now. The Snarl is, however, a big deal. Means that Moonblast probably won't be able to knock out the Umbreon on the opposing side. We have seen the Z move on the Tapu Fini though, so perhaps the Farium Z will be able to still pick up the KO. That being said, I expect Umbreon to be able to outspeed the Tapu Fini here under Trick Room, so maybe after another Snarl, the Umbreon actually could even take a Z Fairy move from the Tapu Fini. Groudon switching on the opposing side. I mean, Press Blaze right now just hits everything for so hard on both sides.
That's a lot of damage that Umbreon has already taken. Of course, Snarl does drop that special attack stat, but even then, a Twinkle Tackle is going to be dealing a lot of damage as Nyoto's Groudon switches out.
Yeah, so not wanting to
takes the field here.
Yeah, not wanting to take a Press Blades there, perhaps knowing that his Groudon is faster. And
just the Moonblast though. Oh no, the Moonlight. Yeah, that's the Moonlight. Wrong moon move from my perspective there, as Umbreon heals back to full health as. Yep, and Nature's Madness from that Tapu Fini lands into Hirofumi's Groudon, dealing 50% damage right there. And wow, here's a Press Blades from that Primal Groudon, connects with that Tapu Fini, does good damage right there, bringing it down to a little under 50%.
Yeah, really good damage there actually. Another Press Blades will get the knockout there, and that is absolutely crucial. Important to note though that the Tapu Fini, of course, outspeeding the Groudon here under Trick Room. So able to get a big attack off here, but you can see how the Umbreon has really poised itself for success, especially after getting that initial Snarl off. If Tapu Fini goes down, I think it's going to be really, really difficult to deal with the Umbreon, and because the Snarl went off against Tapu Fini, it's really not hitting for very much damage right now. With Trick Room being up, Salaman's also kind of in an awkward spot. Sure, he can go for a Hyper Voice, but it's really nothing to deal with this Umbreon right now, and yeah, Umbreon in a perfect position to succeed.
Ooh, Hirofumi here reacting, and it looks like it's going to be a foul play into that Salaman slot. Good damage dealt over to that. And now it's the Dragon Claw! Salamence hangs on! So Salamence hangs on with just 2 hit points here and uses Hyper Voice connecting with that Groudon and that Umbreon. Some damage over there, a critical hit, I believe, onto that Umbreon slot.
I mean, that's still an excellent read there. Doesn't get the knockout onto Salamence, but Salamence retaliates with a Hyper Voice and it really just doesn't do very much damage. Once again, with Trick Room still being up, the Groudon on Hirofumi's end has so much control right now. You can just click Press Blades, get some guaranteed damage off. The Umbreon can do so many different attacks right now. You can choose to heal. Like, Tapu Fini's just in such an awkward spot. You want to switch it off, of course, because you want to reset that special attack drop and hope to eventually get a big Farium Z into the Umbreon slot later. But if you switch out, whatever comes in is going to take a big Press Blades. Obviously, Groudon doesn't want to take that because it's super effective, so maybe you bring in the Lunala, but I mean, the Salamence really just isn't able to do very much right now, and yeah, Tapu Fini does pretty much have to switch out there, but whatever comes in is not going to appreciate taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, and Lunala is the only Pokemon that can come in and take that switch, as Groudon on Hirofumi's side switches out as well. Hirofumi switches in the Tapu Lele, changing the terrain, as well as boosting Psychic-type moves. So that's one of the things about Tapu Lele. Great move right here from Hirofumi to switch in that Tapu Lele. A lot of these Tapu Lele tend to carry Choice Scarf, and with Trick Room expiring at the end of this turn, Tapu Lele will be able to have a speed advantage here. And here is a Snarl from that Umbreon, hits in that Salamence Protect, drops Lunala's special attack, which Lunala enjoys using here, and oh boy, Trick Room expires.
Hirofumi really managing this game super, super nicely. Hits, I think, very difficult to kind of maneuver with a Trick Room and Tailwind team. And this Umbreon really doesn't care whether it's going first or last because it's just not taking any damage right now from the Salamence nor the Lunala. Maybe a Double Edge would be able to do enough, but I really don't think so based off how this Umbreon looks like it's trained. And just really, really great uses of Snarl, Foul Play, and the Moonlight just really great adjustments here. And so Tapu Lele obviously also exerting on an immense amount of offensive pressure. Umbreon has also been able to force Tapu Fini out on the field, so it's just really not threatened immensely right now and can really just choose to do whatever it wants.
Yeah, and Lunala, forced to protect, does not want to take another attack from that Umbreon Foul Play or even a Snarl. And here's a Psychic from that Tapu Lele, connects with that Salamence and gets the KO, all 2 hit points right there as Umbreon uses his turn to attack into that Lunala.
Yeah, so Tapu Lele revealing that it is quite speedy, confirming that it probably is that Choice Scarf item. Choice Scarf makes a lot of sense, especially given the Necrozma team. You know, we didn't see the Ultra Necrozma come out this game, but of course that is one thing that is very powerful, especially with that Z move. So Choice Scarf Tapu Lele, very common on these team compositions, but Hirofumi has managed this so well. I mean, setting up Trick Room, getting Umbreon in the perfect position, getting these snarls and foul plays off, and there is just nothing to deal with the Umbreon. Yeah, Groudon comes out, but once again, Lunala can't hit the Umbreon, and Groudon maybe can go for a Press Displays or a Fire Punch. I don't even think that's enough to get the knockout. And of course, Umbreon can just consistently heal. So it's Umbreon really the key Pokemon in this matchup, and the main thing for Naoto is he wasn't able to get the Tapu Fini in on a position where he can just threaten with this Barium Z immediately. So, you know, can't even bring out the Tapu Fini right now because it might just faint to a Psychic from the Tapu Lele.
Yeah, and this Tapu Lele has the option to go for a powerful Psychic into that Groudon slot.
Yeah.
Deal some massive damage as well in this Psychic terrain. So Hirofumi's playing the board position game so well right now, being able to kind of have this slow Pokemon out on field to be able to take advantage of Trick Room, and also have this fast Pokemon take advantage of when that Trick Room expires.
Yeah, so let's see if there's a Protect coming out from the Groudon right now, maybe to bypass the Psychic. That was definitely a potential attack.
Not at all. Primal Groudon takes the field instead on Hirofumi's side as Lunala switches out, resetting the terrain for Naoto's team. So the Misty Terrain is going to take effect here, probably allowing Groudon on Naoto's side to be able to survive a Psychic from that Tapu Lele, but here comes a Fire Punch. Oh, into that Groudon slide. Oh, not even enough to get the KO. Big survival right there, and a foul play from the Umbreon does so much damage to that Groudon.
Yeah, but the upside here is that Naoto actually has finally managed to get the Tapu Fini in exactly in the position that he wants. Now can threaten with a potential Z move into that Umbreon slot. I will have to see which Groudon is faster between the two here as well. That could be absolutely critical. A Prestice Blades would be so big on either side right now. If Hirofumi's is, of course, faster, might just be able to get the knockout on both. Of course, I mean, there's so many dynamics going on here, but Umbreon now finally in a position where it actually is threatened. Of course, won't be able to do very much damage against the opposing Tapu Fini as well. So we'll have to see which Groudon is faster here.
This is going to come down to this. This is going to be a huge swing in momentum depending on whose Groudon is able to move first, and who's going to be able to knock out each other's Groudons first. And here we go, coming in this turn, Groudon on Hirofumi's side protects itself, doesn't want to play a possible speed game here, and Groudon hits into Hirofumi's. No, yeah, Groudon actually hits into the Groudon on Hirofumi's side. And here's a Twinkle Tackle from that Tapu Fini.
Yeah, so looking like trying to just go for the safe target, not opting to risk a potential Prestice Blades here. Barium Z does come out. That is the best move to deal with the Umbreon. So, yeah, no switch out from the Umbreon there into the Tapu Lele means that it probably will go down here. Let's see if it will do enough damage I expect it to.
No snarls onto Naoto's side of the field. The Twinkle Tackle connects with that Umbreon, gets the KO. So that pesky Umbreon has been knocked out. And again, Naoto going for a Fire Punch here, just trying to target down in that ground, knowing that that Twinkle Tackle is about to KO that Umbreon anyways.
Let's see, though. That is the Choice Scarf Tapu Lele now returning to the field and having Psychic Terrain pressure, so able to do so much damage. We'll see what attack it chooses to lock itself into. Psychic probably the best one, but of course Lunala in the back does resist it. And once again, who is faster here between the Groudons? That is going to be a big, big question. With Lunala still in the back with a fair amount of health, if you lock yourself into Psychic, you know, Psychic probably won't be able to knock out the Lunala in the back. Lunala can retaliate back with something like a Moongeist Beam. So Naoto has actually been able to claw out of what looked like a pretty difficult position by bringing out the Tapu Fini in the perfect position and whittling away in terms of damage.
Boy, this is a tough spot. I mean, this Groudon is so threatened by this Tapu Lele on the other side of the field, so it might not even come down to the Groudons. Naoto actually might have to try to think about how he can position himself to maybe preserve this Groudon for later on, and he's thinking so hard right now as that timer ticks and ticks away.
This is going to be such a big turn here.
Yo, Groudon protects himself, does not want to take that Psychic from the Tapu Lele at all, as Tapu Lele uses a move into that Groudon Protect, and here comes Hirofumi's Groudon.
Looks like the Groudon's faster. Yeah, it's going for Press Displays, and it connects with the Tapu Fini. That's absolutely huge.
Yeah, so that connects with that Tapu Fini and gets the KO from that range. So now it's down to both these players' last Pokemon in this exciting game one already, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely critical there, of course, with the Groudon on Hirofumi's end is actually faster than the Tapu Fini on Naoto's end. Of course, Groudon, a naturally faster Pokemon, but very difficult to know based off the team compositions here, so that's a very, very big piece of information. Lunala comes out now. Moongeist Beam, of course, will be able to just get the knockout onto Groudon, and depending on how the Tapu Lele is trained, might just also be able to get the one-hit KO there. Groudon having protected last turn means that Tapu Lele can just launch an attack freely into that slot, depending on what it locked itself into. The thing is, if it is Psychic, I mean, Lunala here feels like it's going to force the target down the Groudon. You don't want to eat a Press his Blades, but Hirofumi, of course, could predict that, protect the Groudon, and then you force the 2v1 position in which you win. So let's see, is Groudon
gets the protect! Oh! He gets the double protect!
Oh my goodness!
Oh! And Tapu Lele forces Psychic in that Groudon's protect.
Lunala targeting though!
Lunala uses Moon Geist Beam here. What is this Moon Geist Beam going to target down? Some damage.
Oh, the opposing Groudon.
So safe play right there, yeah. So smart play right there, just get the KO on that Groudon immediately.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about, that right? Hirofumi could have potentially baited out that Moongeist Beam by going for Protect that turn, then you force the 2v1 position, maybe 2 Psychics under Psychic Train's enough to take it, but big double Protect there. I'm not actually sure it ended up mattering there because Moongeist Beam might just be able to knock out the Lunala. Let's see how much Psychic would have done to Lunala.
Oh. Damage right there, but Lunala hangs on, so another Psychic is what is needed to be able to get the KO as Lunala's Moongeist Beam now crashes into that Tapu Lele, gonna deal some big, super effective damage here, and Tapu Lele just outright gets one-hit KO now. So takes game 1 in a thrilling set. Wow, that was intense.
That was such a good game. It looked like Hirofumi had kind of board control right from the beginning, being able to set up that Trick Room, Umbreon coming in at the perfect position, being able to do all this damage with Snarl and foul play, but Naoto recognizing, I do need this Tapu Fini to threaten the Umbreon, and play the game to a position where he was able to bring it out and just threaten the Umbreon with a big knockout. In that position, it was really tough for Hirofumi because, of course, he could switch the Tapu Lele out, or Tapu Lele into the Umbreon slot, but then that might just get knocked out by the Fairy MZ, so pretty difficult decision to make there. I think that's exactly how Naoto needs to approach this matchup. He needs to conserve the Tapu Fini, bring it into a position to deal with the Umbreon, and I feel like the Pokemon choices were both quite strong from both players, and it really could have gone either way. I mean, that last game coming down really to the wire there, and for example, had Groudon protected there, had the double not gone off, then the game would be completely different. Really coming down to that pivotal turn, seeing, what does the Groudon do on both players' end, and wow, that was so close.
That was also such masterful board position playing by both of those players.
Absolutely.
I mean, Naoto seemed like his back was against the wall, but he was able, as you mentioned, to be able to get that Tapu Fini out onto the field at the right time with the ability to just go for a Twinkle Tackle, not risking being snarled at any point at all. And Hirofumi played exceptionally well as well, if you think about it. I mean, that Trick Room, even though a lot of his Pokemon are actually fast, he still was able to maintain a lot of damage and deal a lot of damage with that Umbreon underspeeding almost everything over on Naoto's side of the field.
Yeah, I feel like the Umbreon, the Groudon, and the Necrozma are still definitely the right Pokemon to bring in here. So question is, do you bring in the Choice Scarf Tapu Lele again? That doesn't fit very well into the Trick Room strategy if you're opting to go for that, and of course Lunala can take Psychics pretty well. So if you do bring the Trick Room strategy again, maybe you prioritize trying to knock out the Lunala earlier on, so then you're free to kind of just click Psychic on everything. I think certainly could be viable. I mean, Kangaskhan definitely could make a lot of sense here into the matchup as well. So let's see. Naoto is 1 game away from winning the World Championship, but Umbreon makes its appearance once again, this time as a lead.
Hirofumi leads Umbreon, and over on the other side of the field, Naoto leads with Tapu Fini and the Lunala.
Yeah, I mean, I think having the Tapu Fini out against Umbreon while Trick Room's not up and with no Snarl out is such great board positioning here from Naoto, being able to threaten with that Fairy MZ immediately into the Umbreon. Umbreon here pretty much forced to switch out if it does not want to get knocked out. Of course, you could switch out into something like the Groudon. That's probably the best possible option to take the Fairy MZ. Naoto might, of course, predict that and not even go for it. We saw Moongeist Beam, of course, does a lot of damage to the opposing Necrozma. Necrozma here won't be able to retaliate with too much damage on either of these Pokemon. Might want to try to set up a Trick Room, especially if you're trying to pivot in the Groudon here. So Umbreon in a very awkward spot, does not want to just feign to the Z move immediately, and I think it's pretty much forced to switch out.
Yeah, but again, that Groudon's probably the best switch, be able to take a resisted Fairy type attack here as the turn progresses. Umbreon again forced to switch out, doesn't want to risk getting one-hit KO'd immediately, and there it is, the Groudon, as you mentioned, Aaron. Great call there, buddy.
Groudon coming in, I think really pretty much the only option there.
it switches in obviously quite nicely into any fairy type attack. So the key question here is, did Naoto maybe predict this and not waste the Z move? I think Hirofumi might have been going with this lead intentionally to try to bait out the Z move, because if you can get it out immediately, that's such a big threat out of the way.
Yeah, and progressing with the rest of this turn, Dustmane and Necrozma, these Photon guys are into that Lunala, breaking that Shadow Shield right there. Not very effective damage at all, but the important part is it does get some chip damage out on that field as Lunala uses Moon Geist Beam here, targeting down that Dustmane and Necrozma, and again, that does a lot of damage right there. Not enough to quite get the one-hit KO, but still getting as much damage out. Oh! And here comes Nature's Madness!
What a great play there. Doesn't get baited, doesn't use the Z move. Of course, Umbreon there is going to switch out a lot of times, and even if it doesn't, you still get 50% of damage off, but great decision on Naoto's end not to go for the Z move. I think a lot of players might opt in tunnel vision in that position and just try to get that knockout immediately. Goes for a very, very safe Nature's Madness there, and getting that much damage off against Groudon is great. Naoto definitely winning the damage trade off this first turn. Once again, recognizes need to conserve Tapu Fini to deal with the Umbreon in the back. Salomon, such a great switch in here to reduce the firepower from Groudon, and yeah, the Shadow Shield was broken on Lunala's end, but what's Hirofumi able to do in terms of damage right now, especially given like Groudon is intimidated?
Yeah, not that many offensive options here for Hirofumi, as another Photon Geyser is used. Oh no, sorry, an Ultra Burst here as Ultra Necrozma takes the field. You're gonna get a lot of great stat boost there and be able to dish a lot of damage, but instead Hirofumi using this turn to just protect itself. Doesn't want to get hit with another Moon Geist Beam as the Lunala uses that Moon Geist Beam into that slot, and here's a Fire Punch connecting with that Lunala, boosted by that Sunlight, dishing out some good, decent damage.
Yeah, decent damage, but really nice to bring in the Salamence there for Intimidate. Salamon's also just kind of an excellent Pokemon to have out right now, putting on a lot of pressure with Hyper Voice. I am curious to see how the speeds of the Salamence and the Ultra Necrozma here match up. Of course, Ultra Necrozma can get a very, very powerful Z move off here. Might just be able to launch that into the opposing Salamence slot. But depending on how Salamence is trained, perhaps they can actually survive it. Obviously, what can go for something like a Hyper Voice or a Double Edge just to get a knockout. And Hirofumi actually going for the switch out here. Oh, but Naoto reacting positively. Did he maybe predict this?
Here is that Umbreon, and Salamence now Mega Evolves, getting that Air Raid ability as well as boosting its speed, one of the fastest Pokemon in the format, as well as being one of the hardest hitters in this format as well. And
the Tailwind!
Salamence using Tailwind, gonna double the speed of the Pokemon on Naoto's side of the field as Lunala uses Moon Geist Beam here. Can get some great damage dealt onto the Groudon on Hirofumi's side, hitting first. Wow! Oh, Groudon hangs on Hirofumi's side though, and here's another Fire Punch, but again, those Intimidates are so important because Lunala hangs on.
Yeah, so Hirofumi at least has Umbreon out on the field right now, but Umbreon kind of doesn't want to go up against Pokemon that hit so hard. Yeah, you can get a Snarl off, yeah, you can get a Foul Play off, but Naoto basically still has his Tapu Fini very healthy, and of course, Hirofumi's restricted Pokemon in Groudon and the Ultra Necrozma are so low, any attack at this point will basically finish them off. And for Naoto, his goal is basically to attack around the Umbreon. Yeah, Umbreon is annoying to deal with, and if you do damage to it, you can probably just heal it all the way back up. So you don't really want to target that slot right now. You kind of want to just prioritize targeting Umbreon's partner. And of course, for Hirofumi's end, probably wants to prioritize protecting whatever is next to Umbreon just to get some extra attacks off right now. But I think Naoto has played this game really, really well so far.
Yeah, he's playing this board position game extremely well right here, saving that Tapu Fini for later on as the Groudon on Hirofumi's side switches out. Doesn't want to get KO'd yet, and Hirofumi sends out his own Salamence here with an Intimidate onto that Lunala. Not going to matter too much. The Intimidate might matter on that Salamence depending on if it does know Double Edge or not, as Lunala protects itself, doesn't want to take a foul play from the Umbreon, and here is a Hyper Voice, just going for consistent spread damage here, doing good damage to that Salamence and chipping away at that Umbreon, and there is that, looks like it's, no, just a foul play right into that Lunala slot.
Yeah, no, I think Star might have missed the Salamence actually there on Naoto's end, so that's obviously a unfortunate miss.
That's a bad miss.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, Naoto in a great position still. I mean, doesn't get knocked out by the foul play, gets a lot of free damage off against the opposing Salamence. And I think once again, to reiterate, his strategy is basically to target around the Umbreon. If you do damage to it, it'll just be able to heal it all the way back up. So Hyper Voice definitely a great spread move. Gets a little bit of chip damage onto Umbreon, but more importantly, gets damage onto the opposing partner. Of course, now out, the Salamence is intimidated, so potential double edge won't do very much damage, but Naoto basically just needs to conserve that Tapu Fini, leave it for the end game to deal with the Umbreon, and he will be able to knock it out very cleanly. So, of course, he hasn't shown his last Pokemon yet, and if it is that Groudon, we'll be able to put on a lot of pressure. Salamence, you're probably wanting to reset that attack drop from the Intimidate, switching out, and Tapu Fini actually coming in because it can take attacks from the opposing Salamence decently well.
Yeah, and Salamence on Hirofumi's side switches out as well, saving that Intimidate for later, and the Groudon takes the field, but it is so heavily damaged right now, any attack will even be able to get the KO, besides the Nature's Madness, I guess. But here comes the rest of the turn. How is this turn going to play out? Lunala uses Wide Guard, preventing a possible Snarl, so great defensive move right there to prevent but here's a foul play from that Umbreon into that Tapu Fini. A critical hit, not going to matter much at all because of Tapu Fini's low attack stat.
Yeah, I definitely like the attempt there by both players. I think Wide Guard pretty much preventing the Snarl, meaning that now you do get the Tapu Fini out, you've got the Tailwind up, you've got the Fairy Z pressure off against the Umbreon, and nothing in the back of the team likes to take any Fairy type attacks. I mean, it's the Ultra Necrozma and a Salamence, right? Like, the Moonblast just do super effective damage off against everything. Lunala, of course, can just go for a Moongeist Beam off into the opposing Groudon slot. So Naoto has definitely full offensive pressure this turn. The question is, does he want to commit the Z move, and does Hirofumi maybe expect him to not go for the Z move, maybe take the Moonblast and go for something like a Snarl? However, I mean, regardless, I think Naoto really has a lot of control right now. Are there any protects? No, just no protect.
At all. Lunala uses Moongeist Beam here. Most likely going to target down that Groudon, does target down that Groudon, gets the KO. Critical hit, again, that did not matter at all. Tapu Fini now gets to make a move, and it is a twinkle tackle.
Oh, such a great
that
call.
Umbreon, no Snarls at all. We've seen it do so much damage to that Umbreon already, and this might be 2 quick knockouts for Naoto here. What a game this is. This Tapu Fini is out on the field at the right time. Both games so far, being able to deal with this Umbreon that would otherwise give Naoto such a bad matchup here. And there goes Umbreon, a big knockout there. And now Naoto is only 2 KOs away from becoming the world champion here, Aaron.
Yeah, he hasn't even shown his last Pokemon. I feel like he has played this game perfectly. Right from the get-go, amazing lead, potentially calling the Umbreon lead there, putting on so much pressure. And a lot of how he's played this game is kind of methodical, right? You kind of distribute damage around. You don't just go for big knockouts because the team is quite a bulky team. So kind of chip away, get a Nature's Madness off here, do a little bit of Hyper Voice or Moongeist Beam there. And the key thing is eventually you put yourself into a position where you can just close out the game. It's still not over. Of course, Hirofumi has 2 very strong Pokemon here in the Mega Salamence and the Ultra Necrozma. Tapu Fini has committed its Z move, of course, doesn't have a way to recover. If the opposing Salamence, of course, has something like Hyper Voice, could definitely go for that, but you do have to watch out for, of course, the Wide Guard that we saw revealed. And so Tapu Fini is obviously very, very good against these Dragon-type Pokemon. I think Naoto might want to try to bait out the Z move from the Ultra Necrozma, maybe go for a Protect here on Tapu Fini. He still, of course, has 2 Pokemon in the back, one of them being that Salamence.
Yeah, as Salamence on Hirofumi's side, Mega Evolves now, getting that Air Raid ability, and here we go.
Yep,
Tapu Fini protects itself here. Doesn't want to take a possible Light That Burns the Sky from the Ultra Necrozma over on the inside. And there's a double edge from that Mega Salamence, connects with that Lunala and gets the KO. So Hirofumi clawing back here.
Does he commit the Z move? Oh, there it is. He does. That's a very, very big bait there. Being able to get that out means that it's a lot more difficult for Hirofumi to just get an effective 1-hit KO here onto Tapu Fini. So very, very nice protect there. It was a really, really tough mind game, I think, from both players then, but Naoto definitely getting the better end of the trade. I think had Hirofumi called it correctly, he'd actually still not be in the worst of positions, but Naoto having an early lead, kind of running away with it, and he still has 1 Pokemon, of course, waiting in the back. That's not that Salamence, presumably Groudon. However, just being able to get the Z move out here, that's the strongest move on Hirofumi's team. Very, very nice resource management there from Naoto's end. That's a very, very big move committed.
Yeah, it's still some chip damage through that Protect on that Tapu Fini. Wondering if it will put it in range for a Photon Geyser to try to get the KO next turn. You know, this is a more of an offensive Tapu Fini, so it probably does not invest too much in bulk. Although, you know, Tapu Fini is naturally a bulky Pokemon, so how much is that Photon Geyser going to be able to do the next turn as Naoto now tries to see how he can easily close this game out and win this World Championship title here.
Yeah, for Hirofumi, at least he has the 2 fastest Pokemon on his team and 2 of the strongest Pokemon with Groudon coming in here. The main thing here is that we've seen that this Groudon actually carries that Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw actually will be able to just get a knockout onto either of these Pokemon. And the thing here from Hirofumi is that, like, for example, you won't be able to just knock out both Pokemon here. I think Naoto most certainly will be able to get a relatively free knockout onto one of the opposing Pokemon. And because he has the Pokemon advantage, all he needs to do is basically trade Pokemon each turn. For Hirofumi, I mean, you can go for example, like a double edge on the Tapu Fini, but then the Photon Geyser won't be enough to knock out the Groudon, so maybe you hope for a Hyper Voice critical hit, but no, it's just a double edge.
There's a double edge from that Salamence, connects with that Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini gets KO'd. Now, what is this Ultra Necrozma going to be able to do to this Groudon here? Or is Groudon just going to be able to seal the deal here for Naoto? And
here's the Earth Power. Is there a critical hit?
How much damage on the How much damage? Groudon hangs on! Groudon hangs on. There's a special defense drop right there as Groudon now moves here. Uses Fire Paw. Oh, no, the Dragon Claw connects with that Ultra Necrozma and gets the KO.
So close to knocking out the Groudon there, but the way it's trained, the bulk allows it to survive, and now it is a 2v1 matchup. I mean, Naoto, yeah, just needed to get one knockout here. Salamence comes out still very, very healthy. There is pretty much no way here, I think, for Hirofumi to be able to win this one. Even a Hyper Voice critical hit won't be enough to get a knockout there. His win condition that last turn was pretty much, I need to get a critical hit. No critical hit comes out.
The last turn of the game, most likely, and there is a Hyper Voice from the Salamence on Hirofumi's side. Gets the KO on the ground, but here comes Naoto Salamence with an attack. Here's a double edge, and Naoto Mizobuchi is your 2019 Pokemon Video Game World Champion. Clean 2-0 set. What an exciting set between both of these players. Wow. Amazing play, amazing display of trying to maintain that board position, being able to keep that offensive up, and Hirofumi had his back to the wall the entire way in Game 2.
I am here with our world champion. How does it feel to be called the world champion?
優勝して気分はどうですか？このポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップスで優勝するのが私の長年の夢だったので、ようやくその夢が叶ったなという気持ちで、とても嬉しい気持ちでいっぱいです。It's been my dream for quite some time to become world champion, so to finally do it feels amazing.